egg! The egg! Fuck!
My name is Daniel Kibblesmith.
Fucking fuck that shit.
That's the hat, and then it'll fly up in just a second. See?
Fucking fuck that shit.
Oh no!
Fucking dick. What a dick.
The hell are you supposed to be?
I'm Razer Fist. God, fucking speed.
Start as long as I hit the right one. Welcome to Friday Night Tights, everyone. My name is Gary Beekler. I am live in not San Francisco, and this is Friday Night Tights. What's up, everybody? We have a huge show today. We had a good one last week. We've had a lot of great guests, but this one is major. We will eventually get to him, but first we're going to go around the horn, and we're going to start with my internet son. I'm so proud of you, boy. Guys, a little over a year ago today, you came up to me. You're all sheepish. You're all, hi, my name's Ryan. I'm a big fan of you, Neurotic. And,
That's not what I thought.
At the meetup. Can I get your autograph? I'm so nervous. And look at you now. I mean, like EFAP, blowing up, Sports Wars, leaving your dad in the dust, and I couldn't be more proud. What's up?
Well, it's been good. I'm doing it all for my two dads, Scary and Jeremy. I'm doing good. Just my channel's basically a video game channel now. It's effectively what it's turned into. I still talk Star Wars and DC when it's relevant. Star Wars never is anymore. But yeah, I talked today about a Kotaku article where evidently Activision and Blizzard, who, bend over and spread for China, somehow are dropping red pills. That's news to me.
red pill suppositories, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we'll talk about that today, but it's always a pleasure being on here and an awesome guest this week too.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. And then, of course, we have Odin. What's up, Odin? How's school?
Hey.
How are the kids?
School's going all right, actually. The kids are still, we're all wearing the mask still, and they're actually, for the most part, listening. So that's been kind of nice. But good news, I was actually able to go to a theater yesterday to go see the New Mutants. It's okay, but hey, the theaters are back, so I'm quite happy.
And you're still alive. You didn't die going to a theater.
Get the coof, man.
Wow.
No, I didn't. And also, shout out to Eric K for sending me this bad boy.
Whoa, look at that.
Gorgeous and beautiful.
Eric K.
Thank you.
The faithful wrench, Eric K. Thank you for being a modrotic, sir. And then, of course, we have Quarter Black Garrett. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's good to be back. I'm going to try to make this more consistent. I'm going to try to be in here as much as I could possibly be because it's a lot of fun. It's always fun on Friday nights. And, things make me pissed and I have nobody to talk to.
I'm always here. Yeah. Hey, dude, I heard you drop my name on a show. So thanks.
I did.
You didn't have to do that, but
60K
thanks.
on that show, too. It was awesome.
I know. Ooh, that was crazy.
I'm always looking for a spot.
I wasn't sure what was big. Well, I mean, the biggest thing is having Razer Fist, but that was a surreal day.
Audio's low on all guests.
On all guests?
Yeah.
What the hell? Hang on. I'll fix that.
You know, when I turned everything on,
I turned everything on. I thought I had it going.
He's not loud enough.
My ears are sensitive.
Let me see what's going on.
I don't often get told I'm too low, so I knew something was up.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, you're not low to me at all. You're not low to me at all, so I don't know. Oh, okay. That should help, everybody. My bad. Sorry. Thank God we didn't get the Razer Fist.
Get much more boomer in here. We're going to have to cut the Wilford Brimley diabetes commercial.
Yep. Guilty as charged. Yeah, I hit the volume like way the hell down, so that should help. Where was I? Oh, so yeah, you dropped my name, and then I ended up getting a soundbite on Alex Jones. I was so
saw
proud.
that.
I was so proud. I wanted to call my mom.
Hell yeah.
Friggin' yeah.
Hell yeah. That's the way to do it right there.
That's going to up-tip me on the white supremacist list, though. That's yeah,
you get moved up.
Yeah. So thanks for coming on, Quarter Black. And yeah, we're going to have you on more often. And then, of course, we have the most above average man on the internet, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. What's up, brother?
I want to apologize to all of the soy boys out there that hate me, because now we've got like 4 channels that you have to go and hate, dislike. And I know that takes a lot of time away from the soy lattes, and I do apologize. But because of Ryan and because of the stupid fuckers in the NBA, our sports channel is absolutely blowing up. I want to congratulate LeBron James on he's kind of, this is the first time LeBron James has actually won something significant, but we've kind of replaced the screaming SJW woman for the crying LeBron face for our thumbnails. Shit is gold. But yeah, everything's rocking and rolling, and I'm actually pretty happy to have Razer Fist on this week. This is badass, man. Razer Fist is awesome. Yeah. And I hope Angry Joe's not too scared. I hope he's not too scared. So.
I hope not either.
Me and Joe are cool.
I know. I just wanted to throw that out. I like Joe.
He's a good guy once you get him behind closed doors and he calms down a bit.
He's too busy misidentifying comic book characters in the Metacut trailer. That's what's going on.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Joe's good people. I like
did he call him Steppenwolf?
Sometimes some of his opinions, but overall, he's an OG. He's an OG. So.
Yeah, I'm really, that dark seed is frightening. So, hey, so we have a very special guest, somebody I have been subscribed to for a long time. I consider this guy a star on this platform, and everything from his the depths of Deep Space Nine to turning me on to Elric, which I cannot pronounce. I think I learned how to pronounce Melnin Bonnier today. Maybe, probably not. But
Melna Lisa Bonet.
Yeah, that's it. That works for me. But turn me on to that, and I bought all the Pacific comics and got all the books, and I'm starting to get into it. It's fucking awesome. And he's just a great YouTuber. His name is Razer Fist from the Rageaholic. What's up, dude?
Right on. I thought there was going to be a bait and switch. You're going to say Rich from Review Tech USA.
That's it. I was going to say Sargon, actually.
Don't forget to rate, comment, and subscribe. How the hell are you? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad you're here because
I wasn't seeing the Rich from Review Tech comment. That was good.
No, I'm glad to finally be here. I've been aware of the podcast and watching your channel and whatnot, and pretty much everybody here I'm aware of. So I'm among my fellow kind, and I'm not sure if that's an insult to you all or what, but I'm glad
you're
to be
safe.
Here.
You're safe this week. We have Quarter Black here, so we're not that racist. So
right,
we're only 3/5 of a racist.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, That's what I was gonna say. I'm waiting for the day when Quarter Black does officially change that to 3/5. Maybe that'll be a Mug Club special.
Slowly move it up.
Yeah.
All right. Just work it
Maybe after the 23andMe, we'll find out. Let's see who's here. We're gonna do a little roll call here, and then get to what's the first stupid thing we need to get to? Is it Call of Duty?
God.
Probably Kotaku.
White House
or Lego Gate.
White House
Lego Gate
investigation. So
that Lego Gate. But we got Mark C. We got Christopher Arcella. We got Schnicht. We got Blake A. Hemlow. Odin is in. God, how did I give you a wrench?
Just some guy.
Chat. I apologize. Is just some guy in the chat?
yeah.
Whoa,
He is.
Dude.
Yeah, he was looking
bro.
forward. He was looking forward to hearing Razer Fist. So.
Oh, that's brilliant. Just some guy is a great YouTuber. And
He is a great
Go sub
YouTuber.
to his channel right now.
Yeah,
if
he's
you
great,
haven't.
dude.
Eric K is here with his wrench, and yeah, Ryan, I'm glad you're in here. Keep an eye on Odin. Make sure he doesn't like kick off any more people from my chat.
Yeah, he's like, you're a member. I'm picking a fight with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should pick a fight with him. That'd be better.
Is the most toxic Christian we've ever seen. So, I mean,
Yeah.
not according to the mainstream, but according to us.
Second.
Are we supposed to be nice to drunk 3PO? That's not
That's
happening.
the word. That's the word.
That's
Actually,
what we've been
speaking
told.
Speaking of drunk 3PO, Gina Carano just tagged drunk 3PO and wished him a happy birthday.
Oh no, she
No,
didn't.
no,
He's literally
really?
never going to not talk.
We're
about that.
never.
Yeah. Every time he's gonna say that.
Look, here it is, right here.
Oh my god, it's
my
true.
God.
No way. All right, drunk.
Oh man.
She doesn't realize she just did the worst possible thing you can do.
Force Ghost Jeremy has been on this whole be nice to drunk 3PO day. So Razer Fist, if you're not aware of drunk, so basically he tried to get a shout out from Mahler. I asked Mahler to give him a shout out, and Mahler said intoxicated 3PO. And then quartering Jeremy, I tried to get 3PO to get a shout out from him, and he just told him to go fuck off.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on giving drunk 3PO a shout out, Razer Fist?
Are you trying to get me to give him a shout out?
I mean, I'm asking if you're interested in it. There's no pressure at all.
The advantage is if he gets a stain on his trousers, he can shout it out. That's as far as I'm going.
I agree.
I don't
with
know
that.
who drug 3PO is, but here's your shout out.
You don't want to shout out people you don't know.
That's the best part. Just not even knowing who he is the best.
I don't. I looked it up. But I'm a boomer. I actually live under a bridge.
But at least it's in a state where you're free somewhat.
Yeah.
The rumor is he is the most handsome man on YouTube. Even Eric July Young Ripa said he was. So I mean, he's got a lot of support, but he's a good guy. He runs our Park Hopping channel for Geeks and Gamers. He's a great guy.
Yep.
So,
Oh,
but yeah, Force Ghost
on the internet. So
Yeah,
my best friend on the internet.
Force Ghost Jeremy, you have succeeded in getting Drunk 3PO more free publicity here on Friday Night Tights. So
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I didn't know about you. I'm a boomer.
Don't be sorry at all. Don't be sorry, because he'll just make 9 videos about how you acknowledge him.
Kids in your roller boogie.
When drunk 3PO, I could just see when you hang out with drunk 3PO, is he always looking at himself in the reflection of whatever has a reflection, like water or some chrome.
Yeah, it's like
he's always
when you see Drunk 3PO in person, it's just like in Step Brothers. It's like Fergie and Jesus combined. It's like you can't deal with it. It's unbelievable. So
Look at it.
I love you, drunk. I do. Joey tomorrow, thank you. And yeah, Schnicht asked, so Gina is a racist. Confirmed? Yes, I think so. Especially wishing him a happy birthday.
We have evidence now.
If you don't subscribe to Drunk 3PO, you ain't black. Okay, I'm just letting you all.
That's true.
That's it.
That's true. That has been scientifically proven. Assume Jason, welcome. Soul Assassin, welcome. Samurai Vader, Lady. By the way, this episode produced by Lady Gravemaster. Everybody give her a little bit of applause. She did a great job this week. Outstanding job. She had some distractions, including me, and she really got things together. And a Surly Unicorn WS, a blue-eyed Scorpio, and what about? Welcome, everybody again to Friday Night Tights. Now, yeah, let's start out with this. I don't know, Lego Gate or Kotaku.
I mean, I think the Kotaku thing is more relevant right now. I think it's trending on Twitter, and it is true. Again, in 2020, every day we wake up, we just have to pick what's more nonsensical because there's so many stories out there. So
I just don't understand how
Lego
much
Gate's
how
just
so much
funny,
stupid.
really.
Yes, I don't understand how so much stupid can happen in one day.
yeah, trust me, it'll get worse tomorrow.
It's escalating.
Yeah. So
Kotaku claims Call of Duty Black Ops. Yeah, listen, I'm not a gamer, okay, but everybody wanted me to see this trailer. I did. I loved it.
Pretty good trailer.
Yeah, the trailer promotes a far-right conspiracy theory. The funny thing is, Razer Fist has done a couple of great videos on how it's never been a conspiracy theory. It's been a fact.
Yeah. Fact, man.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I even have to point it out. This was a big story in the 90s when the KGB, after Perestroika, it actually happened after Perestroika, but before the fall of the Soviet Union, the first KGB documents started being released to the West. And gradually what we learned is, for example, the code name of the man that started the McCarthy hearings. And by that, I mean, the man that Joseph McCarthy was investigating for possibly being embedded in the government as a communist, his code name turned up in the KGB manuscripts, basically proving that McCarthy had been correct. The guy denied that he was a communist agent his whole life and everything else. So,
McCarthy was right.
Among other things, we basically learned the extent of communist subversion from basically the 20s up until the end of the 1980s. Really, up until that point, the Soviet Union was basically funding the American Communist Party and a bunch of offshoots and communist front groups to the tune of, several $1 million. God, right up until 88 or whatever, right up until Perestroika kind of divided the Soviet Communist Party. So
and then we see, there's people running around in the streets with Marxist flags, punk rockers who want to follow rules for some reason and have the state, and they want to get rid of the cops to have worse cops or whatever. I'm not really sure. That's so punk rock, by the way.
Somebody resurrect Johnny Ramone for Christ's sake. Can we please?
Please.
I believe Gary's exact words when he did his Batman trailer review was, I'm sure, dang it, Gary, I forget how you worded it, but he's like, I'm sure he's not up there or down there, freaking out about the mainstream using his music to
Kurt Cobain?
a corporate.
I'm sure he was like super happy to have his music on a trailer for a corporate. I mean, when he wasn't in a heroin, just nodding out all the fucking time, and when he was awake enough, he shot himself. So
yeah, I'd probably lose his head over that. Yeah.
Always shooting off at the mouth.
That was one of the first things I looked at Rotten.com. Remember Rotten.com? Does anybody remember Rotten.com?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Those photos made Rotten.com.
Shit. I can't believe you brought up Rotten.com. That's the first. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
That is old school internet right there.
Yes, it is.
It is. Don't go. You really don't want to go. It's really rotten. I don't know if it's still around or not. I have no idea.
Is it even? Yeah. Is it even still around?
Yeah, I don't even know.
I don't know.
I'm typing in right now.
Yeah, I used to go there, the OneRing.net, to find Lord of the Rings stuff, and Super Dickory, which was Superman as a dick, and
I still go to Super Dickory.
Super Dickory is awesome.
The One Ring. I did say I was a boomer.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, they're still on my bookmark. Yeah, on my AOL page. They're still on my AOL page. Yeah,
what are you talking about? I still have my Lycos page. What are you talking about?
Yes. In an editorial, Kotaku, the great website Kotaku, has accused Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War of promoting a far-right conspiracy theory. This is due to the inclusion of interview footage with former KGB agent Yuri Brezhnev in the game's launch trailer, which we watched yesterday, and we could watch again if you want, in an August 27th editorial titled Call of Duty, a trailer recklessly promotes far-right conspiracy theory, Kotaku writer Ian Walker took issue with the trailer's inclusion of Yuri Brezhnev and his views. Yes, that horrible former was he former KGB, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Yep. And his views that you probably agree with his older views, maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Of course they would be opposed to those views because they're against the writer's views.
Indeed. Well, and you notice, we'll probably talk about this, but what I noticed was he kept reframing it. He can't talk about, hey, here's this communist defector who was involved in direct subversion of American entertainment and academia, and he had a bunch of proof that they were subverting entertainment and academia. They instead say, well, he says anytime there's gay people in a show, it's because commies. And so, like, he tries to shift it. He won't actually mention.
The interview was in a documentary by a director that has crazy conspiracy theories. Like, what does that have to do with the words that came out of his mouth?
He keeps shifting that window.
They basically said that he's trying to convince you that providing equality and representation for minority groups, anyone that's not cis white male, they try to say that is all part of a communist agenda, right? That's the way they tried to frame it in the Kotaku article, which essentially what Bezmenov is saying through that whole thing is there's things at work that are there to divide people, to make them argue amongst themselves, to create resentment among each other, so then they can come in and subvert our culture, which if you look at the world today, literally on fire, because there's people that have resentment towards each other.
Fiery but peaceful. I mean,
fiery but
fiery,
mostly peaceful.
Yeah,
mostly peaceful protests.
Mostly peaceful.
Yeah. An austere religious riot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seriously, I mean, that was one of those times, and I even mentioned it in one of my videos, but I mean, I did when I first saw the screen cap, I think Shapiro or either You Quarter Black posted it, and I was like, oh, that's a good meme. It's like, no.
Yeah,
and then I saw the video, I'm like, oh my God, it's real.
It's real.
It's real.
That shit is real. Dude, it baffles me every day. CNN gets worse every fucking day.
I posted a Babylon Bee article, and it was something to the effect of police officers move out of the way to let peaceful protesters continue to burn down buildings or something. Yeah. And I was like, Babylon Bee, you're supposed to be less accurate and theory, not taking over for CNN.
Yeah, they're actually slacking a little bit.
Pretty soon it's going to be.
It's got to be. Well, it's got to be a hard job in these days. It's got to be a hard job.
Pretty soon it's going to be like, oh, there is a scholar over here who's burning down a building. Let's interview him. He's a Rhodes Scholar. Hello. What do you have to say for yourself?
Right.
I can't talk. I'm carrying Nikes.
Very busy.
Trying to get my kicks, man.
Protesting.
Yes. Scholar. Yes.
It's reparations.
Right. Okay, so we're going to the Kotaku article. Let's go to the source article and try to get through this.
I put the archive in chat if you need it.
Oh, you did? So I don't have to go here? Thank
chat.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Let's get off this trash.
Don't give them no
Thank
money.
you.
I don't always use Web Archive, but when it comes to Kotaku, it's a must.
It is a must. You are correct, sir. Maybe just give old man Gary a moment here. Takes a while. Gotta find a copy to paste and
what is Web Archive?
Well, I will announce that Monday I am seeing Tenet in a theater, and it's going to be amazing, and I can't wait. And yes, I say it weird apparently, and I'm going to continue.
So your
to
funeral is going to be on Wednesday.
Is that what? What's
saying?
that?
Wednesday.
So your funeral is going to be on Wednesday.
Yes, absolutely. If not before then, I mean,
I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, I did drop my mask earlier when I wanted to take a sip of my drink at the restaurant, and I might literally be dead already.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm waiting for that invite. So
yeah,
it took 2 hours for a comment to show up in my review of New Mutants saying it's like, oh, I wonder when he's gonna die now, and I'm like, Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Bring out your dead.
Right.
Well, if you want to feel really old, Macaulay Culkin is 40.
Oh,
today.
that tweet hurt. That tweet hurt.
Yeah, that did, man.
Did you not see that tweet? I mean, that tweet was viral.
It's affecting
I mean, that
everybody.
was. He said if you want, I can't remember specifically, but he said if you want to feel old, I'm 40, and I was like, fuck. That
Please.
hurts.
Yep.
That hurt.
Jesus Christ. If I want to feel old, I just remember when Star Citizen was announced. Like, that's all I had to Like, instant, you're going to die soon.
Yeah. I just think about my earliest memory was watching Nixon resign on TV. So
They take much longer on that goddamn game. They're going to have to hardwire it into my brain via my fucking casket. Like, what the... Seriously.
Oh, God.
That is an absolute trash heap. I don't think it's ever gonna see the light of day.
Well, is that going to come out or wins a winner? What's the over under on that?
Or Ryan Johnson's trilogy. What about Ryan Johnson's trilogy? So,
Broom Boy returns. It's gonna happen.
Right.
He'll be 40 when it does, but you know.
Yeah.
But by the way, just I want to clarify. While I am going to the movies, I do afterwards plan on burning a few buildings down. So don't get mad at me. So it's
Okay.
We're gonna be fine.
And that
We're gonna
keeps
be
you
fine.
totally safe.
So, yeah. So
You're
I'm
totally
totally gonna be immune to anything.
Experts say.
So,
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah. There's an article we're going to cover in a little bit that's saying superheroes are obscene right now, and if you go to the movie theater, you're going to die and kill your family.
Yeah. There's an auto zone around the corner that screams ending racism if we just burn it down. So I'm thinking about going ahead and lighting that one up.
I was thinking O'Reilly's. I would hit at O'Reilly's.
I'm ending
O'Reilly's is a
racism
little more white than AutoZone. You know. Plus, their incentive card is bullshit. So, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War debut trailer, which has already attracted controversy, gives a lot of airtime to Soviet defector Yuri Brezhnev. I can say it the first time, but never the second or third. And his views, I'll just say Yuri, views which have in recent years become a dangerous rallying cry for the far-right conspiracy theories and the people who peddle them. The teaser, which was released last week to hype up the more recent reveal, intersperses stock footage of major world events with a 1984 interview of, was that from 84? Really? From
1984.
Brezhnev. Damn. Who claimed that have been an informant for the KGB before defecting to the United States. During the interview, he describes the Soviet Union's alleged use of active measures. Alleged use.
Alleged. Is it still alleged when the KGB opens its archives and everyone can read it for themselves? Is that still alleged at that point?
To Kotaku, yes. I refuse to believe it. That, in theory, are meant to destabilize opponents without direct military conflict by way of changing a society's power structure and economy, in short. Brezhnev's suggestion in the full interview is that extending equality to the United States, not white, not male population, made it ripe for Soviet invasion. Is that what he said?
It's definitely not what he said.
Not what
I don't think that's what he said.
That's most certainly not what he said. He said correctly that communists used those issues as a wedge, but those movements already existed. For example, you can read a whole, I've talked about this in a number of videos. There's an article in one of the communist weekly newspapers from the 30s called What Shall We Ask of Writers? It's by a communist writer, one of the blacklisted Hollywood 10, Albert Maltz. And he was just criticizing other writers for being, not for being propagandists, but for not being subtle about it. So that's what the whole article is about, right? But he goes at length about, well, for our cause, we have to latch on to and of course he uses the Negro word, right? Like we have to latch on to their cause and so forth, because that's an important like wedge in our societal fight and so forth. So like this was legitimately and fairly overtly used like as a wedge in the door to get into like broader entertainment and academia and whatnot. This is what Yuri Bezmenov is saying. He's saying that he's not saying that anytime black people get rights or gay people get rights, that it's the work of the communists. He's saying that communists latch themselves to these causes to make them as divisive as possible so that it would break down the fabric of the society that it's in, right?
And
so
he was right.
He was correct.
It's almost like mysteriously huge piles of bricks pop up right where protests are about to happen.
Isn't that weird?
Exactly. And not only
all across the country.
Paul Robeson, right? The guy who sang "Let My People Go," right? Like that guy.
Yeah.
He, back in the day, black guy, and communist. Communist as the day is long. And here's how indoctrinated, like communists latched themselves so closely to the civil rights movement, after the fact, mind you, that Paul Robeson literally went to Russia. And he was looking to visit his composer friend, who was a Russian guy. And musicians in the guy's own group were like, hey, Paul, you should probably go. This is in the middle of the Stalin purges. You should probably go, buddy, because you're probably not going to see your friend. In fact, a lot of people probably aren't going to see your friend for a while. So whatever. And Paul Robeson did not believe it. He goes back to America and he's like doing all the rounds in Hollywood and like he's trumpeting the virtues of Stalin's Russia and what a miracle the 5-year plan has been. And meanwhile, his composer buddy turns up in the Red Square. His body turns up with a bunch of gunshots in it. He had run afoul of Stalin. And then later on, the two musicians that had warned Paul Robeson both turn up dead. Paul Robeson was a commie till the day he died. He didn't care. It was so inculcated into communist ideology that it didn't matter. This is how ingrained they became in the civil rights movement, even in America.
Oh, that's and we're seeing a lot of that right now. That weird, it's not. I don't know if it's religious, but yeah, this just dogmatic, extremist.
It's like a religion.
Craziness. Yeah, I don't know what I've never been religious, so I don't know. Odin, you tell me. Is it
Dogma
like a religion?
would be a better descriptor.
Yeah, dogma.
Yeah.
Yeah, religion's basically just the following of a series of beliefs,
Teachings.
Beliefs and teachings. So
Teachings and beliefs, yeah.
I mean, it's not happened with everyone. Like my wife, I won't say her name, but my wife has a former employee, and she marched like on the very first night in Oakland to protest peacefully, and then she saw like within the first 10 minutes it stopped being a peaceful protest, and they started breaking shit and throwing bricks, and she changed her mind in like a week. And it was good to see. Not completely, but at least she woke up to like, this isn't peaceful. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
And
I'm hoping a lot of people are doing that. Like,
I am too.
They're probably being silent about it because it's scary. I'm hoping a lot of people went out there and saw for their own eyes and were like, oh, wait a second. This isn't mostly peaceful. This is a riot where people are throwing Molotov cocktails and blowing up buildings and smashing cars and now going into suburbs. Like, I'm hoping people wake up and go, this is not what everybody's told me what it is.
But I mean, you guys know this. There's entire regions in this country, including the one I used to live in, which are just indoctrinated for decades. There's no getting through them at all.
I mean, we're talking about Yuri Bezmenov. One of the big things that he put out there, and now we know because of the KGB archive, is that really the whole kind of, at least as far as the USSR goes, their infiltration into entertainment, especially academia, whatever, started at the San Francisco embassy. And at the San Francisco embassy, the Russian embassy in San Francisco, they had codenamed, you should probably appreciate this, seeing as you just fled in terror for your life. They codenamed the city Babylon. That was literally their code name for San Francisco. So even they were like looking down at the very culture they were helping to foster. like in San Francisco. But that's kind of where it emanates from, and people wonder why like the Summer of Love and all that nonsense came out of San Francisco. People honestly wonder. But yeah, that apparently that was their HQ basically for the entire thing.
And now it's an HQ for somebody else. Hell, I had a guy, and he was the nicest guy in the world, to be honest with you, but he worked at the Chinese consulate, right? So he's immune to a lot of laws when he's running around here, but he was all like, he'd knock on my door.
Diplomatic immunity.
He was giving me like cartons of cigarettes, and he'd always come over and give my wife bottles of wine. He's got tons of freaking money. He was loaded. He was driving oh my God, like a Porsche SUV. Was it a Porsche SUV?
Cheyenne.
Yeah. And had a couple of those. He had a new car all the time.
So nice.
Again, nicest guy in the world. But even during the coof, he was completely nice. So maybe he doesn't feel like it, maybe he likes it here, but there's a lot of that going on there too. And, you can't even speak against it. And listen, the curriculum my kid was getting taught at San Francisco currently right now. He's on an online school, and it has to be out of San Francisco until I switch it down here. I have to keep an eye on that shit like every 45 minutes or so. And I've told this story before on live stream. His last creative writing report was about his white privilege, and not every kid had to write a story like that, by the way. It was just the white kids. Yes. So I freaked out on that. And
hell
no, he didn't write it. He didn't write it. Yeah.
And then there's these states now passing laws about how parents can't look at live instruction, and how some teachers are trying to push that.
No, they were trying to push it. They were. There was a I don't know. It wasn't a memo, a waiver. It was a waiver they were trying to pass around. I just ignored it.
The entire idea of all this online learning. I'm homeschooling our kids this semester at least. But
that's the way to go.
What if you have 3 kids who are all going to school at the same time? You don't have 3
different
iPads
levels
or laptops or whatever. You know what I mean? The idea that this is sustainable because a couple people might get the cough, I think is insane.
It's ridiculous. And then keeping them on their regular schedule so that they're in there in front of their computer from 8 to 2. That's fucking ridiculous.
Right. And not only that, but considering the infinitesimal risk to children, I could understand teachers, especially if they're older teachers. Let them make their own call on whether or not they're going to come back or not. But Jesus Christ, have you seen the figures on people under even 20 that have gotten this goddamn thing? There's seriously
more people have died that are over the age of 100 than that are under 30. How many people are even over 100?
And of course, every single time anyone under 40 dies, it's great big bloody murder Lindbergh baby headlines. Everything. I was literally right at the beginning of all of this. You remember there was this kid in Britain who got it. He didn't even die. He got it. And oh my God, you could not. I think it was The Guardian I was reading. They were like, here's the headline. Are you ready for this bullshit? The headline is, "Mummy, am I going to die?" That's literally the fucking headline, people.
Wow.
That's what my kid says when he throws up.
Yes, son. It's what the news tells me.
They highlighted the fact that the teachers did an in-person die-in where they lay down and pretend they're dead. And they were less than 6 feet away from each other, and nobody had masks on. Yeah. And so their defense for that but it was outside.
Right.
It's probably more effective.
That's not going to.
It's just like whenever you go to a bar and when you're sitting on a stool, the COVID can't get you.
Yeah.
But whenever you're standing, you gotta put the mask on because it's gonna get you.
The bars were the reason
when you're
for the
at John Lewis's funeral, suddenly we can pack people in like it's a fucking clown car.
Well, they were given an exception. They were given a legal exception to that. But it was interesting because that whole die-in stuff was happening when I was in school because we had started early. Right. So I was like, oh yeah, good luck with that. I'm teaching and I'm fine. So
but if your gammy dies, you got to stand behind a blast shield and you have to fire into the fucking ground in a pneumatic tube. What the fuck are you talking about? We're all wearing hazmat suits and shit. It's fucking Fallout.
I would
Got your
actually,
Geiger
prefer
counter.
that.
Looking like the little kid from Christmas Story. If we just wrap up like that, we'll be fine.
Yeah, just
I was doing some research for my next video. I don't know if it's probably not gonna make it or not, but there's a corner on San Francisco that's had more ODs than the amount of people who have died from the coof in San Francisco in the same year. So there's a corner in San Francisco where homeless people have OD'd over 140 times and died, and that's a higher number, a lot higher. I think it's like 70 or 65 people have died in the city of San Francisco since it started.
Sounds like they got good shit there.
Obviously.
I guess.
I'll find you some, Ryan, if you need me to. It's all right.
Oh my gosh, my father's offering me drugs.
There you go. Well,
I learned it from
it's a modern parenting. Yeah, I learned it from Hollywood. The person interviewing Bezmenov in the footage is a far-right conspiracy theorist, G. Edward Griffin, who has since made a name for himself in HIV/AIDS denialism and alt-right recruitment. Okay, yeah, I gotta blow this up.
Oh, come on, dude. Imagine,
do they have buildings?
Johnson did more for HIV denialism than anybody on the planet. If you can catch HIV and put on 90 pounds of pure muscle, at that point, all bets are off, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, come on.
As a member of the John Birch Society, a famously anti-communist organization focused on establishing a more conservative government in the United States, it makes sense that Griffin would peddle Bezmenov's claims about Soviet interference. Yeah, peddling claims about that.
Claims.
Claims.
He was
It's
in it.
conjecture.
So really
Hearsay.
quick, the last 3 years, what have we been hearing? Russian interference, Russian bots, Trump and Putin. That's what these people have.
All of a sudden, it's peddling these conspiracy theories.
Now you're saying, "Oh, this is ridiculous. How could that ever happen?" You gotta pick a side. Come the
come on.
You got.
They don't have to pick a side, though. That's the whole thing. They could say whatever
that's
they
their
want,
rules.
and
They
they're
just
not
say
held accountable. And the fucking nut jobs on Twitter will just retweet whatever their NPCs uploads tell them to do, and it's just like there's no accountability for any of this shit, and that's what's so ridiculous about it.
Yeah, different rules for different people.
Right, and then there's the picture of Ava DuVernay. She was down here earlier. I can't find it.
Don't
So
get me
she,
started.
yeah. Oh, there she is, right there. There was an article. One of her buddies is a Marxist professor who just came out and said, "Yeah, these riots are just a trial run for the revolution, the communist revolution. But there is no Marxism in Hollywood. You're crazy."
Hey, there's Spartacus. Hey, do you see? There's Spartacus.
Hey.
Right there. I am Spartacus. I have pizza, sir, so I beat you.
There you go.
Do you like to watch gladiator movies, son?
Do you like it when Scraps rubs up and down your legs?
You ever see a grown man naked?
I like kids sitting on my lap.
Yes.
You should run the
Dude, what a Freudian slip of that.
Run their hands up and down my legs. Turn my hair blonde in the sun. Got a rusty chain. Went out there. You know what I do with these, son? Had my hair greased back. What the fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about?
And then just a couple of.
That is true. The animated version of that Biden it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen on the internet. I mean,
when he's holding the kid's head.
He's holding the kid's head down underwater.
Like bloop, 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 bloop.
I don't know,
Like
Razor,
Sonic the Hedgehog.
have you seen the animated version of it?
I have not.
That's a rated. You haven't seen it either, Gary?
No.
My God.
Oh, dude.
That is
gotta find
fantastic.
it.
Let me
I'll
find
see
it.
if I can find it.
I've been busy trying to get the hell out of a hellhole, which I've done. Mostly.
I heard that.
Yeah. So
Let's see.
where was I? All right. Conjecture,
It only
hearsay.
took like 20 years for San Francisco to go from glory hole to hell hole.
It really, yeah. And it was fast. And it was the, in all seriousness, it was the second tech boom. That's when shit completely changed. Listen, it wasn't great to begin with. I moved up there because my girlfriend lived up there, and then she became my wife. She had a very successful business. I stayed. I was cool, had a comic store. There's normal people up there. They're fine. Yeah. The politics were always stupid. So I just ignored them. But since I'm a double felon here in this state, so my vote counts for shit anyway, unless if I vote the right way in San Francisco, then I'm sure it will count. But which I don't. So
Well, not to mention the fact that you're paying rent at like mini bar prices. Like it's
Yes.
like insane. Like energy and everything, water, whatever, is like, I don't know, an order of magnitude. What is it, like 4 times the national average?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yes. Yeah. Your average power bill, I mean, this might not, I don't know, is, $250. And your water bill's around $250. Cable's the same. Property tax are stupid. If you smoke, which
I told you, Gary, the first time I moved here to San Diego, my first electric bill was $800 because, heaven forbid, I ran the AC.
Oh, Jesus.
Which you can't do.
You should have been here when Gray Davis deregulated it, though. That was
breaking up,
nuts.
Ryan.
We had our power bills in San Diego in '97 were like $30. Gray Davis did his thing. The next month they were $300, and it killed a bunch of restaurants like overnight. And that's why we got Governor Schwarzenegger. I voted for him. Fuck it. I thought it was funny. Then the last laugh was on us. He actually tried to be the great, he tried to work with both sides and he ended up getting killed. He had no idea what he was doing.
Hey, Gary, I got this 25-second clip.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I was looking at the article.
Hilarious.
Let's watch it.
This is internet gold right here.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. Here we go.
And by the way, I got hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, go straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I love kids jumping on my lap.
Here's what I don't understand. There is a literal cartoon on, is it Showtime or whatever, that literally does nothing but mock Donald Trump. And it's the inverse of funny. It's actually funny deficit. They actually owe me laughs. It's so unfunny. It hurts. But Biden, like, I know people on the left who laugh until they collapse a lung at that, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's fucking, I don't know what it is. Why is Trump like Teflon to parody? Like, I guess it's because he is a walking parody.
He is. I heard Ben Shapiro make this argument one time when back a couple of years ago. Do you remember when there were rumors about Oprah joining the Democratic ticket or whatever? They were kind of whenever she was speaking out about social shit or whatever. Yeah. And Shapiro talked about, like right now, Oprah, she's wearing a pretty white dress and she's pristine and the Democrats love her and all this stuff. And he said, but once you enter the political spectrum, people start throwing mud and you get a little bit of mud on that beautiful white dress and suddenly you start to look a little dirty. He said, Trump is built of mud. So you could throw mud at him and it doesn't matter. Like, did he bang a porn star? Well, yeah. I mean, if he didn't, I would be shocked. Did he cheat on his wife? If he didn't, I would be shocked. He's an arrogant asshole. Yeah, we know. He's kind of been this way for 30 years in all of our lives. Yeah. We've known who Trump is. So that's kind of what it is. He's Teflon because he is kind of he is that guy that, like, if you ever heard, even as much as like Obama carried that mentality of like, I'm a family man, I'm a this, I'm a that. And then, or even George Bush, family man. If you hear George Bush is running around, like, you're like, it's not really the person I thought. You hear the shocking thing would be if Trump had been faithful, then you would be like, whoa,
yeah,
who the fuck is this guy voted for?
What is going on?
So
I recognize
that's
him.
The thing about
Which
it.
is hilarious.
I can't trust this man anymore.
Which is hilarious because there is an element of that to Donald Trump. All the good shit he does, he is adamant about not taking credit for it. Like 90% of his I'm not even kidding. Like 90% of Donald Trump's philanthropy, he literally has a clause put in, like, don't tell anyone. But like, he literally doesn't want people to know that he can be a decent human being, which is bizarre, but it's true. There's a lot of stuff like that.
Glenn Beck tweeted out this like huge mea culpa
for
last
being
night.
The president was about like, I'm this big guy that makes big buildings with my name on it made of gold. Like that's his character.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's playing the heel. He knows who he is.
Yeah, no, dude, he's been reading for the pro wrestling playbook from day one. I have to
day
come
one.
out of the RNC and the big Ultimate Warrior tassels with the fucking hair and shake the guy.
Fireworks and shit. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Brian, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was trying to say something. Am I coming through okay?
You're coming through now, but I think there was a delay.
I'm wondering if I'm the one having issues. I'm putting in our private chat. Am I having internet issues or it's someone else? I didn't know.
Mine's cutting out too.
Okay.
What I was saying
a couple times.
What I was saying was Glenn Beck had this big mea culpa last night. He put out this big Twitter thread where he's like, I want to apologize to Donald Trump because I've basically been talking shit and doubting him for the past 4 years. Even when he called me to say that, like, give me his apologies for my father passing away, I doubted his sincerity. But he's like, finally, like, well, now I can see like all this shit that he's doing. He actually cares about people. Of all the things that we knew he was, he actually cares about people. And it is
This wasn't the speech. The speech that he gave last night was all about, the whole beginning of it was talking about how great the American people are, not how great he is, how great the American people are and how great America is. And then he went into all of the reasons, all of the things that he did. Then he went through all of the things that Joe Biden isn't doing. And then he ended his speech with how great America and America's people is. So, yeah, I mean, he does care about people. He's just trying to downplays it most of the time.
I know a lot of people dismiss the whole, is he playing 4D chess with it? I think he absolutely has some element of that. It's probably not as, it's probably not as deep as, it's probably not as, the internet lore surrounding it, it's probably not that in depth with it, but I do think there is an element of him playing mind games with people because you don't get to that point. I mean, to be a businessman of his stature, like you have to know how to play, that game a lot.
Well,
and so I do think he does.
Yeah, it could be as simple as, it doesn't have to be him sitting there like fucking Spock and Kirk playing actual 4D chess. It can literally be as simple as, hey, they're talking about a thing I don't want them to talk about in the media. How about I mention this thing on Twitter? Because I know they'll have a 48-hour uninterrupted spread about it. And they will no longer be talking about the thing that I don't want them to talk about. It literally is that simple.
It's not that hard to play these games.
Lego.
It's not that hard to play them.
And he's just he is a king troll. He's like, you really want to drive them nuts, say 12 more years. And like they did.
In the speech say China
they
virus.
went with it.
It's from China.
China.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, yeah.
Activision Blizzard.
Activision Blizzard.
The irony of this entire article, Gary, is they mentioned this trailer. The one they link to is the IGN copy of this trailer, because if you go to the Call of Duty page to look for this trailer, it doesn't exist anymore. They replaced it with a shortened version without the Tiananmen Square footage, without almost all of the Yuri Bezmenov stuff. Like, Activision already bent the knee. They already did this because of the reaction they got. So the idea that this trailer is still out there trying to spread this far right conspiracy bullshit is just that bullshit.
Yeah, and he just spent a bunch of time in the article. He's like, God damn it. We can watch the trailer for a second if it'll fire up for me. For maybe not. It looks like it's spinning. The person interviewing Bezmenov in the I read that.
It might be because you're using the archive. It might be.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot I was using the archive.
Yeah.
Boomer again. It's all right. It makes sense.
Those ads work perfectly fine.
Interesting.
In the Call of Duty trailer, Activision presents Bezmenov's words bereft of this important context. As you mean your conjecture?
Right.
I don't.
Not only that, but Kotaku talking about context.
Right.
Right.
Jesus Christ. The guys who were like, don't like Anita Sarkeesian? Congratulations. You're a Nazi from outer fucking space.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
There's got to be a point. No, maybe they do smell their own farts this much. There's got to be a point where they have to know how dumb they sound, but then again, no. As the name suggests, Black Ops Cold War deals with decades-long struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union, which engaged in various forms of political and proxy warfare as the globe's prevailing superpowers after World War II. Wow, thanks. While Bezmenov's warning seems like obvious fodder, for amping up that conflict in the game. It's his appearance in the game's advertisement has functioned as a sort of dog whistle. Oh, I was waiting for dog whistle.
Check that off the checkbox. Oh, we got dog whistle in the
Oh no, we're about to check
Take a shot.
Gamergate off the fucking
Exactly.
Yep. To legions of reactionaries who consider attempt. That's the new word, or I don't know.
Yeah, I learned that when I got called one on a stream, and I thought he was calling me like a reaction channel. I didn't understand that was like their term for what we are, what they view we are, which is basically common sense people that don't fall to the narrative. But yeah,
Right,
reactionaries.
yes.
I didn't know what that meant.
Oh my God, I gotta.
How long has that been around? Reactionaries.
5 years.
Really? Okay.
And the way they were using it?
Yeah, and the way they're using it. I had no idea what it was though.
Yeah.
That's not surprising, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're on the Rational Wiki.
That's your father,
under
Ryan.
reactionaries.
You show him respect.
Yes, that's right.
It's in the 10 Commandments.
I was trying to think of a super chat I got a couple of weeks ago on this show, and it was, God, how did it go? It's a cat whistle is just a dog whistle for pussies or something like that. I'm not doing it right. But I got to find
That's
it.
what we
That was
should
good.
just call this stuff now. Yeah. This is a cat whistle.
Yep. Legions of reactionaries who consider attempts at establishing social equity to be proof of a far-right conspiracy theory known as cultural Marxism. It's a conspiracy theory. Cultural Marxism is a modern spin on the notion of cultural Bolshevism, which was a tactic used by the early bad guys from Germany to discredit supposed dissidents, usually among the people that they didn't like in Germany, as it was as dangers to so-called traditional values. In this way, diversity and societal growth away from prejudice were treated as divisive and is insidious, clearing a path for the country's eventual acceptance of the bad people in Germany. The falsehood of cultural Marxism has been used ever since to embolden a growing white nationalist movement in blaming society's ills on the fictitious boogeymen of marginalized populations rather than the people in power who actually exploit the world and its most vulnerable inhabitants. Ooh, man. It was a trailer for a fucking game.
Would you like some croutons with your word salad?
Damn. Oh, he just threw. Did he just plagiarize like Rules for Radicals? Just threw
Oh
the
my
words.
God. Are you fucking kidding me? And skating clear past the objective historical facts that there were communists who literally, I mean, look, this isn't to call the communist infiltration of, for example, Hollywood or government, a right-wing conspiracy. Let's not even get into KGB archive evidence and blah, 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 blue. The fact is the House Un-American Activities Committee was originally like where they originally had the Hollywood communist hearings and whatever. They were originally focused on the fifth column, the Nazis that had infiltrated America. They weren't even originally preoccupied with communism, right? The only reason they wound up focusing on communism is because other communists ratted them out. So this guy's actually calling communist liars. He's not calling right-wingers liars. It's not a right-wing conspiracy. It's a communist conspiracy, if anything, because they ratted out their fellow communists. Because what happened is in the late 30s, Hitler and Stalin signed a non-aggression pact. So the American Communist Party, which had been bashing the living shit out of fascists and Nazis, suddenly when Stalin signed a peace treaty with Hitler, they literally spun around and the Communist Party USA said, oh, those Nazis are good guys. They're actually, they were cool. 9 years of bashing them. Actually, they're perfectly fine now. And they're just our brothers in socialism. They're just a different branch of socialism. Don't tell them that now, though. You want some flannel-plated man bun aficionado to get really cranky at you on Reddit. Go ahead and mention that one. But
yeah.
And that's what happened. A bunch of people realized that they were making a pivot. In like 1 year, they lost 50,000 members in the Communist Party USA because people were so upset that they had made that pivot. And that's what created the House Un-American Activities Committee hearings. Is communists were pissed off that the Communist Party had betrayed its principles in their eyes. And the same thing happened in the Army McCarthy hearings. It was all a prelude to that. So just laughable.
See, this is why we have them on. Most of that I learned from your videos because, well, you went to school. Yeah. See, that's what happens when you go to school. I didn't go to school, so
that's the difference.
You went to 3, Gary. You went to 3.
But not for very long. And
I believe school is
got really high.
You're way ahead of the game, bro. Don't worry about it.
I think going to school is how you prove cultural Marxism does exst. I believe because you witnessed it. Yeah.
White nationalism is a variegated movement, but most groups see the future of white America as threatened by the liberalizing forces of cultural Marxism, writes Heidi Barrick, co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, and Kevin Hicks, professor of English at Alabama University, in Hate Crimes, Volume 1. Ultimately, this has come to embody feminists, homosexuals, secular humanists, multiculturalists, sex educators, environmentalists, immigrants, and black nationalists. The term more recently gained, this is crazy, the term most recently gained popularity in gaming circles thanks to what else? Gamergate. I can't mention.
We need bingo cards, Gary.
We really do. This is why I don't read Kotaku.
Somewhere Matt Jarber's ears just perked up. He's like, I gotta make a video. They mentioned Gamergate. I've gotta make a video.
I was instrumental in Gamergate till I showed my face.
The idea of mentioning, white nationalism right up here, and then all of these other things that encompass this weird sect of people, and including black nationalism. How is that not? How do you fucking write that? How do you let that?
Yes.
I mean, they're insane, and this is what they believe, obviously. But to a normal person reading this, how is that possible? They just go on.
I'm just blown away that it took them 8 paragraphs to finally get to bellyaching about Gamergate.
Right?
That's gotta be
that's restraint, man. That's some hard
man, on
restraint.
Kotaku? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Self-control.
Yeah. Imagine anyone thinking that their way of life might be threatened when they're currently afraid to walk through the streets without getting fucking ambushed and told you need to raise your fist and say something, or getting beat senselessly. Imagine anyone feeling like their way of life is threatened.
That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Conjecture, pure. Yeah. The specter of cultural Marxism is routinely conjured to decry anything that doesn't adhere to the straight white cis male perspective that has dominated the video game industry for decades, such as the introduction of playable female characters in Battlefield 5 and LGBTQ plus representation in The Last of Us Part 2. Oh, you're not going to let it go.
That was what people had a problem with. Sure.
Seeing this, that's what this is all about. Seeing Brezhnev promoted by Call of Duty is such an uncritical way. It feels like a winking acknowledgement of those bullshit complaints. Wow. They just, wow, there's more. There's more.
It goes on and on. You don't.
Fuck this. Yeah, I'm not doing any more of this. I can't do it. Jeez, that's enough.
It's just silly. It's pure silliness. The idea of calling Yuri Bezmenov, what Yuri Bezmenov said, and mind you, he was just a transitional figure. We really found it all after the fall of the Soviet Union, and we learned more about what had actually been occurring. We found, for example, that until about 1989 or so, the Communist Party USA had been funded to the tune of between $4 and $6 million annually directly by the Soviet Union. That, and mind you, that was towards the end. They probably were paying less at the end than they were, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the heart of the Cold War, right? So the idea of calling that a conspiracy theory is just high fucking comedy. Forget about it.
It is.
Yeah.
And then my favorite part is how they talk about there's no cultural Marxism, but we have people that are the creators of BLM, and they say that they're Marxists, trained Marxists.
Yeah.
It's not like we're making
and people that run for the president.
Yeah. To say
Like,
nothing
yeah.
of the people, holding hammer and sickle flags and shit.
Yeah, that's
Just sometimes I think I can read those tea leaves. I'm not Nostradamus over here.
Yeah. Wade through the. See it.
and then the imagery lately, even in the good season of Umbrella Academy, you see them showing Soviet, the USSR in a nicer light. And you're starting to see that in all of the entertainment. They're introducing that in once in a while. And at first it was caught up in the, because Hollywood wanted to reflect the whole Russian thing with Trump, with the Orange Man. So the Russians, and they're still going to be the bad guys and everything, like Swedish bikers on meth, Russians, the bad guys from Germany, and, old white men, like Razer Fist said. There'll always be an old white man behind it. Those are the only bad guys you're going to see for like a decade. If Hollywood lasts, which is a good question.
That's a big if.
That is. It actually is.
And it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me that this is happening around a first-person shooter, because, name a genre where maybe outside of RTS games, which don't really get made anymore, one genre where the enemy is so often Russians.
Yeah.
Like FPS games, it's either Nazis or Russians. We're not Cold War
easy.
Russians, right? Those two things. It is always okay to have the terrorists be Russian guys, right?
Yep.
They can't ever be Al Qaeda.
No.
God fucking bid. Woe betide.
I wonder why.
Yes, the overwhelming terrorist organization who's carrying out acts of terror across the world. Woe betide he who decides to put them in that. But like Russian guys, always terrorists, in not even just first person shooters, but like last couple Die Hard movies, shit like that. Like it's
Russians or
okay to
Germans.
have Russian guys or Eastern, like the vague Eastern European terrorist group is like it's a full on trope in action.
It really is.
You can't make it China because you want their money. So
you got to sell it there, so it wouldn't be good.
Right.
Modern Warfare, the last Call of Duty that released last year, that wasn't released in Russia, I don't think, just because there were parts of like the Syrian crisis that they didn't agree with. That wasn't in Russian. That's basically the standard for a lot of these things because so many of them depict Russia in a negative light.
Yeah.
I think Homefront made it the Koreans, but that game came out a while back.
That was a while ago. Yeah,
that's a long time ago. That was pre-Orange Man for sure.
That was
pre-Obama. Pre-Obama,
Yeah.
wasn't it? I think so. Homefront's a long time ago that came out. So.
I think the second one might have come out during Obama.
Yeah, I think it was mid Obama.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know. Don't ask me.
I didn't play the games, but I remember them coming out, and I watched reviews on them.
We have to get Gary to play Fall Guys. He's not a gamer. This is what we need. We need
Get
that.
him with Az been playing.
It's a shame though. When I saw this ad, what's the point of an ad? It's supposed to get people talking about your game, which it did. Like no question, it fucking did. So the marketing department, like, mission accomplished. But like, to me, that if that's the only point of an ad, then obviously like that's what you pulled off. You know what I mean? Like, in other words, if they hadn't backed off of this, which it appears that they already have, I think they would have done more business than a gynecologist with Parkinson's. But like now, if you're half pregnant, you know what I mean? It feels like cucking to the mob, and especially with the last several, I was kind of surprised Call of Duty World War II did as well as it did, because it was like, I guess because it was the return to World War II or that setting or whatever. But the last several Call of Duty games have not really been my bag.
Same here. Even Modern Warfare is the one that's pulled me back in. I've been checked out on Call of Duty since Black Ops 2, and Modern Warfare. I'm not really big into the Battle Royale stuff, but Modern Warfare itself, the TDM and the domination, that's pulled me back in.
The new one's not too bad.
I think I'm more of a Battlefield guy, or at least I got into Battlefield 1. Battlefield 5 can take a long walk off a short cliff.
Yeah.
Well,
Even I know about that.
A long gender-neutral cliff.
An accessible cliff.
They got back.
Yeah, we'll
have
be
ramps.
accessible.
A lot of
They got back to basics with this Call of Duty. They stopped trying to do all the BS. Hey, little like personalized people with different skill sets. They
Yeah,
stopped
that crap.
doing
And,
any
like,
of
the jetpacks and running on walls and shit.
exactly the
yeah.
double jumps. They just went
They
back
were
to
trying to be Titanfall.
Duty.
You get Titanfall does better
Yeah.
than what you're trying to do. Call of Duty. Leave Titanfall to Titanfall and
Do your
Call of
thing.
Duty, Call of
Yeah.
Duty. You know, so.
Yeah. And it's interesting about y'all talking about the games because obviously I'm not much into the gaming sphere, but even with movies, you've seen some of this stuff happen. Like with Red Dawn, just the name of the movie Red Dawn alone, right, indicates commies, Russia. And then when they did the remake in 2012, they changed it to be, China. And then people got offended by that, and they knew they weren't going to make money, and so they then turned it into North Korean. And it's like, oh wait, so now North Koreans that have nothing to do with red communism, like, okay, whatever, sure.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's where we are.
That's where
Stop
we
appeasing
are.
commies, man.
Well, anybody remember? I think it was the first rant I ever posted on my channel. When Medal of Honor got a reboot, and they originally had the Taliban in the game, and somewhere between the first trailers and launch, they announced, and this was EA, mind you, not Activision, but they announced that they were changing the name of the Taliban to Opposition Forces. I laughed my nuts off on that one. It was like they found a politically correct term. Somehow, somebody in the video game industry found a politically correct term for people who blow up buildings and destroy buses full of children.
Opposition forces.
Well done.
Big fans of Washington football team. They are. So, yeah, this article's dumb. Let's go over just. Since we had a dumb one, let's stick with that theme. Most mainstream and access media articles are. And you know what?
Go.
She looks like the kind of person who would write an article like this with that.
Yeah.
Did you just assume her gender?
I could not
did.
finish this article because of how dumb it was.
She's one of both genders, or, one of the two. Superhero movies have never seemed more obscene. By Badasha, by the way. They might save cinema, but the public doesn't need vengeance and spandex right now. We need voting and vaccines. Batman and Wonder Woman just don't cut it. Just don't cut it. I don't know. Maybe they know. I don't know. Yes, our escapism, they're trying to rob us of our escapism. It's all part of this infiltration that we were just talking about. That's supposedly just a conspiracy theory behind you. I mean, none of this is really happening. You didn't watch, Luke Skywalker drink out of a manatee tit soy milk straight, by the way. You didn't see Spock cucked by Mikey Spock. The first female doctor by Jodie Whittaker is a big success. Everybody loves her, and it has nothing to do with intersectional feminism. And yes, obviously it's time to put the escapism aside. We don't need fun anymore. We need more constant fear porn from the mainstream media. Yep, that's it. So you vote by mail correctly. In tough times, we need a hero. But you need do you need a superhero? I don't know. Some of the toughest times created some pretty good superheroes. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
DC Comics recent virtual showcase Fandom. How is Ryan? Is it Fandom or Fandom?
Fandom.
Fandom.
Yeah.
Why?
I've been pronouncing it Fandom.
Fandom.
It's like, it takes place in the DC Fandom. Come to the Fandom to experience this.
Honestly, we tried to do streams on Gaming with Geeks that day and Park Hopping, and the news was so insane from DC Fandom, and they did it right though. I mean, they took all of the excitement that Comic-Con tries to capture in D23. And DC just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. Because they used a green screen.
They scared Star Wars out of doing the Mandalorian trailer.
Did they?
They scared them out of dropping the Mandalorian trailer.
That's crazy because Disney never budges.
Yeah,
they look that shit
Disney
down.
They budge now.
Yeah.
Disney moved the Mandalorian trailer to go on Saturday after DC Fandom was done during the NBA playoffs. But after DC Fandom, that's all anyone was talking about, and they pulled it last minute, basically. And I think it's going to come out this weekend. So they did it right. Like compared to
scared.
All of these like corporate things where they get these people together are a little bit cringe. They always are. But comparing what DC did to what we saw from everybody else during Comic-Con, like like those basically all those Zoom calls that didn't seem, even though they were edited, still just seemed so blah. This was different. It was a better experience, got people hyped. And if there's any part of DC fandom that you like, it was there.
Well, yeah, at least you weren't seeing somebody's dirty room in the background. You know, there's like mops in the background and shit. Like this is, well, Comic-Con also dropped like 100 videos a day that got about 100 views. They were terrible. It was activist con. They didn't talk, fuck. It was so bad. But the green screen, man, was it was better than Comic-Con. I'll say that, but it was
one thing I really dug too was the fact that there are a lot of opportunities for these directors to kind of have a little animosity towards each other, whether it's the fact that Zack Snyder's doing his thing and Ben Affleck is going to be Batman in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then Matt Reeves. Those guys are completely supportive of each other. Same with James Gunn and David Ayer, who's currently fighting for his cut of Suicide Squad. Those guys are supportive of each other the whole way. And I think they're really aligning this thing that, hey, we can have anything we want in DC right now, and we can kick Marvel's ass because they're going down this fucking
I like their decision to make it centered around fans. Like the whole thing was named Fandom. I mean, Fandom, but it's fandom. It's people that enjoy DC. It's not like the Comic-Con shit where it was all just activism. We're just talking about the next wave of inclusivity and diversity and blah blah. This was just like, hey, you like Batman? Here's a Batman trailer. You like Justice League? Here's a Justice League trailer. You want, like they got down back to what we like DC for, which is DC shit.
Not they did a little bit of that, but in September they're going to be doing more, which you're going to see a lot of the D&I stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I do think DC is a fucking mess, because they don't have one clear vision. They did with DC Fandom, though they knocked it out of the park in terms of generating a lot of excitement and getting people hyped. But yeah, creatively, I think it's a disaster because they have so many things going on, and people are having a hard time figuring out what is what.
I mean, the Batman alone, like it's so you might have, what was the news that just came out like this week or in the last couple of weeks that it was
Ben Affleck is going to be in the Flash and Michael Keaton's
Batman at the same time that you're trying to sell Robert Pattinson as Batman. Yeah. And also there's the Snyder cut of Justice League. Hooray, just what Justice League needed to be, even longer with more scenes. But yeah, like all those things, and it's all kind of pulling in different directions. It's really weird.
We went from a period where we had no Batman in anything, even if there was things that were based in the Batman universe, there was no Batman. It was like no Batman for like 3 years. And then now we're getting like 4 different Batman in the same year. It's like crazy. I mean, I'm down for it. I like Batman and I'll watch all of them.
Yeah, not to mention the games, of course.
The games
still going on.
Right, and now the games won't have it.
They're flipping.
We have like 12 on-screen Batmans, but here's the video game of Batman with no Batman.
Yeah.
But they're continuing the Arkham universe, which is the reason why there's no Batman.
No, I don't think that's
not.
Actually, it's not a continuation.
Mm-mm. Gotham Knights is not set in the Arkham verse. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League.
Suicide Squad is. Yeah, but I also heard because I watched the panel and I swear they said something about it kind of being in the same universe as the Arkham universe.
In DC's world, though, it might because they're so fucking jacked up. There's no telling.
AT&T needs to make money. I mean, that's the only reason this is happening.
And that's what happens at the end of.
But they've been very clear that it doesn't take place in the same universe. But it makes sense with the way they introduced it.
The way they set it up.
Yeah. But they've been very clear that Suicide Squad does, Gotham Knights doesn't.
Yeah.
So
100% he's not dead.
He's not dead. He's coming back.
There's
He's
no
probably
way.
messed up at the Court of Owls. He's either lost in the maze somewhere.
We're going to find out how confused normies are going to get because they're always worried about that confusing the normie audience. We'll fucking find out because this will be a test of that.
I mean, I think normies kind of just go, "Ooh, Batman logo."
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they don't care. They go, "Oh, look, it's Batman." Yeah. I like that.
I think it's either that or they looked at the Batman trailer and they were like, "Oh shit! I guess Marvel waited so long on season 4 of Daredevil. DC decided to do it instead." Fuck.
That's what I thought when I saw the end of this Batman trailer.
Season 4 want
I
Daredevil.
want season 4. Bring it back.
I do too. He better
so,
fucking wear a costume
Gary-
in it. He better
Gary-
fucking wear a costume in it.
Gary, welcome to DC fandom. I saw your trailer reaction. These DC fans are fucking nuts, dude. I'm telling you,
Dude,
they're fucking crazy.
Jeremy, I'm an old hat at this, man. I didn't have a YouTube channel, but when I saw Christian Bale's costume for the first time in Batman Begins, I fucking hated it. I thought it's just a big rubbery mess of nothing. And I said the same thing, and I ended up liking the movie, but
I saw a comment on here, and I did screenshot it. I'd have to find it real quick, but this is right here because this is the definitive. Who wants to tell him? Somebody commented and said, "How the fuck did this guy get 30,000 subs?" And I'm like, "Who wants to tell him? Who wants to tell him he's actually got almost 300,000 on another channel?"
That is hilarious.
That's
I-
YouTube.
I guess I'm in the minority because when I saw the Batman trailer, I was not impressed. And everybody's reaction was like, "Oh my god." Jeremy was just like, "That's fantastic."
Oh yeah, I love
was
the
like,
trailer.
I like it.
But
a
I
lot.
also love the trailer from Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, and The Last Jedi. So,
Trailer's a trailer.
Well,
yeah.
they also made Duct Tape Man the Riddler, so
I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of
We'll see. Yeah,
It's
there's
kind
a
of
little of it.
I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been like a standalone Batman movie. And when was Dark Knight Rises? 2013,
2012. 2012. Yeah.
2012.
That's a long little break, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted, you had Justice League and Batman v Superman. The less said about those, the better. But not really a dedicated Batman vehicle.
Yeah.
You bet the trigger, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and we'll
No,
see.
Oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Ryan was getting worked up, so
Get him worked up.
Tired of and you know what? If this is their thing, have at it. I'm glad they're happy, but I'm so over the emo, skinny little punk wannabe boy being the leading man or like the hero. It's the same problem I have if you're going to tell me that 120-pound or 130-pound Charlize Theron is going to cap out of 6 across the room. Robert Pattinson is maybe 160 pounds. How is he going to pick up 300-pound dudes and throw them across
Same
the
thing
friggin' room? Like
with Infant's Nests in Star Wars too.
I don't have a problem with the side. I mean,
I don't have a
I don't
problem
think
with the
Robert
size.
Thank you.
Pattinson. I don't think Robert Pattinson is as miscast as people think. I have an issue with him putting on the eye makeup with a trowel. I'm the last person to criticize a dude putting on eye makeup with a trowel. But like fucking seriously, like him being smaller, I don't have an issue with, mainly because Batman's a ripoff of the Shadow, and fucking Lamont Cranston's just a man about town. Bruce Wayne wasn't always like a big buff muscle dude. Look at Michael. You know what I mean? Bruce Wayne is just a dude. You can have him fill out the suit he can have the little muscle suit going on, like the old Party City Superman outfits with the fake poofed up muscles or whatever. Right? You can have his suit fill out his physique a little bit more. But Bruce Wayne, I think it's interesting to have a Bruce Wayne that's a little more svelte. I don't know that Robert Pattinson is the guy to pull that off, but I don't know.
But but at this point, like what because if I'm understanding, because some people said, "Oh, it's year 1, it's year 2," and it went back and forth. And
Matt Reeves said it's year 2.
Yeah, I get that it's year 2, and he should already have, because Bruce Wayne is just as much of a disguise as as the hood is, as his cowl is, as his It's supposed to be this cover for him so that no one expect that he is Batman. So his physique and his his Bruce Wayne air about him should already be in place. He should be building up his tech. He should be building up his Batcave, his vehicles, his weapons. He should be building up the Bat Fam right now, like looking at getting really into the detective work and who he can trust, because I believe in this film it's just Lieutenant Gordon. It's not Commissioner Gordon yet.
Yeah, because you see Commissioner Loeb. I think I believe that's who that is.
That's not Loeb. They
That's not Loeb.
Oh, okay.
So, no.
But
go ahead.
and it's just, it feels like especially because so many people are already giving Pattinson so much grief for the fact that he was cast as Batman. I've never actually seen the Twilight movies. I know that
Good for
vampires
you.
are in them, and that's why I've never watched them. Because I like Blade is the vampires that I grew up with and not sparkly ones. And maybe that's just my internal vampire prejudice, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
But
well, that vampires don't sparkle.
Yes. You mean real vampires?
Yeah.
So yes, exactly.
It just
But
feel,
it's
it
just-
feels like,
and so
it'll
I
be
don't- I
interesting
don't
to see
have-
what the
I don't
different
have that
take is on
prejudice.
this. We'll see what the different take is on this because it just feels like ground we've kind of gone over before. And if anybody had bothered getting through my trailer reaction, I didn't hate the trailer. I hated the costume, hated the fucking costume, and I still hate the costume. But I didn't hate the trailer. I actually said some good things in it. You know, I didn't mind Zoe Quinn as Catwoman. I thought she looked all right. Thought she looked pretty good. The costume. I want to see a proper mask.
Zoe Quinn.
But I'm a freaking comic book dork. I want my.
I mean, she's a villain all on her own.
Yeah, right. So, no, did I say Zoe Quinn? God damn it! I meant to say Zoe Kravitz. Yeah, that's well, you know.
I thought she
Freudian
looked good
slip.
as Catwoman. So
Yeah,
yeah,
she's fine.
I liked it.
One of my biggest problems with it is the freaking costumes. It's like, come on, how hard is it? And I made the post about it with the cosplayers. It's like cosplayers love the characters so much, or at least passionate about looking like them. Why can't Hollywood do the same thing?
Because they don't want to. They
it's the
think
same
it
thing with
looks goofy.
Apocalypse.
They're going to make the movie about the Bat guy with the bat, fucking cape on and his Batmobile, but they're going to draw the line at, his underpants on the
costume.
outside and shit. It's just like, come on, it's.
I have to call attention to somebody in the chat. Mighty Pork and Plow a Stranger said Gilbert Gottfried would make a great Batman.
Alfred!
That I would fucking pay money to see that.
I will fund that project
Yes.
right now. I will do a
Where were the
24-hour
other
live
drugs
stream.
going?
Yeah,
I
I'll do a
am the
24-hour
knight.
live stream on Geeks and Gamers right now so we can fund that project.
I am
vengeance.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
As someone who is a huge DC fan, and I have been trying to stay not hating the Pattinson casting, not hating the fact that Matt Reeves, associated with J.J. Abrams, is doing this film. I was really surprised and really happy with the trailer. Not because necessarily we got to see a ton of Robert Pattinson as either Batman or Bruce Wayne, to be honest, because they've only filmed 20% of the movie.
Yeah.
But that trailer, what it's intended to do is give you the tone of the film. And to me, that is what it did in a very successful way. Hearing Matt Reeves speak for 15 minutes straight, and it felt like he could have talked for 3 hours about what he wants to do in this movie, about the fact that Batman is the world's greatest detective, and we don't feel like that's been explored well enough.
I've been saying that for so long. I want to see Detective Batman, and at least it looks like that's what that is. Some people have said it looks like Seven with Batman. I'm like, that is a great thing. I've been wanting to see that Batman for a long time. I want to see Batman solve a mystery. And the Riddler, even though he's got tape on his head, I'm sure he's not the quintessential Riddler. He'll probably turn into something later, but this is just his early look. So I'm down for it. I love the aesthetic. I like the Gotham looks pretty cool. It's all gothic looking.
Yeah.
I mean,
Batman's
that looks
literally
good.
driving to the Batcave through a grave, like graveyard. I'm down. I'm down.
Appreciate that. I was kind of tired. Look, I like the Nolan films, okay, but towards the end, when Gotham City just turned into Chicago at night,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Try
I love
it.
those movies, but yeah, it's not really Batman to me. And this one probably won't be Batman, but it'll be another take, and I'm fine with another take. Give everybody a take. I'll watch.
I'd like to see a Batman take. That's all. I just want a comic book Batman take.
If we can do this, crazy other dark, gritty, Seven version of Batman, can we get a genuine Batman where he's wearing the yellow emblem, where his everybody's costumes, all the villains look like the villains? Let's get that as well. Let's do all.
I think Pattinson actually would have made a better Nightwing. I mean, I did a side by side with the drawing of him.
Terry McGinnis.
Dick Grayson is a pretty boy. He would be perfect, or Terry McGinnis. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
And if they don't do a
not Batman,
Robin,
though.
I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. I want a goddamn Robin.
Yeah.
Bring Robin into this shit.
Just watch Batman and Robin, quarterback. Just watch that.
I very much like the trailer, and I don't care how physique is really irrelevant. I mean, Michael Keaton is a far better Batman than Ben Affleck. So I mean, and so it's not even
in the trailer looked great.
Yeah, so
I mean,
and Bale's
like
not
he's gonna
even
beat people down.
Bale. While Bale is ripped, he's not huge or anything. Batman's never been about. I don't know where this Snyder cult bullshit about
It's the Dark
Batman's
Knight
going to be
Returns.
fucking Hulk Hogan.
He's got to be.
What I mean?
No, that's disingenuous.
Right, that's fine.
It's got to be. He's got to be
the
a
only
man.
version of
Go to
Batman
Batman
that's
Year
ever
One.
existed.
He doesn't have to look
Batman
like
is
a
not
wrestler, but he has to look like a dude, a man. You know,
Right.
and
He also
a
needs to look
grown ass
imposing,
man
too.
Well, it does seem like Batman gradually has gotten on the roids over the like, especially it seemed like after the Arkham games started, it was like everyone kind of, he turned into Ultimate Warrior at a certain point.
Yeah.
It was kind of weird. I think we've gone as far in that direction as we need to. Maybe Robert Pattinson is a bit of an overcorrection.
Yeah, because I mean, the very last one was Ben Affleck, and he was huge. So we had like huge
he was totally
Batman, and then
jacked.
we're like going kind of more of a thinner, more agile one.
Right.
So,
The guy, yeah.
No.
Well, what I find really bizarre is, and I don't know if it's just because they've never read the comics or seen the animated universe or have any idea that there's different like capes and but like when I said I was so tired of like seeing the armor suit. I said I really wish that they would get away from the armor and go back to like classic Batman. They're like, well, if it's not armor or rubber, what's it gonna be?
Batman did it, man. That was a great costume.
Oh yes,
I was
that fan film was so good.
It was amazing.
I'm a stickler for that stuff.
Batman the animated series, Batman looks pretty jacked in that. He's not a skinny guy.
Yeah.
True.
But I mean, he's barrel chested.
That owes more to the them using Alex Toth as visual inspiration for the character. You know, they were going off kind of the Max Fleischer Superman from the 30s. Alex Toth, and kind of mixing those two things together. And what did Alex Toth draw? Mostly like big buff guys. But Alex Toth also did, or almost did, an animated show of The Shadow in the 70s. And if you look at his interpretation of The Shadow, like that's what I'm talking about. Like there's a version of Batman that's smaller, right? Like in the 40s, original Batman, Detective Batman,
right? Yeah,
is smaller. You know, he's
kind of
not
a thinner guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get the sense he couldn't produce a clean urine test. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
No, listen. Well, I guess we'll find out. It's always going to spark controversy when it comes to DC fans because this is what DC fans are, and the rest of the world found out what the whole Snyder Cut thing. That this is DC fans. They're always like this, and I've said it before. They're the closest thing to Raider fans I've ever seen. They're just myopically freaking loyal to their thing. Now they'll complain about it, but if you complain about it and they consider you an outsider, you're fucking dead. It's like complaining about a family member. That's how Marvel fans are not like that. Marvel fans are way more casual. That's why DC fans coined the term Marvel zombies, because they have this inferiority complex because DC fans believe, and rightly so, they were there first. They did everything first, and Marvel came on and copied everything, and then, of course, did it better and beat them at it, and they fucking hate that.
Debatable.
And well, sure it is, and the only reason is DC relaunches their goddamn universes too much, and that it made their back issues count less. That's why they're not worth as much. I'm loving it right now because I'm buying the shit out of them, and they're cheap, and then I can read them and not have to support Marvel or DC or read any Marvel that's pissing me off right now.
Yeah. Plus, you can look at the movies too. You can look at the movies, and that's why it's gonna be interesting. Oh, doorbell.
Hey,
pizza's here.
Hey. Yeah.
At the end of the day, just literally the kind of discussion we just had is what Gary. I think he used to own a comic book shop. That's what Gary sat there and listened to for years. People coming in and getting distracted and arguing with some dude in the comic book shop for 2 hours about who's the best Robin, right?
Yep. Oh my god. Yeah. And what the best costume is, and who's the best artist, who's the best writer. Like that's just how we do it.
Or did you ever get? I worked in a comic shop for years, and you would get the customer who would walk up to the counter and would talk at you about everything he would do to fix DC and Marvel.
Yep.
Well, here's the first thing that I swear to God, by the way, I don't know if you know who this guy is because he's kind of irrelevant now. I swear to God, Linkara came in. I swear to God, it had to be. Like, years later on YouTube, I was like, is that the guy?
You're like, wait.
He walked up to the counter and was like, well, let me tell you about what I would do to fix DC.
I have opinions.
Yes.
Here's my 25-point plan. Like, what the fuck?
And they wouldn't buy anything.
We made a comic book.
I would start over at number 1 again and return it. Booster Gold would be the most important character.
Yes, yes. It's always some obscure DC character. They always have Legion of Superheroes on their pull list.
I know the key to fixing DC Comics. It's Blue Beetle and fucking Booster Gold is what it is. And Marvel, if they just featured Paste Pot Pete just a little bit more, fucking what?
No. When they did sue Dibney, he came in. He was pissed. So mine was named. We nicknamed him Dante because he looked like Dante from Clerks. But his name was Matt. He came to my store every other day for 10 years and did exactly that. Stood at the counter, and I had to, I got used to it, and the customers got used to it. So I just had him. I learned how to pause him a little bit, and then he didn't want you to interact at all. He just wanted to talk. So you just go, but yeah, it gets crazy. And then he didn't buy a thing. He would admit he pirates comic books in my store. I'm like, oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I don't need to feed my kids.
That's definitely a get the fuck out moment.
Yeah. He was all right. He was harmless. But yes, every shop has one of those. So yeah, the Batman trailer, that's why I put it on the other channel. Well, I put it on the other channel because of the copyright claim. I didn't think it would anybody would watch it or give a shit, but of course
you were wrong.
How's that ratio now?
It was positive. I don't know if it was negative. Listen,
50-50-ish.
Yeah, that's DC fans are gonna love it, and everybody else is gonna go, God, I've seen Batman before. Is this Christian
the funniest
Bale?
thing what I saw was the defense of the eyeshadow, and everyone was like, all the other Batman actors wore the eyeshadow. I was like, yeah, no
I
shit.
did not know
it's
that.
part of movie magic. They take off the cowl and it's not there. It's like I don't want to see that shit.
Why is that a problem? Why?
I don't want to see that shit.
Okay,
I made a video saying people are hating this for a really fucking weird reason because literally every Batman has had that on there. The idea that he just takes it off and you see some remnants of it there, and that's like, oh look, they're trying to make him look like he has makeup on. No, they're trying to make this a fucking.
I get the point, but that's a part of movie magic, man. You don't need to fucking show it. And I had this one guy. He was like, "It's in the comics book, dude. Pick up a Batman comic."
Why can't you show it though? Why can't you show it? I guess
it's like I have a problem with movie magic, man. I don't want to see it. But I had this one guy say, read a Batman comic. He has eyeshadow on all the time. I was like, dude. They draw the eyes white.
He has white eyes.
Yeah.
Which they should have done in this costume.
Apparently, you're the one who needs to read the fucking books, dude, because I already know this. It's like, that's why I had it on the thumbnail with the white eyes.
I think this is more about Twilight than the eyeliner. I think if Ben Affleck takes that off for Christian Bale and that's there, nobody has a problem. I think because there's Robert Pattinson in the Twilight aura, which again, this is exactly what I said the moment he got cast. It's not more about him, but the Twilight aura still follows him. He can be a great actor. He's done a lot of great things. He will never ever truly get beyond that Twilight bullshit because all those fucking Raylos, #Raylos are weird. All those fucking Raylos are Twilight fans, and those motherfucking weirdos are going to be all over this fucking movie because they're a bunch of old women now who've never been fucked, and they're just desperate for Robert Pattinson to take his shirt off. They're fucking weird, and I can't wait to come up with a new hashtag for the end of my videos because these Raylos are moving over to the Twilight or the Robert Pattinson Batman. They just are.
What is funny though is that there's two words that triggered almost every DC fan out there, and it was emo Batman. And I know
I don't understand that. Batman is emo. He's always been emo, man.
Well, no, because here's the thing though, is that it was not just the makeup; it was also the fact the hair was like in front of his face with it, and so here's the thing. That is very much like the stereotypical emo look. Now, whether it bothers you or whether it doesn't, that's up to you. But pointing out that it's an emo look, that's just a fact, man. Like,
we had two shots of this
emo.
guy. We had two shots of this guy.
I wouldn't say
Batman takes off the tag.
I wouldn't say he's emo, man. He's brooding. He's not emo.
Look, but to be fair, he looks like he just got done fighting. Like nobody's hair. I mean, realistic. If they're going for that more noir detective feel, which is what this trailer felt like, nobody's hair is gonna be perfect if he just got done beating the crap out of a dude.
Yeah.
Like
honestly, hey, look, taking it back to this is the type of fucking argument we need to be having again instead of fucking identity politics and all that bullshit.
Exactly. This is what we should be talking about.
All that shit. No, this is what we need to be arguing. Of course, by internet standards, this is a very toxic discussion. This is a very toxic discussion. Motherfucker, go play Modern Warfare 2, get on Xbox Live and tell me this is fucking toxic. All right, you motherfuckers wouldn't be able to listen to the 12-year-old talking about he fucked your mom and he's going to report you to Microsoft because his dad is the CEO.
You can't leave anything alone, though. Everything has to be bent to their agenda. It has nothing to do. I mean, I think my favorite thing is,
I'm sure it's a fine choice. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I think my favorite thing is it all started with, in the early aughts with the shrill cries for like more gay representation. Like really more gay representation in an industry where grown men in skin tight spandex fly around waving their junk at other men.
Okay.
Slap fights. Like I don't want to be premature here, but I think you can go ahead and cross that item off the bucket list there, boys. Shit.
Oh man.
I really want to see a lot more of Robert Pattinson because we had two looks at him. Two looks. One after he took off the cowl, right? That was one when we saw the makeup and the hair obviously all messed up. And two was after he got done jumping and like knocking someone out of the way from a car that was about to crash. And then he turns and looks and his hair is messed up. Both times after he's been doing shit. So let's actually see something that's representative of him walking around as Bruce Wayne, right? Before because of what it was in Twilight, just literally take that entire trailer and say emo Batman.
You mean the image of him as Bruce Wayne with still the
young
emo
one,
hair?
son.
That's what I fucking said.
We are YouTubers. We are on fucking YouTube.
Emo again.
Let's take all of our channels and go, maybe I'll wait and see see how things play out and see how many people watch our fucking videos. Where you make your snap judgment right fucking there like you do. That's what we do. My first thing that hit my head was that costume looked like shit. Now I could be convinced later. Absolutely, I could probably like the movie. I'll probably fucking like it if it doesn't have identity politics.
Looks a little funky.
I like
People
fucking
act like we're not allowed to have opinions
Aquaman.
before it comes out. That's the thing I think is so funny, though.
Aquaman was dumb. It was a dumb fucking movie that didn't have identity politics, and that's why I walked out liking it because I'm like, oh shit, I wasn't preached at once in this stupid comic book movie, so I like it now. That's how bad things have gotten.
I'm not convinced that the Batman will be a good movie, but I am hyped based on the trailer. I am hyped based on the trailer.
The style. sold on the style. I don't know if it's going to be good or not.
Yeah,
Batman has a history of the audience like dissecting it and redissecting it and whatever before the movie comes out. I mean, anyway, I wasn't old enough, but I know that Keaton being cast was like people freaked when that happened. They were like, really? Beetlejuice? Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Mr. Mom?
What? Yeah, I remember that during that time period.
Yeah, and then when more recently, when The Dark Knight came out and the first images of Heath Ledger came out, and honestly, that first promo image of Heath Ledger was kind of shit. I got to be perfectly honest. So a lot of people freaked out because it wasn't his full makeup and it didn't show his hair and it didn't look whatever. So a lot of people weren't really into it.
But that was sold day one.
That first teaser, though, when you heard the first laugh and you heard his voice, that's when people were like, "Oh, wait."
But and like my point is, like Batman, for some reason, whenever anything comes out with Batman trailers or anything movie related, people immediately the internet like descend upon it and dissect it. And so, usually it pans out. But
you know who looked really good?
Yep,
Penguin. Yeah, I thought Penguin was really good. I was like,
makeup team.
When I heard Penguin was going to be in the movie, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. But then, like, in the movie, he looked really good. Yeah, and then Colin Farrell.
Yeah, Colin Farrell as Penguin? You're going to have that good-looking guy?
He had, like, white hair, and I was like, okay, what is this? What are they doing here? But then, like, that makeup job is like, perfect.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oscar already needs to go to them for makeup.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying
brilliant.
right now.
And then we just saw like 2 shots.
It's like with Man of Steel, and I'm not here to tell you if you like it, that's great, whatever. I'm just saying for the trailers, those are still to this day, those are the best trailers I have ever seen for any movie. Period, hands down.
Zack Snyder,
every
his
single
trailers
trailer
are freaking so good. The Watchmen trailer.
Yeah,
The
and I
Watchmen
watched those
trailer.
those 4 Man of Steel trailers.
Smashing
You got
Pumpkins.
the first one, the second one, then you got the third one where it's kind of doing the John Williams theme with the Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
Then you got the Nokia trailer. Those are the best trailers I've ever seen, and so I watched them on a nonstop loop all the way up until Man of Steel. So I was convinced Man of Steel to me was going to be the Dark Knight of Superman movies. Clearly, everybody knows how I feel about that movie.
Only
but-
the movies could match up to the trailers.
I was
those
convinced-
trailers are fucking fantastic.
I was
still
convinced-
watch those trailers to this day and get chills by those
it's a good
trailers.
I was convinced Valerian was going to be fucking awesome too.
That
after
had
I
a
saw
great
the
trailer too. Yeah.
I didn't hate
It was
Valerian.
okay. I didn't hate it either.
I didn't hate it.
I didn't hate it either. I just thought it was going to be epic when I saw it. I thought,
Yeah.
was I wrong?
It was okay.
I didn't
I mean,
like Valerian per se. The chemistry between those 2 lead characters was so fucking
That's
bad.
Cara Delevingne. She
I hate.
Yeah.
Cara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
as
it's
an
sad,
actress,
because
okay.
you know it's
I don't know.
Luc Besson who on The Fifth Element and in all of his films he tends to take a female lead and like talk them through their performance. That's why Mila Jovovich has been shit in everything but Fifth Element, because she's not that great of an actress.
Yeah,
but
she's-
like Luc Besson walking her through her performance in Fifth Element, she's damn good.
There's some pretty cool ideas in that movie though. Like
But
the
yeah, Valerian.
Yeah.
I'm a bande dessinée guy. I love French comics. All those comics are awesome, and Valerian is one of those that I've been into for fucking years. So when the movie came out, and it heavily inspired the comic, the Valerian comic inspired the Fifth Element, like big time.
Yep.
Luc Besson just wanted to make a Valerian film and had to settle for the Fifth Element. But when he finally got around to doing Valerian, unfortunately, I think what happened was there was a bunch of studio baggage on top. Because by now, when did that movie come out? Like 2016, 17?
Yeah, 16.
I think yeah.
When it finally came out, it was like Hollywood was already in its death spiral. So it was like, okay, we got to make this, like, we got to sell this. Like, this has got to be fucking Happy Meals have to be built off this fucking shit. So, they tacked on Rihanna and they made her a big part of the movie. And it just felt so disjointed. Plus, they tried to jam like 3 different graphic novels all together. So it was like everything was hyper compressed. You had no sense of time at all.
That never works. Why do studios keep thinking that's gonna work? Like, don't do that.
Reminds me of how
Just haven't done it right
Take a
yet.
short story and
Quarterback.
expand a short story. Don't make multiple long big stories condensed into one. Like it never.
Yeah, that's such a
works.
bad idea.
Producers.
This is why I've said for a million, we're in the age of the comic film, and everybody's like, this is largely media hype, but the big narrative over the last several years has been, well, finally we're getting comic book movies that are somewhat like the comics. It's like, dude, I grew up with the 1990 TMNT movie. I don't know if anybody else read those comics. That was like a 1-to-1 adaptation of the first and fourth TMNT graphic novel.
That's my favorite comic book film.
It's
Like, that's
objectively
so good.
one of the most true to the comic adaptations ever done. They literally take panels from the comics and put them on the screen 1-to-1. It's maybe next to Sin City.
Yep.
It's like the closest 1-to-1 representation of the actual comic book. But the reason it's so good is because they didn't try and make it 50 stories in one. They didn't cram in Bebop and But fucking Rocksteady. They were like, no, let's just have it be the Shredder. Let's just tell the story of the Turtles versus it's actually technically the Oroku Nagi storyline, but like let's tell that story.
It's like what the
only.
first 3 issues or the first 4 issues or something. It's such a small story, but they expand on that.
Yeah, it's the first issue combined with the 4th graphic novel. It's mostly the 4th graphic novel, just slapped together. But it's like one story arc. That's it. That's why it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stop trying to do too much.
Go Ninja, go Ninja.
God, I want to watch
that's
that.
the
I want to
second
watch it
one.
again now.
Yeah.
First one was Turtle Pow.
Let's get a couple.
Superior Turtle rap song.
That's
Yes.
right.
Ninja,
That's
ninja,
right.
rap.
Partners in crime with a K and a Y.
Going to read a couple of super chats, and then we got, I guess, Razer, you're getting canceled. It's cancel culture time for Razer Fist, which is exciting, exciting news.
Yeah.
Sorry for your loss.
I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is I have a pulp coming out. I love pulp fiction. You might be able to tell. I love pulp fiction. Pulps like Doc Savage and The Shadow. And I love old noir and crime stories and dark fantasy like Solomon Kane and Conan and all that shit. And so I have been working on my own. I finished writing it about a year ago, and I've been working with a publisher to get it out there. It's called The Long Moonlight. As the name suggests, it's kind of a noir fantasy story about a thief in a low fantasy world. It's fully illustrated. It's a novelette, so it's a quick read like all pulps are. So very retro. It's going to like do the same kind of thing that the old pulps did in the 30s and 40s, where you get your text, but then you get a big full page illustration, sometimes 2-page illustrations, and maps and all that fun fantasy stuff. That is going to come out regardless. It's totally done. All the artwork's done. Everything. The bad news is,
that's awesome.
The bad news is I have fallen prey to cancel culture. I won't. It's not really my publisher's fault. Let's just put it that way. I won't go into details. Don't give them any shit over it. But the the publisher that I was working with basically was blackmailed into not publishing it.
Damn.
What?
Wow. Yeah. So, it is what it is. I already had offers from much bigger publishers before them. The only reason I went with these guys is they're still up and coming. I figured they'd have more incentive to push it more. We could kind of grow up together. You know what I mean? And plus they were fans. So I figured they kind of knew the controversy was going to be big.
Yeah. You'd think.
But like, without going into details, they could have continued to go ahead, but there would have been consequences for them that, people would have lost out on income. I didn't want to be responsible for that. I didn't want anyone to get laid off because I tell edgy jokes on the internet. But long and short of it is, it's still going to come out. We are not going to be able to take pre-orders on September 1st like we planned, though, because the solution was going to be, you could take kind of pre-order money ahead of time now, and then we could figure out where we're going to print it. That sounded like a disaster to me. I wasn't about to take people's money before we knew when and how it was going to be printed. But it's done. Like, it's coming out. It's just September 1st. We're going to have to push that back, unfortunately. But it is totally done. It's awesome. There have been people who have already read it and reviewed it and seem to be enjoying it. So yeah, it's basically like Raymond Chandler in a dark fantasy world. Like you got kind of a thief. It's the whole idea is basically you're following the continuing adventures. It's an ongoing series. In fact, I have the second story already written, but it's basically you're following a thief in his continuing adventures through this sort of low fantasy environment, with sort of a peppering of like Raymond Chandler, Dashiell Hammett kind of dialogue, and crime, like, street level crime stories in a fantasy world. Like, I liked the idea of like being in Tolkien land, but we're down on the street just following this crime thing that's going on. Like, I just zooming in really close and getting into like a smaller story. So that's kind of the idea. The story is about like a gang war between two rival factions, sort of inspired by the Dashiell Hammett story, Red Harvest. A lot of people might know it because it turned into Yojimbo and then it turned into Fistful of Dollars, where one guy kind of rolls into town and there's two gangs, sort of plays one off against the other. Kind of like that, only in this story, he actually joins one of the factions. And so there's consequences within that. And it's a big, sprawling gang war that happens. The Long Moonlight is actually referring to the story itself. There's like a plot reason for that, but it's pretty cool. And ever since I played the old video game Thief the Dark Project, still my favorite. Like,
good game.
I wanted from that point on, I was like, I want to read a fantasy series where I'm just following a thief. Like, I don't want to read this. Like, this is not
Yeah.
Thief. It looks like the artwork does, because the guy who did the artwork is a big Thief fan artist. But I wanted to just follow the adventures of a thief throughout like a fantasy world. And that's basically what this is. So I'm pretty stoked about it. It's gonna be coming out. It's just we're gonna have to open pre-orders at a different time. I'm glad I didn't take anybody's money before this happened, because that would have been fucking bullshit. But we are gonna have to do pre-orders a little bit down the line. On the plus side, I heard from my from the guys who are going to be doing the printing that we're going to be able to do some extra little things on top. So like for the pre-orders, we're going to be able, it's sounding like we're going to be able to do cloth maps, like a big cloth map.
Oh, nice.
Oh, man.
Possibly a poster to go along with it. But we do have the website there that he's showing right now. You can sign up for the mailing list and you will get updates on when it's going to come out. I'll have like a proper announcement on the date when I know exactly who's going to handle the printing and when I'm going to have it in my hands, because I don't feel comfortable announcing it before then. Right. So
right on, man. Congrats.
But, yeah, that's what we'll do. But yeah, very, very powerful people were not pleased that I don't vote the right way.
Oh,
that's ridiculous. Richard
Isn't that how it always is?
Go figure.
Richard C. Meyer again.
Jesus.
Well, without going into details, it was big fucking people. Real mad. I was like, really? They even know who I am? Like, really? Seriously?
Oh, I think you meant really big, like Movie Bob big.
And that sucks. Messing with the little publisher that when they could have used it too.
Yeah,
but,
it's not. I don't blame the publisher. I mean, they even offered like, yeah, we can go ahead, but X, Y, and Z would have to happen. And I was like, I don't want to be responsible for that. So, yeah, I got other offers from honestly even bigger publishers before I hooked up with these guys. So I already had like contingency plans. It wasn't like, it's not like a massive inconvenience, but yeah, it's like, it's going to happen either way. It's just not going to happen in the same timetable it was going to, because everything was going so smoothly. Like I should have known.
Yep.
Like, somebody was going to pinch a poo log on it. But yeah, that's basically what happened.
Wow.
Well, I can't wait till it comes out. We'll keep an eye on it, and we'll be talking about it throughout the evening and linking it in the chat. And thanks, Eric, and all the Modrotics for putting it in there. I put it in there as well. I have signed up on the
I just did as well.
mail list there, so we can get notified. We have who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Rageaholic knows, says Ent winner #1 for £5. Fat Steven Seagal beat up Alex Kurtzman for 2 Canadian pesos. I follow the celebrity Nerdrotic. He's famous. Shut up. You're famous. You get shout outs from bigger people than I do, dude. Mike L for $10 says, Hail Gary and the panel. You led me to Razer Fist, and how I didn't discover his content before should be blasphemy. Probably because YouTube is not recommending it as much as it should have. I found him through recommendations back when YouTube used to do them freely with just about everybody. And yeah,
those were the days.
Those were the days.
But everybody's heard
when
Razer
notifications
Fist.
actually worked.
Yeah.
Hey, you found him. That's the most important part. And he's got a big backlog that you can enjoy for, years.
Hours.
Big heaving turgid backlog.
Yes.
Got some good political rants, man.
Yeah. Well, you got some good evergreen
I found
content,
him because I was looking stuff up on The Witcher, and all of a sudden it was like plagiarism and The Witcher, and I was like, "What is this?" And then I got sucked down the Elric hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
I pissed off the entire planet with that one. Those are always the best.
They are. Yeah. Well, yeah. I found that out just a little with my Batman trailer, but again, it's DC fans.
I'll just wait until I do the Batman the Shadow plagiarism video.
Do it.
You've been kind of teasing that one for a while.
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I mean that's already kind of public knowledge, but like it went pretty far. It wasn't just, hey, we copied the first story. It was they actually copied several stories after that, and they traced artwork directly from the Shadow.
Wow. That's the comic book industry.
Crazy. Like they just went whole hog. In fact, from what I understand, and this is kind of a rumor, so don't take this as gospel, but Jim Steranko, Batman, just comics legend, right? Nick Fury, creator, and just a genius still to this day. And by the way, one of the best comic creators to follow on Twitter. But Jim Steranko, in the, God, was it the 70s or late 60s? He published his Steranko History of Comics. And I don't think he's worked for DC since, because they were so pissed off at that time, because that was kind of when it was like an open secret about the Shadow and Batman kind of plagiarism. He actually pointed it out. He was one of the first people to like point out like what had happened there. And he only obliquely kind of referenced it. But from what I understand, at that point, he was a little bit persona non grata at DC. They were not pleased that he had talked about that. But he's a huge Shadow mark, so...
There you go. Yes, I love that guy. He hit on my wife at a comic convention, and I was okay with it. I was completely okay with it. I mean, he wasn't going to follow through.
Off with him. Jesus.
Steranko is the fucking man. Screw the bobbin for 10 pounds. A couple of weeks ago, I went to Taco Bell. Ooh, we don't want to bring this up in front of Ryan. They messed up and gave me half the food from some guy's order. I had plenty already, so I gave it to my friend Neil Druckmann, who said it was delicious. That's a weird super chat.
That probably got my fucking food that they always. Oh my god! I don't even want to get into it.
I was reading
and yet
super
you still
chats.
go back every time. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's Taco Bell.
Oh, he's a glutton for punishment. That's why.
I'm still getting comments and super chats
Big on
about
surf
that.
and turf.
2 weeks later. Yes. Surf and turf.
Hey, I see. I'm not going to do the screen share on it, but Odin just retweeted the Babylon Bee. It says Biden says if you thought the
Screen share.
Republican convention was good, just wait till we have our convention.
Oh.
I would say
It's
poor
sad.
Joe
It's
Biden, but I don't fucking care.
Well, the other Babylon Bee from a couple hours ago was President Xi relieved to find out NBA players just protesting the injustices in America.
Ooh, good stuff, man.
A Jaeger bomb for
boy.
$5 says, you were ahead of the curve by a mile, Razer Fist. Wish more listened earlier. See a reconciling eventually coming for the phony activists soon.
California, was that CA?
He said reconciling, or do you see a
Reconciling?
reconciling? Because I can't read. Do you see? Okay, see a reconciling eventually coming for the phony activists soon. You mean a reckoning?
Oh, a reckoning.
Yeah.
A reckoning.
I've been saying, I think my suspicion, maybe I'm a cockeyed optimist on this, and I will, of course, change my position if facts change, but it feels like the way it's going right now, there's kind of two wings on that side of the aisle, where there's the sort of Biden, you know, if you want to call it moderate. Some of his positions aren't so moderate, but you know what I mean? Like, it's the more moderate wing versus sort of the space communism, like full on Green New Deal, you know, that whole AOC, the squad kind of wing. And the problem is only one side of that is actually winning elections now. Like, the squad won initially. The last several election cycles, they haven't been able to advance a single candidate on their side. They, in fact, the guy who ran the group was called the Justice Democrats, the one that got AOC elected. In fact, she auditioned for them. The Justice Democrats were co-founded by Cenk from the Young Turks. And everybody knows what happened.
Who was booted out?
Yeah, he ran for Congress in California, a state that's bluer than Movie Bob's balls, and he still could not fucking get his greasy ass into office. So if he can't win, if the guy who founded your entire movement can't win, I think it's obvious to people on that side of the aisle that one of these sides is able to win elections, the other not so much. They were fucking
Razer Fist. That's because that's bullshit.
Well, they also Me Too Cenk out of the Justice Democrats too.
Yeah.
So my feeling is probably after the election, whether honestly, whatever the result is, I think there will be some kind of a reckoning of like, I think establishment Democrats will do a national party version of what they did to Bernie this time around, where, oh, you're running against one of our establishment Democrats. Well, then all the other establishment Democrats who are running against you will drop out at once, so that this one guy becomes your opponent and gets all the votes, and you'll basically be. I think there'll be a purge, basically, of the squad wing kind of, or an attempted one, and it may well result in a third party. I don't know, maybe a Democratic Socialist Party or something. It does feel like there's a split coming.
It'd be nice if we had 4 parties. You know, Republicans split, Democrats split. It'd be nice. I don't know.
Bluer than movies. I think the movie Bob's Balls. I'm using that one. I'm still in that one.
that was save to
so,
clipboard.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Razor. Go ahead.
I think the Republicans staved off their split by. I think if Trump hadn't gotten the nomination in 2016, we probably would be talking about Republicans in the same way right now.
Yep. Libertarian Republicans broke
because there were so many people who were on Trump's side. Yeah. It was obvious, like if he got screwed and Ted Cruz wound up being the guy, I think we very well would be in this situation on the other side as well.
Yeah. Well, you kind of had a mini split though. A lot of the never Trumper Republicans went over to the Democratic Party.
Right. Here's the thing about that though. I've said it many times. The greatest gift that Trump has given, I guess, Republicans by far, is the names of the people who kind of were Democrats to begin with, in their own midst, and just had an R next to their name. Like, look, I've seen it probably on the ground level more than a lot of people, because Arizona, Arizona was so red for so long, Democrats could not get elected here. So at a certain point, they literally sat down and were like, all right, well, we can't get elected. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to engage non-politically engaged people and tell them to run as Republicans and take our positions. So literally over the course of like a 20, 30 year period, Democrats would literally just run with an R next to their name here. And they did get elected and it worked. And now basically we're seeing that on a national level. And Trump has kind of smoked those people out a little bit.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Just by being there. It's not like he's done anything special. It's just his very presence. They bridle at it so hard.
If he just says,
they boil
hello, everyone's like, done.
Trump said hello today, guys. Did you hear that? He said hello.
Yes.
What?
Well, the thing that I think it's so funny about it.
The right-wing dog whistle is what that is.
Yeah, the thing I find so funny about Trump is that dude's a New York Democrat and he ran as a Republican. And it's like nobody realized this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another reason why I think a lot of the more partisan charged attacks on Trump don't really stick, because people either remember when he was a Democrat or remember when he was on the Reform Party. And he's been in like 3 different political parties. The idea that this guy's just like a tribal Republican is kind of silly,
it really is.
Lots of different things. I think he's
an animal.
Yeah, he's more like a pragmatist.
I forgot about this article.
Yeah. Well, I'll go back to it in a second. I just wanted to bring it. I'm getting through a couple of super chats here, and then we'll get right to it. Of course, Drunk 3PO gets brought up. Razor, love your rants. Movie Bob and Angry Joe got it. Savage, who's next? Gary, Jeremy, Quarter Black? I'd say Quarter Black gets it next.
Hey.
Yeah. And that's from my Shoeshine station.
The shadow.
Yeah, no shit. Gary Shoeshine station. So I have a Shoeshine station in my house. It's very toxic.
Misogynistic.
Fuck yeah. And another one
it's
from
a place where you can put your foot when you're mansplaining.
That's right.
and Drunk 3PO changed to his bio on Twitter. It says, shouted out by Gina Carano, not on the panel of Friday Night Tights, but always on the show. Professional misspeller, # Geeks and Gamers.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
You know what? The art of self-promotion, man. Gary Shoeshine Station for $2. Drunk 3PO needs a good rant. No, he's doing good. He's all right. Peppermint oil capsule for £5. Odd request, but I have OCD. When you arrange your figures, could you please put Robin over your left shoulder again? Glad my Private Ryan joke made you laugh. Yes. The Private Ryan, yes, earlier on the Super Chat Square. Was Robin over my left Shoulder? You mean the superpowers, Robin? Sure, no problem. It's going to be a little difficult though, because the room's completely configured differently, and
you're going to be held to that too, so you better remember it.
Dude, I've already found
Adapt and overcome, Gary.
Make a
Adapt
note.
and overcome.
Dude,
people remember everything we say. It's crazy because I'm like, I don't remember last week, but like 6 months ago, Jeremy, you said. I'm like, did I? I had to do a lot of
On
live
the
streams.
5th of December at
Yeah.
7:05.
Yeah. I was like, okay,
Send you a timestamp.
Yeah, sorry.
My soundproofing tiles are too dark. I bought a bunch of them, and I'm like, they're too dark. I got to send them back. So
Racist.
Yeah, they are.
Pinterest it, Gary.
Need to be a little
Just
lighter. Hey, Razer Fist, remember when Angry Joe made a video targeting people who criticized Battlefield 5 and called all of them conservatives? Rags made a great video taking him down. Go on EFAP, says Mikey
Go on
Gussler
EFAP.
for $10. I don't remember that.
I'll set aside a weekend.
Yes, an entire weekend.
Yes.
Good answer.
Have you ever been on there before, Razor?
No, I never.
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
I kept getting invited, and I was like, and so I checked it out because I never heard of it, and it was like, 9.5 hours.
That's a short episode. So.
Motherfucker, that's
The
not
long man bad.
that's not a podcast. That's a career choice. Like,
Yes. It's a lifestyle choice. Gary Walker, thank you for the phallic unicorn for £1.49. I thank you. Sporking News Podcast for $5. It's Friday, and it's time to let off some steam. The exodus continues here in California. It does. The celebrities threw gasoline on the riots. They should be forced to ride it out. Yeah, they should be allowed to stay here and have that shit come to their front door. It won't, but I would love to fucking see it. No, they're getting out of Dodge. They're going to New Zealand and Greece. And at least Tom Hanks is going to Greece.
Interesting reasons.
This
I
is
wonder
kind of
why.
to people's front doors. They put a guillotine in front of Jeff Bezos's place.
They did.
They did.
It's actually Dan Snyder. They just don't want the Washington Post writing any more articles about him. That's what I heard. So.
Oh man.
Only me and Jeremy get that probably.
Yes. Sorry. Did you ever upload that? You didn't upload that Snyder video, Sports Wars, did you? Because
No, motherfuckers kept demonetized.
Yeah. YouTube knows who he is. So
Yeah, the owner for the Washington football team.
That is correct. Yes. And the Washington Post, owned by Jeff Bezos, who also wants to own that team, keeps writing hit pieces on him. Very strange indeed.
Interesting how that works out.
Why does he want that team? I mean, why doesn't he want the Chargers and then put him back in San Diego? But whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck those guys. Fuck the
we
NFL.
can all dream. We can all dream, Gary.
Yeah.
I just want the Dodgers to go back to Brooklyn. That's all I want.
Hey, if I gave a shit about baseball,
the sports ball reference.
No, we won't.
Night.
The Padres are doing good, I heard though. Mikey Gussler for $5 says, Razor, do you ever think Red Letter Media will admit that the Star Wars sequels are worse than the prequels, or do you think people will forget them praising them?
I think they already largely have. Like, I think most Red Letter Media fans don't even realize like they built their entire brand shitting on movies that people now have softened on.
It's true.
Yeah, it's just how it is with the hive mind. A few years ago, I did a review of, I don't know if there are any David Bowie fans here, but
right here,
when David Bowie did a video game called Omicron: The Nomad Soul, right? Which is one of my favorite games. I've loved it for years. And it was for years, I would talk about this game and I would describe it and people would be like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, that sounds amazing. Or people would be like, oh, I remember that game. I loved it. It was on the Dreamcast. It was on PC. It was really, really fucking cool. And then there was this coterie of unfunny, pot-addled fucking Canadians who did a really, really shitty stream of it. But they're really popular. And now the consensus online is, what a shit game! What a piece of garbage and whatever. And they actually ran the game without correcting any of the compatibility issues before they played it, right? So now everybody thinks the game is shit. When years ago the consensus was cool game, right? It's kind of the same thing. Like online consensus has shifted. They definitely shifted online consensus of the prequels. Because like it's interesting with the prequels. I was a big defender of them from day one, by the way. I got shit on.
I've been
unremittingly.
I've been a defender of them too. So we're in the same boat.
I did a rant. God, you can probably look it up. It was like 2012 or 2013. Where I was doing a Q&A video, Dear Rageaholic, right? Where I just read letters. And it was something about Star Wars. Anyways, I forget the title. But I defended the prequels, and holy hell, the comments were just filled with, what the fuck, dude? What planet are you from? How dare you have this take? Right? And it's hilarious to like compare that now to like the post prequels memes, you know, post Abrams, post Kathleen Kennedy. Like, it's crazy how much the public shifted on that. But I think Red Letter Media had a lot to do with that.
Now, and I don't watch Red Letter Media really, but are they at a point where they won't say that the sequels are worse than the prequels? Are they? Do they feel like
they have?
So.
I mean, they said that the prequels are still shit.
He liked Force
the sequels
Awakens.
Are worse.
Wait, comics. They started out liking
prequels,
Force Awakens. They did.
My personal opinion, I think the prequels, they're fine. They have their issues. Attack of the Clones, I don't think is very good.
I don't like Sam.
Yeah,
agreed.
It's rough, of course.
And Phantom Menace definitely has its problems. I like certain things about it though. But it's like, I don't think they're perfect, but I think mostly the issue with the prequels is that if you look at the original Star Wars, it was kind of a zeitgeist thing, right? Like the 70s, God, great movies in the 70s, but like 90% of the greatest movies in the 70s were depressing as all get out.
Yep.
Because 70s were like, we were mired in Vietnam, and we just had Watergate and a bunch of, it was just like a depressing time for cinema. The movies kind of reflected it. There were a bunch of disaster movies. That was a big trend. A lot of people don't even realize, like Airplane, great comedy, is a parody of like airline
on the disaster
movies. Which was a whole genre in the 70s. So like movies were just hugely depressing. Like you just show up to the theater and they'd hand you a fucking 12 gauge and just tell you to go. But like
Second Amendment though, that's good.
7, Star Wars rolls around and it's a tribute. It's Flash Gordon. That's all it is. It's just Flash Gordon. And what's Flash Gordon? It's just beginning, middle, and end. Bad guys bad, good guys good guys win, and it's got the basic 3-act structure where the first movie's the introduction, second movie's the sad one, and the third one is where they wind up beating the bad guys, right?
Yes.
And so it's kind of, there was a zeitgeist thing going with it. Society was ready for that, right? The problem with the prequels was the first one comes out in 99 and does insanely well. And honestly, I don't think most of the negativity around that movie, at least that I remember, like walking out of the theater, there was a lot of positive buzz about Phantom Menace. It seems to me that it kind of moldered on the internet for years after. And it wasn't until around the time Attack of the Clones was about to come out that everyone kind of agreed Phantom Menace was shit. You know what I mean? Like it took a couple years for people to get that a little.
Well, and the media's portrayal also, I think the media was against obviously the whole aspect of oh my gosh, why am I blanking out right now?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar was the
because you wanted to Jar Jar Abrams because you couldn't think of things because Gary
trying to erase it from your memory.
I remember walking out of the theater confused on whether I liked the movie or not. I mean, seriously, because I wasn't sure how I felt. It's like, it's Star Wars. It's supposed to be good. But this movie had lightsabers in it. It was an awesome lightsaber fight. Anakin's a kid.
I was 11. I loved it.
Lightsaber fight in the whole
I was
oh, yeah.
I was a little kid, so I didn't have a opinion.
Yeah, but it's like, my point is, like, first movie comes out late 90s. I think it did pretty well for that reason. It was the right movie for the right time. It was a big spectacle, but it was just the introduction. Attack of the Clones is where it really goes awry. And if you look at when it comes out in 2002, post 9/11. And if you break down what Star Wars was, the original trilogy, basic 3-act structure, it's a happy story. Good guys win, Bad guys lose. That's what it is. Basic. The prequels, when you break them down, you're following Darth Vader getting progressively more evil.
Yeah.
Literally, it's a 3-act tragedy. So you released a tragedy immediately after 9/11.
Yeah.
So zeitgeist-wise, you can't be much more out of phase with pop culture than
No,
that.
no.
I think that was 90% of the problem, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, the movies have their issues, but it's also timing is a thing.
I think a huge problem when it comes to the prequels is everybody is so in love with the OT and has such great memories about it. And knowing going in how everything is going that everything has to line up to somehow episode 4 is going to happen. Somehow Anakin is going to die. Luke is going to be born. We know where we're going to go. So everybody already has in their mind planned out like what they think could happen, how they think it could happen. And then when they don't see it play out the way they think or they've had planned, then there's going to be a lot of people that are upset.
Well,
That's kind
you're
of
right,
one of the
man.
struggles.
Headcanon definitely plays a role.
Sure
with
does.
The reason why I don't like it, because I had my own expectations, and part of it too is the timeline doesn't feel like it syncs up. I mean, when you see Return of the Jedi,
It doesn't.
You know, Anakin's like in his 50s, mid 50s, and you're saying that oh he was actually in his 40s now. It's like, come on, you change some things.
Obi-Wan
and you muck with the formula a bit.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Anakin is Hayden Christensen. Didn't you see the Force Ghost?
Yes.
How could I
Part of the
forget?
problem,
Yeah, they changed all
and
that.
Ryan, part of the problem was George Lucas himself dropping hints about what happens, and they were in Bantha tracks and Starlog. So we had 10 years of reading that shit, knowing that there was a lava battle. There was a battle, and there was lava involved with Darth Vader, and all that stuff was out there already. So yeah, we had 10 years to think about it, and honestly, we didn't think we'd actually see it. I mean, like,
Yes, you're
we were
correct.
told they were going to get 3 more movies, but then George would hint that, like, maybe I'm not going to do them now, or the technology's not right. And we just we didn't believe them, and then it was kind of shocking when we heard that was actually going to happen. And it was more shocking when the Disney trilogy came out, to be honest with you. But yeah, our expectations were up, but like, you can't blame the fans for that. Like, they were put up by everything that was put out. And honestly,
George
we didn't need to see Darth. We didn't need to see Darth Vader as a kid.
Everything in one movie, essentially, which was the third
We've gone
one,
over this.
The Fall
Like,
of Anakin.
if Revenge of the Sith was the trilogy, I'd have fucking loved it. I'd have loved it.
And that's
is what it should have been.
Exactly. It should have been that.
You talk about headcanon. Like, I was blown away when I watched Revenge of the Sith, which it's one of the few like movies in the prequel trilogy. Like, I'm a defender of the prequels, but I would still put them near the bottom if I were to like rank the movies.
Right.
But like Revenge of the Sith is one of the few that actually winds up in my top 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
in my top
I-
2. Same.
I think that movie's actually really badass. And one of the reasons is, am I like crazy? Did George Lucas just plant this in my brain over the years as a kid? Or it's like he hardwired my brain when he did the duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan on the fucking bridge with the lava. And like, that's literally what I saw in my head when I was a little kid.
Kind of
You
the
know, like,
idea
what the
he
fuck? How do
gave.
you do this? What the fuck? It was probably in retrospect because he dropped hints in expanded universe material or whatever. But I thought that was badass. They did a
that
lot
fight
of
was great. I remember so many times when I was a kid, me and my brother would get swords and like recreate that exact fight. Like, we'd jump on the couch and we're fighting on that thing on the bridge, and then it breaks off, and now we're on that fight scene is so good, and that whole last movie is really great. The same way, like Razor, same way I put Revenge of the Sith like my top 3. That's why I put it up there.
No, it's a badass.
I love that movie.
And there's cool things. Even look, Attack the Clones is probably my least favorite Star Wars movie that I consider a Star Wars movie.
I was about to say, let me clarify that one real quick.
Star Wars movie. But even that has good shit in it. I love the speeder chase in Coruscant.
Yeah.
And, like little stuff here and there. I like the mystery stuff with Obi-Wan was kind of cool, and little things are pretty cool.
Attack of the Clones is my favorite.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
No, I was saying that's why Attack of the Clones is my favorite.
Yeah, really?
Yeah,
It is.
It is. It's her favorite.
No accounting for taste.
Well, the other thing too
Why
is
did I
I think
hang
it's
her
also
again?
very generational too, because both Gary and I are older than most of you, And so it's like, yeah, we grew up with the original Star Wars and not the prequels, which I think
We
is the
grew up
reason
when it
why
was the
that
first
is so
movie was
ingrained in
called
us.
Star Wars and not A New Hope.
I grew
So
up with it too.
Right.
In fact, I think my first experience with Star Wars was Super Star Wars on the Super Nintendo. And then I got the VHS One Last Time trilogy, right? The one where the last one before George Lucas started fucking with it.
Vader, like the black and blue kind of Vader one. Yes. Yeah, my dad had that one, and we watched that shit
By the
all
way,
the
if you're,
time.
if you're a VHS fiend and you want Star Wars, that's the one you should get.
Or I have an unopened
Star Wars
one. Still got the wrapping on it.
Despecialized, Harmy's Despecialized Edition, and Project 4K have the films as they were originally intended, and they are fantastic.
They look great. I have them. They're awesome.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But I mean, I grew up with that Star Wars.
Yeah.
I should have carried all kinds of fucking baggage, into that movie. But I walked out of the theater liking pretty much all of them, except Attack of the Clones. I thought was a little, mostly Attack of the Clones issue was just pacing, like right in the middle.
Yeah, that whole middle act is just boring as
and some
hell.
dialogue too. I mean,
but I'll still
I will defend. I will
I'm haunted
defend
by
in
the
Attack
kiss
of the.
But
you never should have given me.
But to dial this back, I absolutely agree
And the
that
acting.
Red Letter Media had a lot to do with a resurgence of that, because it was kind of like moving on. Like people were mad, but I don't know, like not that mad, not like Disney Star Wars mad, not even fucking close. People were just kind of over it. There was the you ruined my childhood bullshit of it, and that stuff was around. I felt more that way about the Crystal Skull personally, but the Crystal Skull is an offensively
That movie was trash.
I think we can all agree that film was worse than any of the prequels.
I had the adaptations from Dark Horse on my shelf, and I came back and I fucking threw them in the trash and threw them across the room. I was so fucking mad. That was a bad fucking movie. But yeah, I think it was dying down. But Red Letter Media, like a lot of people would come up and say, "Wow, I never knew that I didn't like it that way." But I agreed with a lot of them, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not the biggest. I'm not a fan.
They have some
of the
good
prequels.
points.
Yeah, I am not a fan of the prequels. But
to me, the best thing that came out of the prequels was the commentary that came afterwards, like Red Letter Media and the guy Aeronauts, the ones that did Jedi Party.
Yep.
Yeah. Or even Spoonie did some stuff on the prequels early on, and he wrote essays about it and reviewed it in that one what was that magazine he did? Was it Knights of the whatever the fuck Knights of the Dinner Table?
Knights of the Dinner Table. God, I haven't heard that in a long time.
So like a lot of people like made their names on shitting on the prequels. They're in the mid-aughts there. And I think that had a lot to do with it. Like it seemed to me public consensus was initially people seemed to like episode 1. Then by the time Attack of the Clones came around, it was like fucking Jar Jar, god damn it. And then Attack of the Clones comes out, Jar Jar's hardly in it. Initially everyone's like, I'm not sure, but hey, fucking Yoda and the goddamn laser sword fight at the end, that was pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Then Revenge of the Sith came out and everyone seemed to like it.
Yeah.
And then it seemed like the internet took over and it just became this like typhoon of tism.
Yeah.
Shakespeare compared to the Disney trilogy. Shakespeare
for sure.
I walked out of the first movie thinking I didn't even necessarily get I wasn't even particularly bothered by the whole we basically just remade the first movie thing. I just thought it was kind of vacuous and like, why do I care about any of these characters? And like, it didn't seem like a reason to give a fuck. But when Last Jedi came out, it was like every problem of the first movie was cranked to 11. And they threw
it was a big middle finger to the fandom for sure.
Yeah, and it just got progressively worse. And I happen to think, the one everyone forgives is Rogue One. I think Rogue One is where you really started to notice things were going awry.
I would agree.
I don't like that. I didn't like that movie that much.
It's not as good as people remember it.
I liked it the first time, but each time I saw it in the theater, I saw it 3 times. I liked it less and less.
She's terrible as a character.
So horrible. She's so wooden.
All the characters are terrible except for the fucking droid.
Well, and she's beating the shit out of stormtroopers too, barehanded.
Oh, God, that was dumb.
Force Awakens is an absolute pile of garbage. It is an empty world. Stakes that don't matter. You don't understand anything about the galaxy, anything that's happened over
It
the past.
requires you to have headcanon and fill in shit.
Yeah.
Like it requires you to go, oh, there's going to be some more stuff after this. So it's not that bad. It's actually kind of cool.
And then
there
Ryan
could
Johnson
be cool
comes
things happening.
in and says,
Yeah, and then Ryan Johnson
you.
goes, fuck you, bam, all that shit doesn't matter. You're like, oh, well, okay, I guess none of it matters.
Yeah.
And
I call
anything.
Force Awakens fool's gold because obviously I fell
Yeah,
for it.
yeah,
I was,
that's
you know,
perfect.
I was all in. I was all in, and it was just fool's gold.
Me too.
And,
Yeah.
You know, and
Well, it was
people
easy to let's put it this way. It was easy to like Force Awakens because they didn't have to pay anything off,
Mhm.
right? It was just
Yeah.
here's a setup for something that might be awesome.
Yeah.
You know,
Jar Jar Abrams.
down the line. It was like,
Well, I think that's the reason why I got a lot of leniency because it was the setup movie.
Right.
yeah, exactly. And I think once people realized that the payoff wasn't coming, or at least the
Yeah.
payoff was Luke is going to think too hard and disappear into a fucking dark cloud.
He took his metal arm with him.
Yeah. And people were
Yeah.
I wanted to hate Force Awakens. Like I was so bitter about the entire expanded universe getting, axed off. I wanted to go in. I went in wanting to hate it, trying to tell myself I had an open mind. I was glad that I hated it when I left the theater, and I'm glad that it paid off.
Well, that's the thing that pisses me off is they had a framework, man. You had the collapse of the empire.
Yep.
You could have had these imperial governors fighting each other along with the New Republic.
We don't have source
That was
material.
but we don't have source material.
Stepping back now because it's over 25,000 years of spanning stories.
Oh,
Well,
God.
and
It's
you
like,
see
Kathleen, can you shut the fuck up?
Kathleen Kennedy just walked that back this week.
Yep. She
Yeah.
suddenly,
Oh shit! I found a trove. Apparently, she just discovered thrift stores.
Yeah, right.
I discovered this trove
The
of
Thrawn
thrift stores.
trilogy.
Have you heard of Goodwill? I just discovered it the other day.
Yeah.
I found some Star Wars books there. Oh my God, there's a lot of material that we never knew about. What
My
happened?
name is Kathleen
Imagine.
Kennedy, and I just found out there's books.
There's books with words in them, and they talk about Star Wars.
Bob Iger, when they did that big presentation of him and George Lucas signing that contract, the whole thing, Bob Iger gave the little speech beforehand. We're not just buying, we're not just buying the movies. This whole world has already got, it has thousands of characters, thousands of worlds spanning 20,000 years. Bob Iger said those words. That all comes from the expanded universe. Those are all the stories he's talking about that they told that they bought.
And they pillaged it too.
Yeah, they fucking took little bits and pieces everywhere. Rise of Skywalker clearly has so many little elements picked from Dark Empire in it. Even Chris Terrio was sitting there with book 2 of the Thrawn trilogy, Dark Force Rising, literally a copy of that sitting next to him in the writer's room. It doesn't mean that he was reading it, I suppose, but
maybe skimming it.
Goddamn, the Force Awakens. It's right there in the first movie. Fucking, who is Kylo Ren if not emo Darth Revan from Knights of the Old Republic? Like, fucking, they literally copied the character design.
Well, I think they really tried to, they copied that character design, but then they went off Jason Solo, Darth Caedus.
Yep.
Like that clear inspiration, a dollar store ripoff of Jason Solo. And it's fucking trash. Fuck Disney Star Wars.
Yeah.
I agree. The Force Awakens lost me when, so you have Kylo Ren, his dad's ship is the Millennium Falcon, and you've got Finn, who was in this First Order. He's been trained up from birth. And like one of the things, you need to have a fixation point when you are trying to train a military, an army. Your soldiers, your fighters, they have to have symbols that are, that they can fixate on, something that is more tangible. So there's no way that Finn isn't going to recognize the Millennium Falcon on sight. That's just basic 101 training. And like when you look at they bragged it up so much too. They're like, oh, we have the best ever. They're trained from birth to destroy the resistance and support the Empire. So there's no way, like if you want to give everybody else on that planet a pass, including Rey, who is, the incredible Wonder Rey. Everyone else a pass on that, fine. But there's no reason whatsoever that Finn isn't going to at least recognize the model of the ship right off the bat.
Listen, you're thinking about details that that they haven't considered to this day. They're just flat out not gonna. They're too fucking lazy.
Doesn't matter to them.
Millennium Falcon was in there for the same reason they brought X-Wings back. It was fucking
nostalgia.
That's all that was. come on. Like, so much shit was put in those movies for fucking fan serve. I mean, for Christ's sake, where the fuck did they find Luke's lightsaber? Didn't it fall down into a goddamn...
That's a story for another time.
Another time, yeah.
That's a story for Darth Vader. That's a story for Darth Vader issue 5.
Right.
Yep.
Currently running right now.
Yeah, it fell into a fucking gas giant. I mean, they never would have found that thing.
Yeah.
No, but that doesn't matter to Jar Jar Abrams, who doesn't care about time or space.
But he does care about getting white supremacy out of his workplace.
He does.
Yeah.
And that brings me to, like, I honestly, to this day, think George Lucas, part of the reason he sold it was because he was getting dogpiled so hard. He was like, what the fuck?
I've said that many times, man. I've said the exact same thing.
I mean, literally, I think at a certain point, it was like, dude, I'm going to get an ulcer. What the fuck is this?
It was an emotional. It was an emotional
Like,
move.
seriously, well, he wanted to be free of it. It was too much stress, and a lot of that is just dogpiling. For like, I think the fever pitch of it was that shitty movie, The People versus George Lucas thing.
Yeah.
I thought was like, I don't know if you guys heard about how that shit was produced, but like, they literally lied to people who had been on the movies and were like,
oh wow, that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, we're gonna make like a flattering Star Wars documentary and shit, and then it turned into a giant hit piece on George Lucas. I guess Mark.
It certainly was, but
Yeah,
I'm not going
Mark
to disagree
Hamill
with some of the
thought
things I said.
He almost was in the movie. Mark Hamill was, and then he caught wind that they're actually BSing everyone. It's going to be like a shit on George Lucas hour, and so he reneged from it. But some people weren't so smart. Some people who worked with George Lucas wound up being in that fucking movie. Just ridiculous.
Whoops, awkward.
Odin's got to go. So
all right.
Odin.
Yeah, sorry, my wife's calling me now. So anyway, I love you guys. You all have a good one. It's been great as always.
Odin, plug your channel real quick, bud.
Check me out over at Odin's Movie Vlog. Make sure you show the love to all these other people. Gary, put them on screen right now, damn it.
Thanks, Odin. Uncomfortable.
No. But yeah, support all of these beautiful, especially Lady Gravemaster, of course.
Simp. Hey, right here, Perry Chan. Watch this real quick before you leave. Perry Chan's got a new one for us. You ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
That's me.
It's yours? No, my mother said she found it in your closet. Look, Dad, it's where did you get it? Dad, answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You all right? I'm not watching you.
Well, then you learn from a pro, son.
I learned it from watching you.
Yes.
Damn, this guy's cool then, man.
All right.
Nice. Hail Perry Chan.
See ya.
Bye, Odin.
Yeah.
See ya.
Good night.
God damn, yeah. Fucking
quick.
So Star Wars, do you think they're going to change directions? Do you think DC, I always say it, Disney is going to change their ways and they're going to purge the company of its SJWs and they're going to see the light? Or, I mean, because they kind of need to, though, because I do believe Hollywood's at a crossroads.
One thing a lot of people aren't considering is one of the reasons, if you look at the way they've gotten paused or SJW'd or whatever you want to whatever you want to call it, they've ramped it up, or Kathleen Kennedy has, since the criticism has emerged. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's actually an attempt from Kathleen Kennedy to have some job security. Because if you look at, as soon as she started being criticized more and more and more, what did she start talking about? First female director of a Star Wars thing. First female-centric TV show on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
She is trying to, if they fire her, they're firing the lady who greenlit all of the first female ever things. So it's an attempt. It's basically a blast shield for her. She is trying to prevent them from being called big. Otherwise they're going to be called bigots if they fire her.
No, and it's working perfectly. I mean,
I honestly think that's what it is at this point. I mean, it might have started as her just wanting to inject her cringy politics into the movies, but I've noticed that ramping up, and it's becoming more and more obvious that that's what's going on.
Yeah,
I will be very interested to see how Gina Carano is treated at Lucasfilm moving forward, depending on what happens with her character. Because again, my biggest criticism, along with the 10,000 criticisms I've had of Lucasfilm, is I've always said, if Lucasfilm is this inclusive company that's all about diversity and all this other shit, which we know they're not, where are the people that don't agree with the left-wing politics? Because I see these people that work for Lucasfilm consistently screaming their left-wing stuff. And Gina Carano's not necessarily saying right-wing stuff as much as she's just saying normal, logical thinking stuff on Twitter.
That's right-wing stuff now,
she's
Jeremy.
She's not pushing the far left narrative, so therefore she's automatically a Nazi, according to all the people on Twitter. So, but she's clearly going against the grain, and the people that you all see, the people, the weirdos, the Brian, I can't remember his name now, Brian Youngs of the world, and all of them. They are they're not happy with the fact that she won't repeat the talking points. So it'll be interesting how she's treated moving forward. But no, I think Star Wars is fucking dead. I think, like I said, there's little things that even I'm looking forward to the Mandalorian season 2. I enjoyed Clone Wars season 7, but overall it's shit. And nobody's looking forward to anything moving forward from a film standpoint.
My enthusiasm is completely dead. Like it's completely dead for anything Star Wars right now. You killed it. Thanks a lot. I was like your number one fan, and you killed it. It's not coming back.
It's not coming back. And what you need to do, and again, this is not realistic, and I totally understand that, but this is the sarcasm that what it would take. What it would take was a public firing of Kathleen Kennedy and a public dismissal of Rian Johnson and a restraining order where Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy can't come within 500 miles of a Star Wars production. And the only way they would be able to come within that is if President Trump signed an executive order granting them permission to pass through within 500 miles. That's it. Outside of that, fuck, I don't care. Fuck Disney, Star Wars. Fuck Lucasfilm. I wish Kathleen Kennedy the worst. I don't like her. I think she's terrible.
So what you're saying is it subverted your expectations.
Yeah, I was expecting to like it.
I don't think as far as these rumors go about Disney, getting out all the woke and SJW people, that's fucking bullshit in my opinion. I don't think that's happening. Nice. They're only like going to push harder, right? That's all that's going to happen. That's what we see with Marvel. The next phase of Marvel is completely about that as well. I don't see. I think we talked about a little bit. I don't know who the woke SJW Gestapo are going to be, knocking on cubicles and saying, hey, what do you think about Trump? And if you say anything negative, woke SJW, get out of here. It's not going to happen.
It's not happening. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I do think you're starting to see, if there's anything positive on the horizon, there is starting to be some blowback from shareholders and shit.
Yes.
So and it's not just happening at Disney, by the way. It's happening at a few other companies. Didn't Fox just have an issue with this? Anyways, like I'm starting to notice it happen already. Again, call me a cockeyed optimist. I have a feeling after the election, when we're not in an election season, mind you, the last 4 years has been like a nonstop election season.
Yeah,
but like.
Crazy.
Once there's not an immediate political imperative for them, I do have a feeling some of them, they're already starting to rein it in just a little for monetary reasons. Keep in mind, guys.
Exactly. Yeah,
I agree.
They can't afford to keep up anymore.
Mind, I've said this before. Like Disney, it's hard to even feature now, but like I don't know, just over 10 years ago, they almost went bankrupt. Like they're not that far removed from the Disney that almost went out of business. They bought a bunch of licenses in the late aughts and turned their business around and bought Marvel and bought, all that stuff. And that kind of saved them. But for a few years there, they were like treading on thin ice. They couldn't get anyone to go see their movies. They stopped making animated films.
They kind of go, it's like a cycle. It's a Disney cycle. They go up and they go down. And then,
so
it almost always happens that they try to like undercut, because if you look at that cycle, like in the 90s animated, Disney did so well. You had Beauty and the Beast, you had Little Mermaid, you had the Renaissance
of animation.
And but you had a balance of male and female. Like you had strong princes and you had strong princesses, and they really they worked together. There was something that boys and girls could both sort of emulate after. But
you broke up there. She cut out.
We lost.
But,
I think your mic.
No,
you
I listen. Hopefully it does change because it was changing prior to 2019. Things were changing. The movies were flopping.
Yeah.
And every time they come out with something like that, it's still going to flop, by the way. Problem is, and I've said it a bunch on the channel, sorry for repeated information, but since the rioting and the looting, Hollywood thinks the perception in the country has changed just because each town has like 1,000 people running around burning shit down. Like the entire country actually believes this movement, which is not fucking happening at all.
And it's peacefully, by the way.
I'm sorry, peaceful burning.
Mostly peaceful.
Peacefully burning and destroying businesses. I know it's all done. It's reparations or whatever, but that's not the case. The customer. Our taste hasn't changed. If you come out with woke shit tomorrow, it will fail again. Yeah. So
it's gonna fail harder, I think.
And it's
harder and faster
because you combine all this with the fact that due to the pinko pox, nobody is going to movie theaters, right? So they're having to release their movies on digital streaming platforms. And if you think some of these studios are going to go back to releasing in theaters afterward when it's much cheaper and they make more money releasing on streaming platforms, I mean, some of them are going to go back to theaters. In fact, a lot of them are, but not all of them. It's the genie's not going back in the bottle.
Right.
I'm saying this.
Yeah, movie theaters were going down for a while. I used to work at one for a long time. I could see it slowly going down over the period that I worked there. This just sped up the process. This is just going to speed it all up. It's going to turn movie theaters into a kitschy thing like bowling alleys or like drive-in movie theaters. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like, oh, hey, guys, we haven't been to a movie in like 8 years. Let's go to a movie theater. It's going to go back to that.
Now. Only honestly, now with the Rona, people are actually going to drive-ins.
Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking about going to one this week. So
you should.
Drive-ins are dope.
Yeah.
There's some around. You should.
I can't wait to go.
Gonna come to the one by me. We're gonna go together.
We're gonna go together. Let's not wear our masks and not social distance and trigger some Karens. Hail all, be safe, well, and have a kick-ass show. Christopher, A.K. the Good Reverend. Thank you, Christopher Gorey, for $4.99. Primark Vulcan for $1.99 says, hail Friday Night Tights and hail Razor Fist. Hell yeah. Thanks again for coming on the show, man. This is fucking great. I'm having a good time. Oh, I should plug your book again one more time. Let's plug his book one more time. We need to do this a bunch. So this one, we don't have a release date yet, but we will.
I'm going to do a formal video announcement on my channel when we have a release date. I had teased September 1st, but as I said earlier in the stream, that's not going to happen. We're going to have to push that back, but we are going to open pre-orders at some undetermined date, probably over the next couple of weeks. And because everything's already locked in, we already got it pretty much done. But
there you go.
Long Moonlight. It's the first in a series called Night Vale that is going to be an ongoing series following the continuing adventures of an independent thief in sort of a low dark fantasy world. Sort of it's just a fantasy noir, basically.
Is there going to be an audiobook?
Sorry, is there what?
Is there going to be an audiobook?
Oh, I've already started recording chapters of it.
Yes.
So if we don't release a retail audiobook, I'll release audiobook chapters on my channel or something.
Nice. There you go.
Whatever.
That'll be cool.
I love the idea. If you can scroll down a little, Gary, and see the map. I love the idea of that map, being able to read along in the story and have all these spots marked of exactly where the stuff's happening. I think that's so cool.
Yeah, that's it's sounding like we might be able to swing the cloth map in a deluxe, one of the, because we're gonna do pre-orders, so we'll have the basic, you pay $10 or whatever it is, because it's a novelette, it's not a really expensive thing. You'll have your basic paperback, I just pre-ordered the book, that's what I get version, and then you'll probably have a deluxe something, and so that'll probably have a poster and maybe a cloth map with it, it's sounding like.
Will be a PlayStation exclusive.
Right. It'll come with a Kinect, actually. But no, that's either way. The map will be printed in the book. So
Good. Well, I want the clock map.
an overworld map too, but we'll see if we can swing that. Because I don't know. It's one city. That's what I like about it. It's a very. I started writing this a different story, a high fantasy, like more of an epic, when I was about 10 years old, and then came back to it when I was about 15, 16. Did another pass at it. It was going to be like a duology, and I got about halfway through the second book and kind of stopped. Wanted to do another draft, but in the meantime, the world was really like well fleshed out, like bunch of different languages. I wrote out like 2,000 years of history. It was really detailed. And so like the world is huge and has a ton of history and stuff that goes into it. And this is just one tiny little city. And honestly, just a few streets within that city. So yeah, you could conceivably have more maps that would come with it.
Yeah,
or
that's really cool.
Book, yeah.
So what'd you use to create the map?
Oh, that actually, I did that in a fucking like a map generator thing, a fantasy map generator thing. Nice. Yeah, because I had drawn one freehand, but I wanted it to look a little bit more precise. But yeah, that was like a fantasy map generator thing that I found.
That exists. I love that exists.
Cartographer.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, and then we did some illustrating of our own and changed it a bit. So,
well, good. I have a replacement for my King's Landing map because that book series is never going to finish. So I'll read one that is. Goddamn George.
Well, you know, if wokeness will not forsake our favorite mediums, you got to jump in dick first and get some shit done.
That's right.
So.
Yeah, I think it's a.
This is an utterly apolitical endeavor. That's the hilarious part of it all. Nobody who wanted to cancel me even bothered reading the fucking thing.
Yeah.
So, no politics of any kind, right or left. It's got no gender politics of any kind, right or left, which is the entire reason I wanted to write it. Because Jesus Christ, can we stop pelting people over the head?
But that's why. That's why they're upset, because you're not pushing their narrative. Therefore, if you're not pushing their narrative, you are, you're hurting their cause.
You're not putting the fist up in the air. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's like in comics, like in the gatekeeping in comics, like in some industries, you could just call it gatekeeping or cancel culture. But in comics, where like 5 1/2 dudes draw and write the lineup for an entire company, like let's just call it what it is. It's a job protection program.
Yeah.
Like seriously, you'd be finding fresh and new fucking bullshit to disqualify complete strangers from taking your job if you were one of 14 people on the planet being paid to fucking do it. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think the far left love unions so much?
Yep.
Unions are basically 8 shitbags with seniority, pinching a poo log on everyone else from on high, basically, all while claiming to care about the plight of their fellow fucking workers.
Exactly.
That's that idea. It's just gatekeeping. That's all.
No, that when I went to my little producer school, that's the first thing they said is unions aren't for preserving. They're not for the worker. They're for preserving our jobs. The people who are there already. That's it. It's gatekeeping. That's what they said out loud. They had no problem with it.
Wow.
Nikki.
Oh yeah. That by the way, I have it on good authority. Basically, the people who canceled me came right out and said it's gatekeeping. Like pretty much.
No pretense.
No
just
kidding.
We don't like them.
We're totally unrepentant. It's hilarious. But it doesn't. It like I said.
Well, that's kind of funny because Kelly Sue DeConnick said something about gatekeeping.
It's like a mild inconvenience, anyways. But it's hilarious. It was already done, and I already had other deals lined up. So it's just kind of petty and stupid.
Yep.
And they wind up. The only person I feel bad for, honestly, and I don't want anyone bothering them because it's really not their fault, is my publisher, because they're the ones. There was a ton of interest in this. Not that it's going to be the biggest book in history or anything, but a bunch of people signed up for the newsletter shit. So if that's any indication, it was going to do really well. And now they're the ones who don't get money from it.
Yeah,
and that's kind of fucked up. They just screwed their own company. A completely apolitical book, and they didn't want to carry it because I don't vote for the right people.
Stupid.
Wrong think.
Well,
Got the wrong thing.
Even if you're centrist at this point, you're going to have to go and print your own stuff now. You're not going to be able to get in, especially in the publishing realm.
And the hilarious part is they're gatekeeping someone who already got in the gate.
Yeah.
I've not only am I already published, I'm already published by this company.
Yes.
I've already written things for things that they have already published. Don't tell anyone. So it's it's like closing the barn door after the horse is already out. It's fucking silly and petty and just nonsense.
Oh my God. I was looking at the Hugo Awards for George R. R. Martin when they were calling him a transphobe.
By the way, I was nominated for.
Really?
2 years in a row. Yeah.
Brilliant. They're a shadow of their former self. They are ridiculous now. And every person who won talked about white privilege, talked about white supremacy, the systematic white supremacy in America. I'm like, I thought this was like for sci-fi books.
Yep.
Not a mention of it, not a word. I played the acceptance speech of somebody who won a new writing award, and she said, I'm sorry I ever got into the publishing industry, and thank you for the award, you racists." It was fucking great. Oh my God.
Wow.
Yep. And
I've brought it up before with you, Gary, I believe, but I have a friend. She was writing a story. It was going to be sort of this historical fiction story, but it was based in. So her character was she had a male protagonist, and she took it to the publishing companies, and they said, well, they basically told her that there wasn't enough representation in her book, and if she could correct that, that would be a lot better. It was a black male lead in 13th century Africa, and that wasn't good enough.
Nope.
They didn't have enough representation. She was like, but it's
you can't win with these people.
It was just insane because she's telling me this, and I was like, "You're kidding, right?" And she's like, "Nope."
No, imagine when this creeps up into because this hasn't reached Hollywood yet, believe it or not. There's SJWs and NPCs and they're woke, but this level, this Antifa level, we saw it. Quarter Black, Razer Fist. We went to New York Comic Con, and John F. Trent from Bounding Into Comics, Quarter Black, and yours truly went to an fucking Antifa
I missed
panel.
this, and I'm very. I don't know if I should be happy or sad.
Antifa panel at a Comic Con.
Been there,
and it was nightmarish. What we saw, it's everything we're seeing on the streets
straight up Antifa.
Right now. Yeah, it was
straight up Antifa talking about how
crazy.
I don't want to talk to white people. We shouldn't have compassion for white people. Like, it was. I don't know, Gary, but for me, I was like, am I sitting in a Klan rally right now?
Yeah,
like
that's what it felt like.
That way, but like in the opposite, obviously. But yeah, like it was horrible.
And it's funny because I have like a before and after portrait now because I went in 2007 to New York Comic Con and it was just about comics. And the movies were about to come out because that first wave of Marvel movies was about to come out.
Or Iron Man 2008.
Yeah. So Iron Man was about to come out and there was other stuff, but like literally we got to have dinner with Joe Quesada because our comic shop was actually the biggest comic chain in the country at that time. Cool. So he was on a first name basis with fucking Joe Quesada and Dan DiDio and shit like that. So I get to find out, like at that time, I remember Daredevil, my favorite and the best Marvel book right now. If you're going to buy a Marvel book, go get Daredevil. It's not political and it's just a good crime superhero comic. But anyways, like there was a storyline going on at the time where there were two Daredevils running around. It was the Ed Brubaker Daredevil run, which is really fucking good.
Great.
And nobody knew who the other Daredevil was. And they fucking spoiled it for me at the goddamn I was so pissed, but they were talking about stuff that was about to come out and whatnot. It was interesting. I found out about different stuff. I knew, for example, when people were guessing who the next editor-in-chief of Marvel was going to be, I was like, you guys know it's going to be C.B. Cebulski, right? And they're like, well, how do you know that? What are you talking about? Blah, 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 blah. And it turned out it was C.B. Cebulski. And I could tell you exactly why, because at that dinner, Joe Quesada could not put his 12-foot CB Saboner away for 5 fucking minutes. Like, it was obvious. Anointed. And that was in 2007, guys. Like, he could not put it in his pants. So I knew that guy was going to be the next editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics. But yeah.
And he's been worthless, but he's a good little yes man. At least he was better than.
Oh, we all know it's Sama Amanat who's running things.
Yes. Why am I? Who in the hell was the one who left in the middle of the week because he didn't get fired? But I'm blanking on his name. He was friends with Derek, the previous editor, Comics Division. Help me. Before CB Sobolski.
It vacated my head right after you asked me.
The asshole who brought in
Axel Alonso.
Axel, yes, Axel Alonso. Yeah, that guy fucking. Oh my god, I knew he would be terrible from the get go. But I can't read Marvel right now. I'm like done with. And it's probably not it. You know, I didn't pick up the Daredevil book, but it's been the act of everybody who works at Marvel and everybody in the industry and watching. You know. And this is the shitty thing about being on Twitter, because I witness how shitty these people can be.
I know.
They're so fucking
like if you ever
how petty.
Seriously, if you ever have if you have bulimia, for example, and you don't quite feel like putting your finger down your throat, go ahead and head on over to Dan Slot's Twitter feeds.
Yep.
Oh God, fuck that guy.
20 minutes.
Fuck that guy.
You'll
Fuck
be
that guy.
binging and
I'm blocked actually.
Uninterrupted.
I'm blocked as well.
Oh yeah, fuck. Dan Slott or Mark goddamn Wade. Holy shit.
They are both the biggest pieces of shit.
Yeah, and they've completely turned me off to modern comics. And then when Tom King was out there and he tried to cancel a guy who just did a cover for Ethan, who just did a job, took a couple, few $100, whatever it was, maybe $1,000, forgot about it. And then he's going to bury his dog. Jay Lee is going to bury the ashes of his dog, and he finds out he's almost getting canceled because he did this fucking cover. And the people because Tom King woke up, former CIA agent Tom King woke up one morning and goes, I just want to cancel another Asian man today. And I had enough. I'm like done with the modern comic industry, and it sucks. But
yeah, and let's not forget that he went after Feisty Fan, who was a manager of a comic book store because of the whole fucking Batwedding
tried to get her
issue.
fired. Tried to get her fired. Yep.
Tried to get her fired.
Yep. Because she was trying to warn people that they weren't going to marry Batman and Catwoman. It was all a bunch of bullshit. It was a big hoodwink. The good times.
They're trying to warn. They were trying to fucking warn people that even though they're giving away these promotional invitations to the wedding from Alfred and all this crap, that really it's all just a scam. How many people do you think single-handedly Tom King, with his shitty fucking Batman run, drove away from comics that literally just won't come back? Because maybe that was the last thing that they were reading. The last thing they were holding on to was his Batman.
Yep.
It's why I stopped reading Batman. It was because of that shit.
Yeah.
Especially after what he did to Feisty. I was like, fuck this book. I'm done.
Yep. A fucking comic professional. So Feisty, it's cat's out of the bag now. She used to work in she does work in a comic shop, and she was part of a Facebook group that they found out about it, and Tom King basically groomed her. He got really friendly with her just so he could find out who was the one who ratted out somebody in this Facebook group. And he found out and then ratted her out, almost got her fired, got the shop kicked out of the Facebook group. I mean, fuck these Facebook groups anyway, and who has access to them. And DC got all mad. Listen, you set up a fake wedding for 50 issues all so they could uber cuck Batman. I mean, that it was just like the ultimate cuck. That's all they wanted to do. And they probably thought that was just subverting expectations. That's all they were doing, was subverting expectations. Fuck them.
Well, I'm subverting their expectations with my money by not giving it to them.
Yep. So Razer Fist, before it keeps flying out of my head. What'd you think of Daredevil season 3?
I did a review of it. I did a video review of it, but there were some red flags for me heading in. I had seen the new show. So they've had a different set of showrunners for every season.
Yep.
First season was Stephen S. DeKnight, who I actually reviewed season 1, and he commented he actually liked it.
Oh, no shit.
The review that I did of it. Cool guy. If you follow him on Twitter, he's actually a really chill guy and clearly just wanted to make the best show he possibly could. And he did. It's a fucking great show.
Yep.
Season 2 was two guys that he had worked with who basically inherited the show. So it was a natural evolution from Stephen S. DeKnight, and I love season 2.
Me too.
And season 3 seemed like it was trying to be season 1 with half the budget.
Mm-hmm.
To me,
Yeah.
it didn't seem like it didn't. The cinematography seemed to take a hit. The acting was still great. The writing was still by and large great. There were little red flags because it came out.
That Karen episode, though.
Yeah, and a bit. I mean, how did you take? You should have known, because Karen in the comics is her own worst enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she in the comics, she's the one who leaves Matt Murdock to go be like a feminist icon, right? This is what happens in the Bronze Age, in like the 60s and 70s. What happened in the story was she wanted to go be a reporter, and so she leaves at a certain point, and she's literally not in the comic anymore.
Yep.
And it turns out when Frank Miller comes on that her career didn't work out, and she gets hooked on the smack in the crack whore.
got a little dark.
Yeah.
Look, that happens to women who go to Hollywood. I'm sorry to break it to you, but this actually does fucking happen. How do you think the porn industry continues to exist?
Yep.
So
praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, like so honestly, like it was an interesting little arc for her, but she was her own enemy. Like, she was her own worst enemy. She made her own mistakes. Whereas in the TV show, they kind of make her a victim of circumstance, and everybody else is the asshole.
Yep.
Yeah. And she has a bad boyfriend. You know, that's basically the story. She has a bad boyfriend who gets her hooked on blow, and that's your dark Karen origin. I just thought was so cringe. And of course, she comes from the Pacific Northwest. Her name is Karen.
Yeah, this is true. No, I listen. I thought season 1 for me.
No, actually, she was from Vermont, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was from Vermont.
That's right. Yeah, no, I got that wrong. They just shot it.
It's kind of, yeah, but it's the Pacific Northwest of the East Coast. So no, I listen. I agree. I think Daredevil season 1 and 2. I just want an excuse to talk about it. It's the best thing Marvel has produced, in my opinion. Period. It might be the
best superhero thing produced. Like, it's so fucking good. It does the same thing tonally in a lot of ways that the Dark Knight did, but it has more time to explore it, to dedicate to it. Gets deeper. Yeah, it's better in some ways than the Dark Knight because it just has more time to play with those themes. Which is really fucking cool. And I'm not saying season 3 is bad. It's not. I thought Bullseye was handled really well, and different. You know, of course, fucking Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin is amazing.
Always great.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But you could sense that it was towards the end of the Netflix thing. Netflix was kind of over the Marvel shows, and Daredevil wasn't pushing enough of an agenda to keep them around, and they cut their budget. You could tell. In fact, if I remember correctly, Kevin Smith on the Fat Man on Batman podcast, when Daredevil first started, Kevin Smith had inside knowledge, obviously being on a first name basis with Jeff Loeb, that like he knew the exact number that they had for a budget on season 1. And then he knew the exact number for season 2. And it was like every season it kept going down. So it seemed like they wanted to introduce it real big and spend a shitload of money because they were going to try and reel you into the cheaper shows, but the cheaper shows didn't really take off.
Yep.
So they just started lowering the budgets, and you can kind of feel that in Daredevil season 3.
It was unfortunate that I think that it was connected, that it ended up getting lumped in with all the other Defenders shows. If they would have just left it as its standalone thing and maybe done Punisher with it, I think that it would have been so good. But they wanted to make their little Defenders universe, and
which flopped.
To me,
that was not good.
Fucking snooze fest. Jessica Jones is cringe. Iron Fist is a cuck. Like, it just, I couldn't get totally invested in them. And then when it all came together for Defenders, it just wasn't any good. It didn't seem.
It wasn't an event because it was 2 successful shows and 2 not successful shows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mixed together.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was it really sucked because there's important Daredevil stuff that happens in the Defenders.
Yes.
So you kind of, before you watch season 3, you almost have to watch the Defenders, which is a total snooze.
Yep.
Which is a shame. But fortunately, it's a short snooze. It's more of a nap.
Yeah.
I never liked the character Elektra in the shows. I completely hated the actress that was acting in the character.
Totally.
I did not like her. I did not like her at all. And then they based a lot of that on the Defenders, on like her kind of coming back. I thought she was better in the Defenders than in Daredevil season 2, at least to me.
No,
but yeah, she annoyed the shit out of me.
I loved her in season 2. I thought she was okay in Defenders. It's kind of silly. They brought her back as a zombie and she was fucking couldn't remember things. I thought that was kind of goofy. It felt like a CW show.
Yeah.
She's like laying in his bed. I remember his bed.
Too, I thought she was awesome.
I
she
did
was
too.
maybe my favorite part of season 2.
I did not like her at
season
all.
2.
She was better than what's her name that did the Elektra movie.
I mean,
Jennifer Garner.
Jennifer Garner.
Yeah, Jennifer Gardner.
Like the John Bernthal Punisher, like he was so good in Daredevil season 2.
Yep.
And I think that like two things that I will always remember. And I feel like fight scenes are something that sometimes they stand out to you, and sometimes you can watch something and forget all about it. It can still be a great show. But the season 1 where they did the one camera shot through the hallway was absolutely stunning for that to happen.
Yes.
And then in season 2, the fight in the prison. Those two things I will never forget about those for the rest of my life.
Stairwell fight with
Stairwell fight's solid as well. Yeah,
that's
Holy
true.
Shit. And season 3, to its credit, has one of those too in the prison. In season 3, which was amazing. Like they went totally.
Yes.
It's like I said, I don't have a problem. Season 3 is still really, really good. I just thought it was a marginal step down. And at the end, they kind of pussed out where you could tell they were leaning toward killing Karen off, and they stepped back. Didn't do. And then to like really, if there were any politics in it, this was it. She winds up saving Daredevil. She winds up being the hero, basically. And
of course,
Bullseye. Of course, she not only doesn't die, but she winds up being the one to kick his ass. Not so much, but whatever. It happened.
You guys got me depressed talking about John Bernthal's Punisher. I mean, that man was he is as good of a casting that's ever been for a superhero.
Charlie Cox too. Like he was.
Charlie Cox was great.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't disagree. You guys know I put the Dark Knight on a pedestal. But I don't disagree with the fact that if you take season 1 and 2 of Daredevil, that is arguably as good of superhero content we've ever seen. I mean, it's fantastic, and I think it like. The first 4 episodes of season 2 are just some of this. It's absolutely incredible with the Punisher and Daredevil dynamic and the job that both of those guys did. Incredible stuff.
That's what comic books.
I honestly, I haven't seen I never watched season 3. I think I was just kind of checked out of everything. And it's like with Punisher season 2, I watched the first episode
either.
I watched the first episode and I loved Punisher season 1, but I watched the first episode of Punisher season 2 and something felt weird about it to me. And apparently it went down
was
bad.
terrible, man.
So
that season was terrible. But my problem with Punisher is that we saw him being Punisher for like the first 5 minutes, and then like the last scene. It's like, make him be the fucking Punisher, not the Punisher in retirement, not Frank Castle. That's basically what it was. They should have called it. They should just call it Frank Castle.
No, they should have called it. They should have called it Marine Man, because
Marine Man,
way too fucking military. Way too fucking military. It was like it was all about Frank Castle, ex-soldier, ex-Marine.
Yeah.
It should have been called Mr. Marine. And he honestly, I wanted to see Punisher on the street, shooting shitbags
with a fucking skull on his chest, mowing shit down.
Yeah, he'd be running around wasting, drug dealers.
We got that. We got more of that in Daredevil season 2 than we got in.
We did.
Yeah.
You're correct.
No, Netflix backed way off of the superhero stuff. I mean, Iron Fist was the worst. It's the best example of SJW storytelling. That is
Jeff Loeb. That's Jeff Loeb. Jeff Loeb dictated, we can't see Iron Fist in the outfit. We can't see, he was the guy who kept trying to mitigate the superhero elements. And it was dumb because, for instance, this is probably I didn't even mention this when I was talking about Daredevil season 3. He's never in the fucking suit.
Yep.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They take his suit and he never puts it back on. Even after, in a storyline context, it makes no sense for him not to be wearing his suit.
That really irritated
That
me.
was a
It's
deliberate
huge-
decision that pissed me off.
Bullseye takes the suit. They establish later on in the season that it's a case of mistaken identity. And then Daredevil, just because it's basically fan service for people who liked season 1 but didn't like season 2, he just keeps wearing the stupid black mask for no reason. Makes absolutely no fucking sense.
I love the fucking costume too. I thought it was great. No,
Yeah,
it was a good
It was a very good costume.
And this is the guy who wrote Long Halloween. Like Jeff Loeb, there's people, you rise above your station sometimes, and you can be a great comic book writer, but not much else. And I know Jeff Loeb had worked in, same goes for Jeff Johns. He worked in TV before too, but like he's just a better comic book writer than working in Hollywood. And Jeff Loeb gave us fucking the Inhumans, for Christ's sake. So, I mean, he did some good stuff too, but what Steven DeKnight and Drew Goddard was involved in the development of Daredevil season 1, and he backed out right before the show began production. But there was a ton of stuff he was involved in. He's good too. So fuck. I hope they bring. I hope they bring the cast back.
It's sounding like it's gonna come back.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is some of the actors are the ones stumping hardest for it. Like Vincent D'Onofrio, since Daredevil, he was always famous, right? But he has been super in demand since Daredevil because he got so many accolades for his performance as the Kingpin, because he was amazing.
Perfection.
Oh yeah, big time.
He was like the Al Swearingen of the fucking Marvel universe. Like it was incredible. So he, like, the fact that he's still pushing for Daredevil, like that he still wants it to happen, I think it's going to happen after the rights to the show revert back to Marvel, which I think they're just about to.
They're close.
It's probably going to be on Disney Plus or maybe some kind of Marvel stream.
Yeah, I heard some rumor that it was going to be the same actors, but like not the same world. I've heard that, where it's going to they're going to bring it back, but they don't have like the rights to like that story, so it's going to be a different world with the same actors. I don't know.
Who knows? I know Charlie Cox would do it, and I wouldn't want to be anyone else. I mean, he's so good as Daredevil. So yeah, I'd also like to see a Daredevil video game. I don't know why that's off the fucking menu.
Yeah, same.
I still I wanted a Constantine sequel, but now I don't think I do. I don't think.
Why? What's going on?
Well, because there's complaints with the first one about how it was too religious, and so that tells me that these people don't have any.
Constantine.
I don't. That's my whole point. Like the people who are lobbying these complaints about how he drinks and he smokes and there's too much religion, and it's trying to push religion onto people. So if it was all of that stuff, like they want it to be supernatural, where Constantine isn't so much into talking to the lore, like all of that background. They just want them to slay demons and like read and call it lore.
So the Solomon Kane treatment, basically what they've tried to do to Solomon Kane recently. You got literally a fucking Puritan Avenger who's killing heathens,
right?
And like wasting Muslim slavers and shit in the Robert E. Howard pulps, and they reduce him to a fucking vampire slayer and shit like that. Like what? Like there's supernatural stuff in the Robert E. Howard books for sure, but in recent adaptations, all the Solomon.
Thank you for putting me onto that, by the way. Solomon Kane is such a fucking badass. Like those books are
it's my
so
favorite. I love Conan. I'm not bashing Conan, but my favorite Robert E. Howard character by far is Solomon Kane. He's so badass.
Yes.
Yep. I even like that dumb movie that came out. I like it.
It's not a dumb movie. It's an awesome.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I thought it was totally. It was lower budget. Like it should have had a bigger budget. Yeah. But yeah, it was a solid movie.
Oh, I own it. I dig it. Christopher Gorey for $4.99 says, "Hey all, I read that one there. Be honest." Okay, so this is Nikki D for $20. Be honest. Will the constant virtue signaling, partisanship, pandering, and divisive speech from the mainstream entertainment and their creatives ever be curtailed by the Hollywood executives. Normies are starting to take notice. Well, I'll start. If it isn't, then the normies will walk away. People will start walking away and finding other sources of entertainment. I think that's already kind of happened.
Oh, you're seeing it with sports already. God. The first opening day for the Major League Baseball broke records, right? For first day viewership, but there was so much virtue signaling. God, day 2, it was a record plummet. I don't think that's a I don't think that's a coincidence.
Time where you've got nothing but time to watch. Nobody's watching that shit.
Nobody.
So
I'm a lifelong baseball fan. I played baseball in college. Like, I'm in love with fucking baseball. I haven't watched a single game this season, and I won't until. Sorry, you're gonna kneel. You're gonna take a fucking
get that shit out
for an organization that their founders came out and admitted they're Marxists and shit like that. Come on, come the fuck on.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Well, as far as the anyway. Yeah, as far as the Hollywood question, it's real simple. It's all about, like, if things aren't making money, like, we're not getting a Ghostbusters 2, are we? Because it flopped and it flopped painfully. If they could have justified greenlighting a Ghostbusters 2 or a Wokebusters 2, if you want to call it, they absolutely would have. They just truly couldn't. They weren't going to lose that much more money. So, again, if they can make it happen financially, if they can eke it out, they absolutely will. But if people just don't go see shit, then they're not going to continue going down that road in certain respects. They'll try it in different ways. But eventually, if the money ultimately dries up, the woke messaging dries up as well. But as people go out and see this shit, then
culture's in waves.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance for Terminator Dark Fate 2.
We're all waiting.
Well,
bated breath.
one thing is that we're definitely seeing is the collapse of digital media because of all the wokeness. So I think it will start there, and it will slowly spread to other industries where you're going to start seeing them collapse as well.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a reason. There's a reason we've had close to 5,000 people watching us tonight. People are tuning out from their normal brand of entertainment. Now they're looking for other things to entertain them, other people to entertain them, whether it's because they don't trust what they're hearing from some people, or whether they've just been kicked in the ass time and time again for thinking a certain way when they go see a movie. If they continue to do that, they will get driven away, and they're going to go to other forms of entertainment. And if Hollywood doesn't change, then it's going to disappear.
Yeah, because I mean, we all here have our views on politics, and they're not all exactly the same by any means. But at the end of the day, we don't really give a fuck who you vote for, just as long as you don't have a problem with who we vote for or who we are against. It's that mob mentality that I'm so fucking tired of, and I'm so sick of this attitude of everybody has to label someone. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Then I am a Trump supporter, motherfucker. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Just like Brian Urlacher, Chicago Bears former superstar, Hall of Famer, comes out and basically is like, talking shit about how, not in like a bad way, but he makes a point, about how the NBA guys are doing this garbage protest, and the Chicago Bears come out like, all these fucking sports companies, organizations are just standing by while all these players say the most horrible shit about America that you can imagine. Urlacher comes out and doesn't fall in line. Chicago Bears release a statement. We don't support the comments made by Brian Urlacher. What the fuck? You stand by and let all these motherfuckers say shit. Lou Holtz goes to the RNC, former Notre Dame, football coach, legend, and he's at the RNC. Notre Dame comes out. We don't stand by the comments made by Luke. Motherfucker, you stand by comments all day long by these people. Yeah. It's the mob mentality
it's the
that we're
path
sick
of least resistance because, we've said this a million times. We've all been labeled as white supremacists. So if you even lean center now, you're a white supremacist and you're part of this entrenched fucking whatever bullshit they made up this week. But the public is still... They're shamed into silence right now, but they're gonna vote with their wallets. And Razer Fist just said it. Like when the theaters open up and everybody feels comfortable, you hear that fucking Jar Jar Abrams comfortable enough to go watch one of your fucking movies. Some white people feeling comfortable, and other people too. They're gonna want to. I don't know if they're gonna come back, and I think you're gonna see numbers worse than fucking sports, much worse. A collapse, I don't know. That's why I put a question mark next to the apocalypse. All I know is every time somebody brings up a Hollywood celeb getting smacked down or getting humbled in any way, people fucking love it. They fucking eat it up because they love watching them, fucking eat crow. So
had enough of them thinking that they're better than us.
Yep.
They're just like you said, they're pretenders. They're adult pretenders. That's what they do.
I just want to give
station.
Dana White should get a mega shout out for having balls because he does not give a fuck. He is going to have his opinions and he doesn't give a single fuck. And they won't go after him because he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. And that's all it comes down to. Stop giving a fuck. If I was Brian Urlacher,
don't care what they think.
If I was Brian Urlacher, I would release another statement saying, I didn't ask the Bears to support my decision, and I don't give a fuck if they support what I say.
Yeah,
I meant what I said. The NBA is a bunch of little bitches. Yeah, like stop letting these people, and this is why they hate Trump so bad. Among the 9,000 reasons, he doesn't give a fuck. He does not.
They hate it.
They
can't stand it.
They're used to the previous regimes where it was like, oh no, people with a semitone darker of skin color than me just said that I'm a bad person and a racist. I get my cue to go crawl in a fucking hole. You know what I mean? Like they're used to that because that was the rule for many a year. And then Trump just kind of showed a lot of people that it was like, you can't actually tell these people to fuck off. Like,
yes. That's what I keep saying. It's like the best way to fight cancel culture is to say no and to politely tell them to go away.
Yeah. It's like fuck you.
Yep.
I've got a tweet pulled up. I've got a tweet pulled up from Donald Trump from 6 years ago, Gary, and it still rings true today. And this is why people fucking hate him. Every time I speak of the haters and losers, I do so with great love and affection. They cannot help the fact that they were born fucked up.
Wow.
This is the president of the United States. Right here.
Brilliant.
Great. Genius.
Wow. That's hilarious.
I mean, and it's starting to happen more and more. It makes you wonder why more people haven't said fuck off, because Chick-fil-A said fuck off and their punishment was record profits.
Exactly.
Goya said fuck off and look what happened to them. They made more profit in a single quarter than they have in the entire history of their fucking company. The pattern's pretty clear. When you actually stand your ground and say fuck off, usually there's a waiting market ready to say, to show you that they support that, as long as you have a halfway decent product to begin with, obviously. Correct. So
look at Red Bull. Look what happened to Red Bull. I mean, there are people that don't even drink energy drinks like myself. I went and bought a whole bunch of Red Bull merch.
Yeah. Jonathan Isaac, one of the only dudes that didn't kneel for the national anthem.
Yep.
Jersey sales skyrockets until
there you go, man. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the funny thing about all of this is that oh fuck, I had a point. No, it went away. So carry on.
Do not watch the NHL.
Look, it kind of comes back to my situation. It's like, you can cancel it. Because there'll be consequences for you if you don't. You could have also steered into it. You could have also fought. You could have also, and I dare say, if people were aware of the situation and what you're being subjected to, might have made more money down the road.
What I mean,
whatever you could more with the other people, entirely possible. But that's it's understandable. It's a value judgment. People have to decide. But that's it. Whatever. It is.
Do not watch the NHL. They are SJW sellouts, says Viking Insane for 2 Canadian pesos.
Unfortunately,
out of Canada? Wow.
Wow.
Raptors.
Surrender? No.
Well, but like I watched the first NHL game, and like everybody stood, nobody took a knee for either anthem. And it was a great game, and I think and everybody was just so supportive of them. And then all of a sudden, everybody else started kneeling, and it just
Dallas Stars.
Yep.
There was it wasn't as many as we saw for obviously NBA every fucking game, but I was definitely a little more in sports than the NHL. But now, go ahead.
No, it's doubly cringe in hockey because name a whiter sport. Like serious.
Maybe golf, but
I was gonna say golf, man. Golf's a pretty fucking white sport.
NASCAR.
Well, I don't know.
NASCAR.
Yeah. Golf is a little more diverse now, but like,
yeah, that's
for
true.
Christ's sake, it's basically a bunch of white people being offended on behalf of
Yes,
a bunch of black
exactly.
people
Well,
with
that's
hockey, which is just God. It's just eye roll.
which is reflective of what's going on in the streets right now. Hey,
Bunch of
Razer.
white saviors with missing front teeth.
Right. Hey, Razer. So no Sabaton? Says Dylan Killen for $5. Christopher Arcella, welcome to the Jaloja level. Keck44, welcome. Mike L, thank you for the phallic unicorn. Bowie 8085 for $10. Kathleen Kennedy is gaslighting me, so forgive me if I fantasize a blue whale magically hitting KK's house at 9,000 miles per hour in a spectacular explosion of splinters and red mist. It's very Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy of you, a restaurant actually. Not another dime for $1.99 gives a thumbs up. Marvel 2099 for £4 gives a cupper. Brie Larson's period. So there's Brie Larson's zucchini and Brie Larson's period now.
Oh.
Did you see her?
Don't combine those, please.
Yeah. No.
Did you see the meme? Brie Larson's zucchini's now. Its name is Kevin Feige.
Feige.
Very telling.
Thought it was Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. Tessa Thompson's
Well, he's
period.
gone. She's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Brie Larson's period for $1.99 says Tessa Thompson's period is my new best friend. And or bestie, Bowie 8085 for $4.99. Razer Fist, love your Metal Mythos series. What are your thoughts on Cradle of Filth and Volbeat?
I try not to think of either of those. I haven't been in a hot topic in a while. Neither is anyone else.
No, I actually haven't. No,
no, I'm just not a fan. I do remember in high school, as an angsty young teenager, I enjoyed is it called Cruelty and the Beast? That album from Cradle of Filth. I thought it was okay, but that's about as far as I go. It had a wicked cover of Iron Maiden on it.
There you go.
I had a friend from back in the day who was a big Cradle of Filth fan. We constantly made fun of him.
Fucking, I don't know what happened to Danny Filth apart from carbohydrates. What the fuck?
Well, that'll do it, man.
That will do it.
Holy shit. Cradle of Soy.
I got to see if I can find that picture of Feige's zucchini. I thought I retweeted it. There it is.
Hey, Razer Fist, let me ask you a quick question while he's looking for that. I'm sure you've answered this before, but how did you kind of stumble across the whole Michael Jackson thing and become this voice of Michael Jackson's innocence? How did that, were you a fan or were you just looking at the facts?
No, I mean, I grew up aware of Michael Jackson. My first encounter with Michael Jackson was the Wiz, right? I loved I'm a huge Wizard of Oz mark. I love in fact, that's why I'm writing a fantasy story. Like I grew up with the Oz books and I still love the Oz books. When I was a little kid, I loved them. And I was going through all the movie versions of Oz. And, every weekend I would have my parents like rent a new fucking Oz movie. And so I got through Wizard of Oz and got through Return to Oz, my favorite. And then I got to The Wiz. And I loved it. I still do. A lot of people hate that movie, but I love it. And Michael Jackson, of course, was a scarecrow in that. And he was really good in it. Really, really good. But I didn't know Michael Jackson from Adam. And still after that movie, pretty much didn't, because go look at Michael Jackson in that movie. He doesn't even look like Michael Jackson. He's in a big...
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. He looks amazing in that movie.
Right. It's total transformation. So I didn't grow up with Michael Jackson as such. My mom was a fan, I guess, but I wasn't really aware of him. And then, of course, when I got older, Free Willy came out. The Dangerous album came out. That was probably my first experience with Michael Jackson music. And so I was aware of it and I liked what I heard, but I wouldn't say fan. I didn't own, for example, a single Michael Jackson album. There probably wasn't a single Michael Jackson album in our whole house when I was growing up. But I remember getting interested in it when the court case happened in 2003. And I remember watching the media dogpile him.
Oh, yeah, they did.
I didn't think he was guilty, but I sat back and was like, boy, this is just an absolute freak show. Like this, the special, the whole ABC special that preceded it, the Living with Michael Jackson, the Martin Bashir schlockumentary that he basically admitted after Michael Jackson's death was bullshit.
Yep.
And yeah, before Michael Jackson died, I remember going down the rabbit hole and finally being like, I'm going to look into this, because it always was this giant question mark for me. I never was sure if he had done it or not because I wasn't exposed to the facts. I didn't think he was guilty, but I didn't know if he was innocent either. And so I looked into it. And so I just did my own research, basically. And fortunately, there's a lot of Michael Jackson fans and Michael Jackson detractors who have cataloged a lot of the court transcripts and whatever. You notice the detractors tend to contextualize the information. That's one thing I've noticed. They tend to contextualize the information more and editorialize. They'll show you a clip of something from the courtroom and then they'll frame it within what they want it to mean. Whereas the Michael Jackson defenders, a lot of times, and this was kind of my first clue, they were probably more correct. They'll just be like, oh, here's a zip file with all the fucking court transcripts unedited. Here they all are. And I literally read every page. So I basically was in the long and short of it, I feel like I was in the courtroom a little bit because I have read every page of every court transcript. And I did that before I did my Michael Jackson rebuttals. And from those, it was so painfully obvious, number one, why he had been acquitted on 14 counts, including 4 lesser misdemeanors. So like they couldn't even, that's the thing. People think he just skated by the hair of his chinny chin. Michael Jackson not only was acquitted, he was acquitted almost a month early. The trial was scheduled for something like 5 months, and it ended after 4. The verdicts came back like resoundingly innocent, but 4 of the counts were just misdemeanors, child endangerment, right? So they not only couldn't nail him on molestation, they couldn't even get he had endangered a child or anything. So even the misdemeanors or whatever. The reason why that happened became really apparent after reading those transcripts and shit. A lot of the stuff from one of the court reporters who was in the, God, what is his name? I feel bad not name dropping him because he's done such incredible work, but a British guy who was in the courtroom, worked for the press, and has done a lot of really exhaustive work. He's in some of the counter documentaries that have been out. There's a really good one on Amazon Prime, by the way, called Michael Jackson Square One, that catalogs a lot of this stuff and a lot of stuff that I put in my rebuttals in there. And Taj Jackson himself is trying to put together a counter documentary right now because there's just obviously an agenda. I think a lot of it too happened because Sony wanted his catalog so bad. So they didn't really defend him. Like, when the accusations happen, you would think his record label has millions of dollars at stake in defending Michael Jackson. But curiously, they didn't say a word. Like when he was accused in 2003, they didn't defend him at all. And that's because they wanted his catalog. They figured, shit, anything that weakens Michael Jackson's bargaining position is good for us. So they basically stood by and let Michael Jackson twist in the wind. And in that sense are kind of culpable in his death because he never really recovered from that court case.
Yeah.
Like it was such an egregious accusation. His mind couldn't even conceive of it. He couldn't process it. He never really got back to who he was before, which is a shame because right when he died was right when his music was coming back.
Yeah, he was going to make a huge comeback. Like that show, that the movie that they came out with after the fact of the rehearsals and all of that, like that would have been an epic show if he got to do that tour. Like it would have been a huge comeback.
And yeah, it was 2008, 2009. Lady Gaga was just hitting it big, and she was one of the big parts of her appeal was like 80s retro kind of thing and pop music. And she name checked Michael Jackson all the time. And absolutely, I think like he was poised to be on top of the world again if he had gone through with that. I think in retrospect, he just overworked himself to a large degree. Like if he had done one date, like I think he would have still been back on top of the world because it would have been.
He put a lot of like pressure on himself to like, I'm trying to make a comeback. I'm doing this big tour. Like,
Plus, there was a lot of sketchy stuff with the doctor being greenlit by the insurance company. No, the concert company was it that hired the services of the doctor, and that wasn't really something that should have been happening. They kind of made allowances because he was Michael Jackson, and whatever. But the whole thing really persuaded. Just looking at it in general, especially after his death, I looked into it even more. I'd already been persuaded of his innocence before that, generally speaking, but there was still a question mark because there were counter documentaries and so-called documentaries, especially from BBC. They seemed obsessed with taking Michael Jackson down. And so they had this schlockumentary years ago. I forget.
Well, and look what the BBC had.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to change the subject a little bit.
There, maybe.
The whole time they were covering for Jimmy Savile. But like they had this terrible one where they interviewed one of Michael Jackson's ex-managers, and they were talking about the Jordan Chandler. I remember this specific moment where they were talking about the Jordan Chandler. That was the first kid in 1993 who was supposed to have been a victim. And the accusation was that Michael Jackson, who had apparently, according to the prosecuting attorneys, who had his own private pedopad. You know what I mean? He had his silent alarm, just in case parents came in the room and whatnot. And instead, even though he's got this perfect ready-made pedo fortress, he decides that his master plan is, hey, I'm going to go to Monaco to an award show where I've been photographed and filmed with this kid sitting on my lap. And I'm going to go ahead and fuck him in the butt in a hotel room with 2 bodyguards standing outside and my manager downstairs. That's his master plan, the fucking king of pop. So they're interviewing this manager, and they edit it in such a way where the manager is being asked, like, what were they doing in the room? Like really leadingly and suggestively. And he's like, I think they were sick. But they edit it in such a way like, boom,
I think they were sick.
Yeah. And the guy just exudes sleaze too. Like the manager seems like the slimiest bastard you've ever met in your life. He looks like Jabba the Hutt. And you're just like, like it was so manipulated for so many years. You literally, I'm sure you guys remember in 2005, you could not watch a news report that was pro Michael Jackson.
No, not at all.
It
Literally did not exist. And again, I was a big fan of Michael Jackson growing up. So just following him and then watching everything, how it played out and how the accusations were, and there was even at a younger age when I experienced all that, there were just so many questions, and I'm just like, I don't buy any of this. Like, I mean, there was the 2 most prominent names in my childhood growing up, as far as like famous people, were Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson, and I heard for years that Michael Jordan was a complete asshole, like a horrible human being, and I'm like, yeah. I believe it, like it just, so it wasn't a part of me where it was like Michael Jackson, like I'm a fan. I can't believe that this, hero person of mine is not, it just didn't, none of it really worked. None of it actually made sense. And the accusations, the way that it was covered, like it just, none of it really made sense, but you obviously went further in depth than that. But I've always been interested how you came to be through, for all practical purposes, the voice of Michael Jackson's innocence through providing a simple thing called facts.
They're so rare these days.
And it's hilarious. I totally stumbled on it because I did a music mythos of Michael Jackson where I just covered his career. And of course, you're doing that. You have to talk about the accusations. Mm-hmm. So that was when a lot of my research happened. Like I had already kind of studied it before, but when I did the music mythos, I had to, in order to just talk about it. And from that point on, it was like, oh, like he's slam dunk innocent. It's not even funny. Like the big thing, I honestly, just in summation, the big problem is there are people who think, and I think this is a mainstream view, that, okay, the 2005 case, maybe the family was full of shit, maybe. But the 1993 case, why did he settle? Why did he pay all that money? Why would he do that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What they don't realize is he was being pressured. Well, two things. Number one, he was tried for that case because California has an appalling statute on the books called 1108 evidence. Prior bad acts evidence, whereby if you are accused of pedophilia or molestation or whatever, any evidence, any tangential evidence, even anecdotal evidence from previous events that may or may not have even been proven can be entered into evidence. So basically, they got to try the 1993 case and the 2005 case together, even though there was a payoff and whatever. And the mother from 1993 literally came in court and testified, and experts constantly referred to it, and they tried to enter photos into evidence and everything, right? So they basically tried both cases at once, and he was found innocent on 14 counts. That's the first thing.
Yeah, again.
The second thing is that the trial, the reason he paid out was there's a civil case because they wanted money, and then there's a criminal one. And one was scheduled before the other, and he was going to have to give away his entire case in the civil trial before he was going to go to court for a criminal trial and possibly be sent to prison. So basically, they wanted him to get, because basically the prosecutor could sit in the court during the civil case and just take notes. Oh, he said he wasn't there on the 4th. Well, I guess we'll just change that to the 5th. You know what I mean? And they literally would give away his entire defense in a civil case, and they pleaded with the judge, please put the civil case at the end. That's all we want. And the judge kept overturning it and overturning it and overturning it.
Wow, that is dirty.
Well, because the judge, there's another shitty statute on the books in California that says that minors are guaranteed an expeditious trial or whatever. And in theory, that sounds great. In practice, it means within X number of days, they have to get a trial. So the civil case had to be scheduled before their criminal one. So Michael Jackson had to settle the civil case because he planned to have the criminal case. And then what happens? The family dropped the charges afterward. And it makes Michael Jackson look bad. You know, he wanted to fight that criminal charge, but the family, after getting the money, took it and ran. They didn't want to charge him criminally. And that really says more about the family than about Michael Jackson.
And that was all leading up to another big tour, right? In 93.
Yeah, it interrupted. He had done one big leg of his Dangerous tour, and he was getting ready to do another one. And it basically came right during a layover in the middle of his tour. So he was going to have to cancel.
I remember. I remember that him being interviewed on TV, you know, back in 93, you know, talking about the whole thing with them taking the pictures and whatnot. And all that just seems really kind of bizarre. One thing that you did mention, which I thought was kind of interesting, was the whole thing with his back catalog. And I know that one of the conspiracy theories around Prince's death is that the record label was wanting his back catalog.
Which is true. And they got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Was it Warner? I believe they signed a deal. Yeah, they signed a deal right after his death for that. Same thing happened to Prince that happened to Michael Jackson, basically, in terms of the rights to his catalog. And that Prince catalog is very valuable. I'm actually a bigger Prince fan than a Michael Jackson fan, but Prince was the same kind of deal. Prince has a huge vault full of, if you've heard Kevin Smith talk about it, you know, he did a movie for Prince once.
Oh yeah. We've all seen that video.
A vault full of completed albums, completed music videos, completed all kinds of shit that he's recorded and just never released. So that back catalog, man, somebody's going to make bank off of that. So of course they wanted the rights to that. Same idea with Michael Jackson, only Michael Jackson owned half of Sony Publishing. Not just his own catalog.
Interesting.
You know, Sly and the Family Stone and fucking all kinds of people, right? Beatles, Elvis. So they really wanted that. And sure enough, after he died, the lawyer who now runs his estate, he went ahead and signed it over. So
does Sony have the Beatles catalog now?
They have all of it.
Oh,
The ATV catalog is back in the fold for them.
Crazy. Wow. Yeah. I was never a big fan of the guy, honestly. So I remember selling a lot of his records when I worked at record stores. And I just kind of assumed he was guilty. And I watched your videos and I was convinced, listen, everybody hates Fredos or pedos down in Hollywood. And we know there's a ring in the entertainment industry, and it's an open secret, but like Michael was a different situation. I was convinced he was guilty. But I didn't know much. I was just going by what the media said. I mean, it's not like I was there in the trial.
You could be forgiven for that because there was no counterpoint. There was none. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
In fact, they went so far as after that fucking Martin Bashir documentary came out, Living with Michael Jackson, basically the whole reason the 2003 case happened was because of that movie. After that came out, Michael Jackson's publicist literally went to Maury Povich and people, and they actually made a counter documentary because Michael Jackson was no fucking fool. He was a very smart guy. He was smart enough when they were filming that to have his own separate film crew. So he had the footage that they had cut out. And so they aired it. You can actually look this up I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube, where they're literally pointing out where Martin Bashir cut shit out to make him look bad.
Wow.
Thing. Michael Jackson had to
crazy.
I assume his publicist had to pay for all that. Just his damage control, because the fucking furor around Michael Jackson had gotten so crazy by that point. Absolutely nuts.
Well, I think it's really easy. Like Gary said, it's an open. Everybody knows that this stuff happens in Hollywood. So nobody was going to question when the media ran. They're like, oh, we've exposed one. We've got one. And, he's huge. He's big. It's the top of the pyramid that's doing this. So that made it all the more easy.
Well, it's like Corey Feldman. I read his autobiography, and if there's anybody that could benefit from coming out and saying Michael Jackson diddled me, is Corey Feldman. He could come out and say tomorrow, he could say, oh, he actually did it, and there'd be documentary about it. There'd be all this stuff.
Hollywood
Every
and the
time
mainstream
he said
would
he
wrap
has
their
not.
arms around him. Yeah, they would be like, oh, come talk to us now. Come tell us all your story now.
Even in his autobiography, he doesn't, and there's parts of it where he talks, he loved Michael Jackson a lot. They spent a lot of time, but then he also goes into some of the kind of darker side of Michael, where he kind of just shut him off emotionally and just kind of pushed him aside.
I think that's why these accusations are happening, actually, is more because of that.
Because of that kind of action.
He pissed off a lot of people because he wasn't. Look, he was so insulated. Yeah, he was so insulated from a young age. He didn't have to hear anything he didn't want to hear if he didn't want to. So when somebody would piss him off, he did have a tendency to just freeze people out, right? He did it to his own wife, right? To Lisa Marie Presley. She talked about it. They got in a big argument and he basically just froze her the fuck out. So it's like, if he was doing that to people, you can kind of see, oh shit, that's probably what happened to Wade Robson. That's probably, in fact, it sounds like that's exactly what happened to Wade Robson and James Safechuck and the people who now are saying that they were molested. They basically were pissed at Michael Jackson before he died for years.
Yeah.
On the down low. They would take his handouts every now and then when he would actually answer their calls, but they were pissed off that he was cutting them out, basically. They felt like they were entitled to be in his world. And I think that happened, honestly.
Some fascinating stuff.
Yeah. And you remember how gung-ho the media was for that and how they just don't go after anybody else. Nobody else. There's all kinds of crazy shit out there that we hear.
Wonder why.
Corey Feldman has been, he's obviously got substance abuse problems and has his problems, and that's probably because he was diddled by somebody. Not Michael Jackson, but by somebody. And they tried to put the word out, and that gets squashed all the time. And it's going to come out someday. I mean, they are trying to normalize this stuff. And listen.
Well, and I think Michael Jackson, more than anything, maybe one of the reasons perhaps the reason he's been such a target is because he was a bit of a sheltering hand to kids who otherwise would have been preyed upon. Macaulay Culkin has almost said as much. You know, he was almost trying to protect me, you know, because he could see that there were creeps around me. He could see that I was in a bad situation. You know, his family was having issues. Everybody knows about the Culkin clan and their problems.
Yeah.
And Michael was like the opposite of that. He not only wasn't a predator, he was kind of trying to help kids have an out. You know, come over to my place. It's basically a giant theme park. You can just play video games and stay up till 2 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and they always bring up Michael Jackson's bedroom like it's mine or your bedroom. You know, it's like Michael Jackson's fucking bedroom probably looks like Disney World. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
yeah.
Look, his bedroom alone is 2 stories and has 4 bathrooms.
Right. So I mean,
bigger than my house.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's
that's
like a small bedroom.
Yeah, it's stupid. People always talked about Michael Jackson's bedrooms. Like, do you understand that's not your bedroom with your fucking, you know, with your little queen size bed and the bathroom door, you know?
The family of the kids, the family of those kids were also staying in Michael's bedroom, right, Razor? Like in those situations? Yeah. Because they're fucking huge.
Yeah,
and like parents were never kept out either. You know, he literally would give parents like a key. They would just come in whenever they wanted to. Doors open. They just wander in. So the idea that this was his pedo fortress is just an absolute laugh and a half.
Yep.
Total joke.
He was just a he was just a guy who got extremely screwed up by his his family and fame too early, and it sucks how he died too. The was it fentanyl? Is that what he died on?
No, it's propofol.
Yeah,
okay. you're thinking of someone in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I was. Fuck.
Sounds to me like a COVID death. I don't know about you.
Well, no, fentanyl's like, dude.
They confirmed overdose, by the way.
Yeah,
they did. No,
probably a white doctor though. You know.
That's
that.
Ryan, that's in my meetings, that stuff. Kids are getting on now. I mean, it's fucking insane. It's bad. The opioid. I don't want to get into it here, but like the opioid epidemic in San Francisco is fucking so bad. I have never seen so many young people die, like just like not go to meetings anymore. They're ODing. That's why I stopped taking sponsors for a while. I mean, it's just, it gets too much. So, at least when I was young, we were doing speed. So, I mean, the chances of you dying, if you had like something bad in your heart, you're going to, we had one guy die because he had a messed up heart, but most of us survived it. It was just speed. Brie Larson's zucchini for $4.99 says, it's not the size of your zucchini that matters. It's how you use it. All right. There you go. That's not true. Norwegian Kryptonian for 55 Norwegian krona says, I just got back from Tenet at the cinema. Awesome movie. Best popcorn I've had in months. Oh, fuck you for going to a movie. I'm glad you went.
Monday.
Yeah,
Monday.
Did you
I'll
understand it?
Can't
you
fucking
can't
wait.
say, you know what? You can't say you just saw Tenet. You have to tell us if you understood it or not.
Yeah. That's the key. It's not really a matter of did you like it or don't like it. It's did you understand it?
Do you get it?
Did you know what happened?
I have not heard anyone say straight up like, yeah, totally easy movie to understand. I totally got it. Like I haven't heard anyone say that yet.
Yeah.
I want Jeremy to go live and someone send him $100 super chat that's just Tenet spoilers, so he has to read it.
Well, maybe
I won't go live until Monday. So.
Maybe Nolan, instead of doing a film backwards, now he did one sideways. Maybe that's Gunnar Renee Oy for 50 Norwegian krona. Hey Ryan, Friday Night Tights versus EFAP Fall Guys matchup when? Do it.
That would be pretty funny.
That would be pretty cool.
Big Red Bullfrog for £2. Hail chat cast. Here's some get the fuck out of Cali cash. Thank you, Big Red Bullfrog. I in about a month, I'm making my first trip to see what state I'm going to go live in. I can't wait to get out. Nightwish fan 1991 for $20 for a guy obsessed with mysteries. Abrams is shockingly bad at it. He doesn't understand the audience and the characters need to be on the same page. See Into Darkness and The Force Awakens. Your father, Han Solo. Snoke. He's doing a quote.
Agent Deep Eye says Tenet didn't understand it at first. First 30 minutes was like, what? But past halfway mark all came together and was freaking fascinating. So, okay,
cool.
I'm really excited.
It's good.
Just got back. Oh, this one's good. Butterbiscuit 92 for $5. Just got back from seeing Fellowship of the Ring extended cut in theaters. Freaking great, man. Oh,
what?
Seeing Two Towers tomorrow. Rub it in.
Hey,
dude.
speaking of that, can you give me a screen share real
Yeah.
quick? Right there.
Trying to think of the
speaking
last
Lord of
movie
the
I
Rings-
saw in the theaters. I think it was fucking Birds of Prey. Tell me it wasn't Birds of Prey.
Yeah, right there. So,
You know, I hear Mountain Doom is fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Yes. It's just Mount mostly peaceful. It's not Mount Doom anymore.
This meme. Well, I hope this meme it takes over for the. I hope this is the new Harambe meme right here. That's what I am. And then this one. Where is it at? Was it this? Yeah, right here.
Yeah, keep that meme going.
Oh,
that's
so
gonna go for
good.
the rest
I
of the
love it.
year. That's gonna go for the rest of the year. That is some stupid shit. Jaleel Kawas for $2. Fuck yeah, Friday Night Tights. This is the panel. Yo, Razer Fist, Metal Mythos is the bomb. Hell yeah. I love
Right
it.
on, brother.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Love Metal Mythos. Illuminati for 2020. Good one there. Hail Friday Night Tights. Ryan, knowing you are a classic Star Wars gamer, will you be playing Squadrons, Beer Bug, Elite Dangerous, or MSFS 2020 has put me back in the gamer cockpit, and Squadrons looks a little woke. Thoughts? Love you all.
Yeah, Squadron. You like how the good guys always have to be a fucking McDonald's commercial, but the bad guys are always young white dudes.
Yeah.
Oh,
That trailer was just like
they're the old white.
Female POC, female alien, female, and then it was like white guy villains. Like, oh, come on.
Well, the leading general for the Imperial Army is a black woman, which I actually find worse. I think it should be a white dude.
Honestly, yeah. It's supposed to be white dude.
Yeah, she shouldn't deserve to be there. But one of the guys does look like me. The TIE Interceptor pilot looks exactly like me. They stole my likeness. However, like in reality, I've heard a lot. I've talked to a couple of people that have worked kind of close to the EA guys on this. I have some hope for it because EA brought a lot of people that were very passionate about those 90s flight simulators that I loved. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, like all those games that were incredible flight simulators that really gave you a feel of what it would be like to fly an X-Wing, an A-Wing, whatever. They have a lot of that. The controls are, even on a controller, some of the things you can do with the full press versus a half press of a trigger, they're being really innovative. And I don't think the storyline is going to be very big. It's only a $40 game. It's like a 2-hour campaign on either side, something around there. It's all about the multiplayer. I have hopes for it. I'm going to check it out when it comes out, and I will let you guys know when I do play it. But I'm more excited for this than I have been for any Star Wars game in a long time because of what they tried to make it. They tried to take it back to those 90s games and improve upon it with current graphics.
I personally I'm not feeling this one at all, but I know you and Lethal both. I know you don't, but Dave Filoni worked on it, so now you can't do anything with it now.
Dave Filoni's
oh my god,
fucking bitch.
A female character. Do it.
Do it real quick,
like,
Ryan. I wasn't sure if it was going to be like a Rogue Squadron type thing or an X-Wing thing or whatever. It looks on balance like it's going to be the aerial multiplayer stuff from Battlefront.
That's what it kind of looks like, yeah.
But with a campaign, kind of.
So they that's what I was worried about it too at first, that it was just going to be the Battlefront 2 Starfighter, which no one plays in Battlefront 2 right now.
Right.
But although they use the engine for the graphics, it's a completely different system. You have a ton of control, just like you did back in the day, where to balance your power. A flick of a switch is going to, able to transfer engine power to shields and reinforce those, moving shields backwards and forwards. I think it's going to be good. And, mostly because it is kind of small. There's not going to be a whole lot of focus on story, not a whole lot of opportunity for woke agenda BS. So I do want to like it too. I have a lot of nostalgia for those X-Wing games. So hopefully it'll be good.
X-Wing Alliance was my obsession in the late.
Ace Azamine.
Yes, indeed.
X-Wing and TIE Fighter for me.
I love super chats like this. The chat is here. Oh, let's just read it. XJPN7X for $5. I wish Az was here. Az and Razer Fist would be awesome in the same show. Damn you, time zone. Az, the colonies are calling you. Fuck you, Ryan, and everybody else here. I wish Az was here.
Hey, I miss.
I thought that was just you. I thought it was just you saying that to me.
That's actually a super chat I sent. I sent that super chat. That's my account.
Just a sock account.
I love the chat. The brutal honesty is a beautiful thing. Pastor G for $5. Hail to everyone in the panel and the chat. Just got back from camping off the grid and happy to catch you guys live. Nice. Fuck yeah. God bless you guys. You're awesome. Pastor G, thank you. Thank you. We've got
Pastor G. We've got my boy.
There you go. We got pastors and we've got fathers and we've got rabbis. Yeah. And then you got,
and you got
Ryan.
us.
And you got Ryan.
These heathens.
They all require a lot of praying. David T, welcome to the Jaloja level. Mark C, the great Mark C for $5. Hail Razer Fist, king of the 6-minute rant, God effing speed. Hell yeah.
Godspeed, sir.
So it's my birthday today, Razer Fist, says Rocky Desert Flower for $4.99.
Hey, way to age.
Yeah. Well aged.
That's good.
Cultural Casino, thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49. Mr. Humpty for $5. Good Lord. Got here late, rewound for the intro, dying laughing. Yes, the intro was, it's always good. Perry's a genius.
Perry Chan's on point.
Perry is great.
Yes.
He is a magician.
He is he is part of the show. He is an official part of the show. I wonder if we could ever bring him on.
That's what I was just thinking.
Oh, that's
yeah.
It might ruin the mystique, though. What if we bring him on? He's like, "Hey guys, I'm Perry Chan.
Hey, I'm your biggest fan. Love you so much."
What if he sounds like Barry?
I love you,
White?
Perry.
Yeah, he's like, I'm Perry Chan.
This one goes out to all the ladies.
It ends up sounding like Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Right. Neurotic was a tall, retarded drink of water.
Yours is better than mine. I was going to, that's better. 6 turning, 4 burning for $5. When it comes to vocabulary, Razer is the metal Dennis Miller. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a massive compliment. He's my favorite stand-up comedian.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know what? It was when things were changing well, they're not changing, but when the division was getting wider between right and left was a long time ago, by the way. And it was Dennis Miller who kind of woke me up to that. I saw him at a place called Humphreys in San Diego. It's like this by the Bay theater. And they do.
Oh man, the crowd must have been at least half hating him.
Yep. They were. I was loving it though, because his first thing out of his mouth is, "I never thought that Big Brother would come from the left." And this was in the 90s. He said that. So I was like, whoa.
Well, and that's the funny thing is people claimed that he went right wing after 9/11. And it's like, you guys must not been paying attention to his early comedy specials, because he had all kinds of criticism for the left in the 90s. I think the Clinton presidency kind of soured him on that actually a little bit as it went on. But yeah, he didn't shift really. He was always he always had some right-wing political beliefs. He just was, but he could make fun of both sides and still does.
Yep.
Still fucking does.
Yeah.
No, I love him. Fat Steven Seagal beat up Alex Kurtzman for 2 Canadian pesos. Drunk has to wear a tiara next Dark Council. So LOL. Well, good. I think he should always wear a tiara.
Can I say something about Drunk 3PO real quick?
Oh, please do.
I don't want to do this to him. He's my buddy, but I think I do have to.
You have
let me share my screen here.
Uh-oh.
You know, he is not a grammar expert.
No.
So, Gina Carano, so spelled that wrong, just shouted me out. So let's play Fortnite and Fall Guys. I messaged him and I said, "Hey, you spelled it wrong," and he says, "Shouted." Gina Carano still spelled wrong.
I can't make fun of him because I do that shit
I do it all the time, too.
I like how he corrected shouted, but not her name.
It's like, oh yeah, I did. Shouted. Thanks, bro, for pointing it out.
Well, I spelled tenant. My phone, like my stuff, just autocorrected to tenant, as in like David Tennant.
Yeah, mine does that all the time.
My phone does the same
I'm
thing.
just gonna call it David Tennant. That's all. That's what the movie's called. Hey, Jeremy,
Man.
how would you rank the Nolan movies? Ask Grandpappy Fisk for $2.
I mean, subjectively, Interstellar is my favorite, but I think that The Dark Knight is his best made film. And then I think just to go through it all, I mean, Interstellar favorite, Dark Knight second favorite. Then it's a mishmash of amazing films. Prestige should be a top tier because it's an amazing film. I love Batman Begins. I think Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are almost equal anyway. I think Batman Begins is a better Batman movie, but I think The Dark Knight is a slightly better movie because of Ledger's performance is just so incredible. Dark Knight Rises is his worst movie, but I still love it. So, and then you got Insomnia, you've got Dunkirk. I don't think he's Inception. I don't think he's ever.
Yeah.
I don't think he's made a bad movie. I think Dark Knight Rises is the worst one and aged terribly. Technically it aged wonderfully because it's happening right now in 2020. But there's just a lot of problems in that movie the more you watch it, even though it's become almost a documentary at this point for 2020. But good stuff, man. I love Nolan. It's my favorite by far. So.
My favorite thing about Dark Knight Rises is when it's the Nolan verse. It's grim dark. It's real life. It's gritty. It's realism. And the first words out of Catwoman's mouth in costume are copying a "cat got your tongue" pun from the 2004 Halle Berry Catwoman film. What the fuck?
Yeah, Dark
subverted.
The Dark Knight Rises is the most comic booky of the Nolan films, of the Nolan trilogy, but it's also creates the biggest issues because it's not supposed to be comic booky, And I think that shifting from Pittsburgh or going to Pittsburgh and moving away from Chicago was a mistake. Just from
in the daylight, there's so much daylight.
It just didn't.
Sports ball. Putting sports ball in a movie is terrible. It just never looks good. That's a personal issue.
Yeah. What a lovely voice.
Well, because you always have to go with the fake uniform.
Yeah. No, at least they got Ben. At least they got Roethlisberger though. Payback for all the raping. No one else got that. Only me and Ryan.
I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. I was completely into football up until about 3. When did the Chargers move to LA? 3 years ago. I was a fucking
honestly,
Gary,
because you only made one Sports Wars video, and that was before the channel took off, and it did really well. I think you need to do another one because now we've got a bunch of subs, and the channel is doing really well. You could hit 100,000
Spanos. I can yell about Spanos again.
Whatever.
Or
just
whatever.
make a just make a video bitching about LeBron, dude.
Yes, that's all we do. So we've got 5 straight thumbnails with LeBron in it. Let's go for 6. That's what we're doing right now. So.
And the WNBA
I saw Uche did
kneeling tonight.
Uche did something with Nick from the
Hardwick.
Yeah,
Hardwick.
Nick Hardwick. I can't believe that fucking turncoat went up to LA. Fucker.
He's also going to have whatchamacallit, Warren Sapp on, I think, soon.
Oh, they can smoke out together.
Yep.
There's some behind the scenes stuff about Nick. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later, Gary.
All right.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah. I always liked Nick Hardwick. I did.
Is he actually sleeping?
No, he's not.
M Cappy for 5 Canadian pesos. Yo, from the
There you go, Razer Fist.
northwestern Canada. Canada. Oh, you're actually, because I call it Canada. Mr. Tardis rules for 5 Australian dollars. The world is spinning. It is until it's not. Thank you. Matt Guy for £2. Batman trailer. Gary hates it. Jeremy loves it. Discuss. Costume sucks.
Gary hated that.
Gary didn't really hate it. What happened with Gary is people went there to watch it, and the first 5 minutes is Gary saying everything that he thinks he's going to hate about this.
Yeah, and then people just get mad. Click off the video and they'll finish it.
Well, I had already said my piece about the costume and Matt Reeves, but I did say he's like the better director from the Jar Jar Abrams camp. So he's made competent films that I have liked, unlike any other person there. Listen, I've fucking sat through that Watchmen series, which was fucking hot garbage, and I'm done with Jar Jar Abrams. Sucks. He's a horrible director. The best thing he's done is probably some average shit, and that's about it. And the worst thing he's done is destroyed 2 fucking franchises. So fuck that dude.
What does Doom call him? The cinematic Antichrist.
Cinematic Antichrist, and he
What
just
a couple notches though. Like he simultaneously, like single-handedly, took down Star Trek and Star Wars.
Yeah,
and he's coming over to DC, so everybody have fun with that.
Notice we did
Enjoy that, fanboys. He just kills franchises with the word fucking star in them. Like if this guy gets anywhere near Star Search,
like fucking Galactus eats fucking franchises. Like, maybe that's how he sustains his life.
Now, Star Search.
Notice basically the only thing we didn't hear anything about during DC Fandom, J.J. Abrams stuff.
Well, that's true. So we heard nothing about it.
Not a single thing. We even heard stuff about Black Adam, which hasn't started filming, not anywhere close to filming.
So what is the latest on that? Is he officially going to be working on this? Is there still a rumor? Is there still negotiations going on? What
He's doing like Dark Justice League?
Justice League Dark is what he's supposed to be doing, yeah.
Is it official or is it still just been discussed?
Is it like a Ryan Johnson type, like, oh, he's got movies?
I heard that he signed a contract for like $500 million to be with DC, and I've heard that he's working on Justice League Dark, but I haven't seen any official confirmation from Warner Brothers about that. But that's basically what everyone's saying.
Before the shakeup, right? The Warner Brothers shakeup? That was prior. So, it might be a little kind of sweeping under the rug. Give him like a show or something.
Hope. Well, it's gonna depend. So that I have the AT&T, the DC numbers, the Warner numbers. And so quite frankly, I don't know that right now if they can afford that contract.
Yeah. But, and I'm sure it's, that over a series of years or something. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
Is today the anniversary?
Use like a act of God clause and be like, we don't have money to pay this giant bill and we haven't started work on any of it. So null and void.
Force majeure, is that what it's called?
Force majeure.
Force majeure. Hey, so is today the anniversary of Gamergate? Did it officially start today? So somebody said never forget.
Matt Jarbo was born today?
I think he was. Never forget August 28, 2014 when gamers died, says Mr. X for 1,000 Chilean pesos. And then somebody else right here says, reminder, Gamergate was 6 years ago today. And and the game urinalists won't shut up about it, says Nightwish fan 1991 for $5.
Really won't. So Gamergate is just old enough for Joe Biden to lose interest.
Man. I think that this day, 8 years ago, Zoe Quinn was wiping her face up.
Interesting. Yeah. Take a little napkin to the.
I touched her.
She was eating Five Guys.
She looked like
burgers.
She looked like she's eaten too many Five Guys. I ran into her at Comic-Con. Literally, I touched her.
Surprised you didn't get
incoming me
AIDS.
too. Yeah.
I still might have it.
Off AIDS or something.
I got the coof before it was even the coof.
Taker 16 for $5. Gary, consider.
Did she incite any suicides while you were hanging out with her?
No, I just wanted to commit suicide afterwards.
Right.
That's her effect.
Yeah.
This woman's headboard has a higher body count than Hillary.
Ooh, Gary, consider Utah affordable housing, a short drive to national parks, Las Vegas and Bear Lake, plus Park City and a brand new airport. Do it. Can I get a second wife? That's if I can get a second. No, I don't want a second wife. You kidding me? Ooh.
Sounds like a lot of work.
One's enough. I know she's watching out there. Just kidding.
Housing has
Just
gotten
kidding.
really expensive in Utah, by the way.
Texas.
Dude,
Texas.
As long as Texas doesn't fucking turn into California.
God, I hope
Hey,
not.
I watched Razor's last video, and that's how you should treat every fucking Californian if they come to your state.
I
Act
agree,
like a
man.
fucking Californian.
Speaking as a Californian.
Yes.
I don't count. I'm not a son.
It's so sad. Like here in Arizona, you literally play. I every time I go anywhere, I play the Count the California license plates game. It's fucking It used to be, you'd sit at a stoplight or something, you might spot one California license plate. Now it's like you literally have to play spot the Arizona license plate.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing?
California's been invading Texas for a while, but they mainly stick to Austin.
The funny thing
it's been happening in the 90s. Yeah, for very
Razor
long time.
Fist. That's
Dallas
flipped.
is getting
That's
a lot
flipped.
coming to Dallas.
That's flipped from the 80s because all you guys used to come to California and we would fucking call you zoners. And now we're coming to you. And, I don't see Arizona plates that much anymore. We used to see them all the fucking time. So, I don't blame you for not wanting to come here.
I don't think Texas will go blue because a lot of people are ticked off with Abbott and how he's
Lady
handled this
Gravemaster.
Huh?
California used to be red.
Oh, yes.
Like not red. And they flipped quick. Like 10, 15 years.
And Texas is already like on the edge.
Texas is 1 or 2 censuses away from being blue forever.
Yep.
Bottom line.
LA was always blue. San Francisco was always blue, but
Not
the rest of the state and San Diego, when they started turning San Diego, that's when it changed. So, because San Diego was like, you couldn't get more red down here. My dad, the only Democrats they had were the Reagan Democrats. So, I hope not. I hope not. But
I hope not.
The freaking Californians are going to fuck up everything, spreading out throughout the country, and they're dumb enough to bring whatever they had out to.
Well, I mean, look at Colorado. Look what they did to Colorado.
Yep.
Yeah.
All you need to know.
Idaho's going that way too.
I just don't see it because of. I guess I'm being more optimistic than I should be, I suppose, but it's just that so many Texans are so embroiled in their culture, and the people that are moving to Texas are figuring that out. And I know I've seen some of like the Change My Minds and stuff like that, so I know they're out there, but I don't think they're as powerful as they were hoping they would be.
I
Changed
hope
my mind. What channel has changed my mind on? Don't we have somebody on the panel that has?
I don't know. I think
Never heard of him.
It's a meme, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a meme.
I thought it was Andy Signor.
One of those memes.
Andy Signor.
Memes.
I thought it was. I'm sad. I'm missing this live. Had to work. Godspeed. Boag. I don't want to hear any fucking excuses. I mean, you just quit your job.
It sounds like quitter talk to me.
It does. Try harder next time. Okay. Thank you for the 20 Mexican dollars. Doyle Hargrave for $5. Project Fart Dust or Stardust. Launch today. Whammon only must have permission, according to Meg Dowell, is learning to create a fake narrative. Oh, she's a grifter. Yeah, she's the Star Wars Anita Sarkeesian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an interesting story. Anna, that Star Wars girl, made a very interesting video where she actually found her YouTube channel that she's had for years and years and years. It had 73 subscribers, has a tons of videos on there. Shockingly, she was never harassed. She was never told she couldn't be part of Fandom because she was a woman. She simply didn't get any attention. which is why Project Stardust is happening. So go check out her video.
Well, speaking of that, I want to invite you guys to a community. It's a very amazing and brave community. It's called Project Solar Flare, female-led community that celebrates male voices in the Star Wars universe and fandom. So go support Project Solar Flare. I don't even know who started that. I'm sure you guys know. You don't have to say it publicly, but I don't know who did it. I'm trying to look for that first tweet. Right here is the first tweet. Gary, can you give me a screen share real quick?
Yes,
It said, the first tweet from this is, men have been expressing their love for Star Wars for decades. Lately, men in the Star Wars fandom have been shamed and called toxic for their love for the OT and prequel trilogy. It's time to stop. So go give Project Solar Flare, a female-led community that celebrates male voices in the Star Wars universe and fandom, a follow over on Twitter. Brave and stunning indeed.
Yeah.
Shoot me a message to tell me who's behind that, Ryan, because I don't know.
All right, I'll let you know.
I know it's somebody in our circles, but I don't know who, because I'm not on Twitter anymore. Because fuck Twitter, because they banned me for memes. So
Twitter
Are you
sucks.
still banned, or are you just not going to go back?
They literally never gave me a reason why they suspended my account, but I'm not coming back even. I just want to know why, though. I just would like
Twitter doesn't even. I mean, Twitter is just to the point where they want you to just shut up and drink the Kool-Aid, and what you can continue to exist as long as you don't rock the boat and whatever. I mean, my account will get shut down at some point, I'm sure. But I've actually gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, whatever. It's all great. No, totally. Yeah, no Marxism. It's fantastic. Neat stuff. Absolutely. No, Anita Sarkeesian. She's fantastic. My favorite Portlandia character. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was obviously poking the bear because I kept getting DMCA takedowns for Naughty Dog memes before The Last of Us Part 2 came out. So I kept reposting it saying fuck Naughty Dog over and over again. I did this probably 20 or 30 times, but they still never gave me an official reason, why. So
Gestapo doesn't need a reason.
Yeah,
they don't need a reason.
Just be thankful.
They just need to put the boot on your neck, man. That's all they need.
Yeah,
I saw Talcum X did not violate by threatening to dox cops. He's okay.
Talcum X totally could say it. He's good.
I can't believe that. That's such bullshit.
Using that white privilege. So.
And that's going to lead to, that could lead to some worse shit, actually, if the cops start wearing masks and things like that. Yeah, that guy's an asshole. Fucking. And he's, Talcum X. Oh, he's probably loving this right now.
I bet he is.
Yeah. Even though he OD'd. Hail to the brother of metal, Razer Fist. Oh, and hey to the rest of you jabronis as well,
and the rest,
Island. Hello there, afterthoughts.
Yep.
All right, Quarter Black Garrett, you got to go make a phone out of a coconut.
I got it. All right, I'll be on that. I'm on.
Please do it. Man of War 665 for $10. Thanks, man. My TARDIS rules for $5 Australian. The world is spinning and it's not flat. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I do.
Yep.
The world is actually
That's a hot take. Oh my gosh.
The world is remaining perfectly stationary. It's just that you're watching it through the media, so you think it's spinning.
Nightwish fan, 1991 for $5. We are now living in the Naked Gun universe. Nothing to see here. Please disperse. That was that meme. Yeah.
Reality is a comedy. You're correct.
It is. We also need to what time is it? Okay. I'm keeping an eye on things. We're going to wrap things up, ladies and gentlemen. The Friday Night Tights until I'm settled will be on a time limit a little bit. We won't have these marathons anymore, or at least until my office is set up, because Mrs. Nerdrotic is out of town right now. So I need to pay attention to my kid, and he's been alone for 4.5 hours. I'm sure he's fine.
God only knows what kind of havoc.
Father of the year. That's what I am,
Running around with a plastic bag on his head with scissors.
Dad, I really like fire. It's awesome. Hey,
did you know gasoline is flammable?
What's in Mom's pill bottle
It's
here?
so
I feel
cool.
funny. No.
You laugh, but my cousin, like, they used to like take the Zippo lighters and try to. I don't even remember what show they first saw it on, but you know, like the comedy shticks where they like fart and the fire like explodes from their fart.
Yeah.
My cousins tried to do that.
It's
Blue
a
flame?
fiery, mostly peaceful fart.
Yes.
Well, when I was a kid, we used to make napalm, and I'm not going to repeat what the ingredients is.
Good time.
Good times.
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
Good times.
So we've got a book, The Long Moonlight, and it will be coming out soon with a publisher. And despite somebody attempting to cancel it, it's coming out anyway because it was already written, and it looks fucking cool as hell, Razer Fist. So talk about it one more time before we bail out.
The Long Moonlight. It's going to be the first in a series of pulp novels that are kind of mixing two disparate genres. Like, basically, I'm taking all my favorite pulp, like from the 30s and 40s, my favorite genres, and combining them. You know, Robert E. Howard and Tolkien and whatever mixed with Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett. And so, like, a crime story, an urban street level crime story in a fantasy world. And follows the continuing adventures of a fine thief. And actually, there's some more details on the website. It's nightvalenovels.com, I think. Yeah, so it's going to be an ongoing series. They're not all going to be like that, by the way. The other story I have is a little bit more of a adventure with some more supernatural elements a little bit. And they're all. I'm going to cycle through different kinds of stories, but it's all going to kind of be the same vibe. You know, it's all going to be fantasy noir. And if you want to hear, you know, when we have a pre-order date and so forth going forward, just go ahead and sign up. There's like a mailing list. There will be updates through that. And of course, we'll be adding stuff to the website. So yeah.
Good stuff, man.
Brilliant.
Hey.
And
Yeah, man.
thanks for coming on, and we're going to go around the horn and everybody can plug their channel before we get to some Perry Chan credits here. So we will start with Ryan. Plug your channel, man.
Okay. I'm not going to plug my channel, actually, Gary.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to share something that I just saw happen that I had to confirm that this is real.
What?
I don't know if this is good or bad.
Yeah. Oh,
it's not good. Associated Press breaking
my God.
Black Panther actor
What?
Chadwick Boseman dies at 43 after a 4-year fight with colon cancer.
Holy shit.
What?
So when Chadwick Boseman was appearing thin and people were concerned for him on
they
his
had a good
Instagram
reason.
a couple months ago,
Oh my God.
he just passed away.
Oh my.
Wow,
God.
that sucks.
Dude.
Wow.
I like. He was a good actor.
What the fuck? I did not see that coming, man.
No kidding, man.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
R.I.P.
Actually, the article here.
What?
That's all it is. That's all it is. He passed away.
Wow, man.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's what got
Sorry
my
to
dad.
bring it down.
No,
Yeah,
no.
that's some
You
pretty big
got to
news.
report the news, and yeah, that's what got my pops, man. And God, he's so young though. You could usually fight that stuff at his age.
Well, it depends on where they catch
how
it, man.
late they
If
catch
they
it,
catch it
yeah.
at stage 4, it's over.
Not only that, but you know, with COVID going on, a lot of people's chemo treatments and shit are getting deferred.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
you never know if they were. I'm sure him with the amount of money he had, he probably was able to if he needed.
Probably,
to,
yeah.
But, wow, that sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah, that really sucks.
Yes, I mean this happened. It was 8 minutes ago now at this point. So
Yeah, it's all over Twitter. I see it.
you're about to see it everywhere. So R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
That sucks.
You know.
Holy shit.
Wow.
But yeah, my name's Ryan, RK Outpost. You can come subscribe to my channel. I talk about Star Wars, DC, and video games. Sorry to bring the bad news to everybody.
No, we gotta know.
Wow.
We gotta know.
He was just ready to produce a new show with Seth MacFarlane, wasn't he? I thought he was.
All I know is
I'm blown away. I'm
he's
so
young.
shocked.
Fucking young. That's not, but yeah, that's why he was so damn skinny. We now know, and he's probably trying to keep it private.
Yeah.
So, Comics Division, plug your channel, my man.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Comics Division. You can follow me on Twitter at Comics Division and as well on YouTube, Comics Division.
Thanks, Quarter Black Garrett.
Hey everybody, Quarter Black Garrett. Follow me on Twitter, and also I have a YouTube channel where I do random video game stuff. But I also have a video where I made a Judge Dredd helmet. I did it from scratch, 3D printed it, finished it. It was a lot of fun. Also, I think I'm going to make a video on this Guardian article because it pissed me off that much.
Yeah, I think I might too.
I'm going to make a video on it.
I think I might too. And Jeremy.
Hey, sorry, I'm trying to retweet this from the Geeks and Gamers Twitter account. Yes, you can find me tomorrow on the Gaming with Geeks podcast with Ryan over on the Gaming with Geeks channel, and then you can find us on Park Hoppin' for the Park Hoppin', podcast. And then I'm trying to focus on 10,000 things right now, and then over on Twitch, Geeks and Gamers, where we do a Mario Kart stream on Sundays and a Call of Duty stream on Wednesdays, and we're working on getting a Fall Guys stream together on a weekly basis. So join us over there. Appreciate the support. And also geeksgamers.com. Make yourself an account, sign up for premium membership, and get exclusive access to the girls show. Yes, Geeks and Gamers has women on staff, and they have an all-girls stream. We also have me and Andrew playing Mario Kart, which we will not be playing Mario Kart Monday because I'm seeing a small movie called Tenet. I'm seeing a small movie called Tenet, but we will be back to that. Krista does her stream on Mondays as well. Drunk 3PO and Mark the Cyborg play Dark Souls. There's a lot of shit going on. Go to geeksandgamers.com.
Brilliant. And Razer Fist. Plug whatever you like, and thank you for coming on, my friend.
Right on. I was glad to be on and shoot the shit with all of you. Of course, I have my channel, The Rageaholic. The URL is stupid. Just look at the Rageaholic or whatever on YouTube. I cover goddamn everything. I do video games. I do movie reviews, Metal Mythos. I cover Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And then I rant about whatever's going on, whether it be in pop culture or in politics. It don't fucking matter. Fuck, I feel like I'm like accepting an Academy Award and trying to hurry up. It's kind
You don't have to hurry.
I'd like to thank the little people, Holly Prolapse and Gary Coleman, the devout midget hookers who tirelessly tend my every aberrant desire. No, I thank you for having me on. Oh, and check out the Long Moonlight and sign up for the mailing list if you guys want to support it or whatnot, and be a fist in the face of cancel cultures. So yeah,
thank you.
Oh, and on Twitter, I'm Razer Fist with a 0 because some cunt took my name many years ago and didn't even use the account. And fuck him.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel
your pain. There's one other motherfucker in the world with my name, and he took the handle I wanted, and he tweeted once 4 years ago.
Yeah, and you think it's bad? There's some Razer Fist out there who's been out there for years, who does fucking creepy fetish photography on God. Like, what the fuck? And he looks like me too and lives in my house. I mean, what? No.
Arizona too.
Seriously, as soon as I got on the internet, I'm like, RazerFist.com. I'm going to get that. And I'm like, oh shit. I didn't know you could put a plantain there. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had the same thing. It's at Nerderotics because my old comic shop won't give up my name for some reason, so they still use Nerderotic even though they don't. They're being dicks about it, straight up being dicks about it. They probably want money or something, which I'm not going to give them. So yeah, follow me on Twitter at Nerderotics. My next video will not be about pop culture. It is going to be the San Francisco exit video. It's kind of salty, and it's really different from anything I've ever done. I don't think I'll make a habit of it. So, but check it out anyway. It'll be out on Sunday morning. Everybody here has seen it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
It's really good.
It's like rejuvenated the salt in the oceans.
Hopefully.
Oh yeah.
No, I just, conjured up like all my feelings about, listen, I don't like to play victim. We're doing fine. We're doing good. We've turned the page, but my wife got fucked over. Like And
Yeah.
13,
Yeah, you have a reason to be pissed, dude.
1,300 other businesses got fucked over, by the way. So you'll find that out in the video. So thanks everyone for joining. Thank you to the Modrotics out there. And thank you for all the super chats. You keep the lights on. There will be a super chat square up. Thank you, according to Christy, Eric K. What other mods we had? It was nice to see, according to Christy.
Shadow.
Nyla Shadow was here. And of course, this episode was produced by Lady Gravemaster, clips by Perry Chan. We are going to go now, and I'm going to keep talking until I get the intro going, and I will mute us. So bye, everyone. Have a good day.
God, oh no! The egg! The egg! Fuck!
My name is Daniel Kibblesmith.
Fucking fuck that shit.
That's the hat, and then it'll fly up in just a second. See?
Fucking fuck that shit.
Oh no!
Fucking dick. What a dick.
The hell are you supposed to be?
I'm Razer Fist. God, fucking speed.
Music.com. RazorFistProduct.com. Please subscribe.